Warning, the following video uses mild language, gore from upcoming gameplay, and a few numbers of air app. Viewers' discretion is advised.
A casual day. A calm, pristine Friday. That was all that today was supposed to be at the Smash Hotel. Everything was varying degrees of normal and placid, which was just as the hands liked it to be. As long as no one was suing them to get back a fellow fighter, or adopting any wild, stray animal, the hands, announcer, and Master Core were all for it. Relaxing in his drawer, Master Core lamented on this very fact.
Gee, it sure is boring around here.
Master Core whined.
I just wonder what Ganon's up to.
My beautiful ball of energy, this piece is what all true cosmic entities with the power to bend space and time to their will strive for.
Crazy Hand reminded the baby of the group.
I mean, what would getting our smashers killed again really accomplish? We'd have to get OSHA up in this joint, and I don't think Mark would really care for that.
That's not what I meant. Core complained. You're getting me all wrong. I don't want death or bloodshed. I want drama. I want love. I want someone to wake up at 3 in the morning, go to the kitchen, go darn, I really wish they'd like me back and bump into that person. You know what I mean?
No.
The announcer boomed out.
Master Core, I didn't realize you were playing with these fighters as if they were some kind of reality television show.
I'm sure there's plenty of drama out there, Core, Master Hand said, almost dismissively, from the newspaper he was reading. In reality, he was just holding one side of it. Crazy Hand held the other side. Alas, neither hand had eyes to read the interdimensional times, but it fit the aesthetic of the moment. A good spice of drama gives the fighters an edge to actually fight. If everyone were chums, do you think they'd fight as harshly as they did? Well, Master Core buzzed, rolling around inside of his drawer. I just want to see them happy, you know? I kinda like these guys. Have you seen the way Zelda and Wario look at each other? Master Hand and Crazy Hand gave each other a glance.
Are you even hearing yourself right now?
The announcer asked.
Do we need to bring you to the doctor? Or the vet?
That is the worst example you could have used, Core.
Crazy Hand told him. Swatting the paper out of the air, much to Master Hand's dismay, Crazy Hand swiped a hand across the table. Figurines of every fighter, assist trophy, and background character appeared, along with the 4 of them, Mark, and the hastily thrown together Max figurine. From each of them, a glowing string of multiple colors connected them.
Of course we've seen how some of these people interact. We've got a whole darn chart worth of character interaction.
Whoa. Since when did we have this? Master Core asked, hopping from its spot in the drawer onto the table. It inspected every single line that was connected with growing enthusiasm.
Since before you were created.
Crazy Hand laughed.
Since the start of this tournament.
The announcer corrected. If Xander had eyes, he would be giving Crazy Hand quite the side eye. Unfortunately, he did not.
Surprisingly, no one seemed to really care or interact with one another before coming to this 5th tournament. It was almost as if a story was being told, and IT skipped the first 4 tournaments.
Interesting, ISNTIT? Master Hand mused, tracing a few lines from character to character. It was like the branching of tree roots. There were a lot of connections. Observe, Core. Do you see this line? Master Core pointed at a black line, one of many, that was connected to the foot of Wario's figurine. Methodically, Master Hand traced the line over to the immaculate figurine that belonged to Zelda. Yeah, I see it, Master Core hummed, rolling along the massive master desk. What about it?
The black line means they hate each other.
Crazy Hand told the Core bluntly.
Looks like the ship sailed and sunk, poor fella. Not sure why you'd think of that one off the top of your ball. I mean, one holds the Triforce of Wisdom and one holds the Triforce of being a greedy, smelly gargoholic.
PSHHH. I was just kidding about that one to begin with. Core muttered. Of course they hate each other. Doy. But, if you look at this one, Master Hand continued, pointing to another line. The line was light green and connected from Wario to Pit's figurine. IT's green. That means that the 2 of them have a healthy, happy relationship.
This one's yellow.
Crazy Hand boomed, pointing at the line that connected Pit and Palutena.
That means they share in your familial bond. Though, I'm not sure if Pit's Palutena's dad or if Palutena's Pit's mom. I'm thinking the former, but don't quote me.
Master Core excitedly nodded, rolling around like a ball possessed. All this new information was right up Master Core's alley.
This one is red.
The announcer said, levitating a red line that connected Gindorf and Palutena.
This means that they have a mutual respect for one another, despite having distinctively different morals. IT is kind of like a rivalry of sorts.
Cool. Core beamed. Taking a line from Gindorf, Core connected it to King Dedede. This one's dull. What's up with that?
IT means that they used to be the best of friends, but now are severed because of one thing or another.
Crazy Hand explained.
Kind of thing that happens when you get kicked out of a club or something like that, you know?
We have clubs? Master Core asked.
Yes, but they've got a lot of specific details that you're too young to hear.
Xander told him. I'm, like, as old as this hotel. Master Core whined. Doesn't matter. Moving on. Master Hand hummed. Lightly, he flicked the line that connected King Dedede to Luigi. It shone bright green. The brightest green, it seemed, on the whole board. This line here means that they are the closest of friends. A friend that never lets another friend down. The kind of friend you want to have when the going gets rough. I like that. Master Core beamed, inspecting the line. I feel like I got that kind of line with all of you. A quick inspection of the lines that connected the masters together proved this to be true. Xander hesitated, before answering.
We feel the same way, Core.
Hey? Master Core asked, what does this line mean? A beautiful, deep, pink line connected the minifigure of Luigi to his beloved princess. It shone so true and bright that it was almost hard to look at with the naked eye. Luckily, none of them had eyes. That, my dear Core, Master Hand said, his voice tender as he moved to inspect it, means that the two of them are madly in love. If you ever know what ITs like to fall in love, you'd feel that exact same shade of pink. Though, that's awfully strange to look at.
Usually when smashers are in romantic relationships, they don't glow that bright.
Crazy Hand commented, flying over to inspect the line.
If anything, that shade looks closer to the line the Wii Fit trainers have than the line Simon and Bayonetta have.
It was true. The shade of pink connecting Simon and Bayonetta was much less pungent than the line that connected Luigi and Daisy. The Wii Fit trainers, being the only two to have their spouse in the Smash tournament with them, shone much stronger than the other romantic couples, who could break up at any time. They were entirely exclusive. And their cord connecting them showed that. Master Hand, Crazy Hand, and the announcer immediately came to realize what this could mean.
Hold on a second.
Xander boomed. You don't think Master Hand continued?
We've never had one of those during the tournaments.
Crazy Hand chortled.
Oh, if IT's true, it would be so cool.
What are we talking about? Master Core asked, tracing the line between red and leaf. It seemed to be a mix of colors to signify the mixed feelings the two teams had for each other. Strong green for friendship. Hints of teal? A faded pink. These two were just the kind of drama Master Core needed. The three eldest masters looked at each other.
Core?
Crazy Hand bubbled.
I think you may be getting just the kind of love drama that you so desire.
Daisy was a nervous wreck. It was quite unfitting of her. Usually, the sassy, confident princess of Sarasaland would be more than willing to impulsively jump headfirst into whatever oncoming danger that was coming her way. Making stupid decisions seemed to be the one thing in life that she excelled in other than sports, policy setting, looks, and general awesomeness. Calculated decisions, however, were not exactly something she was great as. Especially not one as important as this one. Are you sure this is going to work, Peach? Daisy asked her fellow princess, nervous to tears. Usually, it would have been Luigi being the nervous one, and she would be the one consoling him. She couldn't go to Luigi with this anxiety, however, for he was indirectly causing it. I'm certain, Princess Peach informed the other with a smile on her plush lips. As long as you don't scare him with it by being too up in his face about it. Just make it feel natural. The moment will strike you, and you'll know it's the right moment. If one person knows how to handle Luigi, Daisy, it's you. You'll know the right moment. Daisy sighed out. It did a little to quell her fears, but still, she was shaking up inside like a can of pop. What if she made a fool of herself? What if he turned her down? Idly, Daisy ran her fingers along the ring that was in the pocket of her dress. Yeah, you're right as always, Peach. Daisy sighed. She knew she shouldn't be as nervous as she was. She'd done worse. She'd done scarier. And yet, her she was, shaking like a leaf after the reset temple even thinking about pulling this stunt off. It really would be her greatest adventure yet. And an adventure she'd never be able to live down. A forever adventure. Peach patted Daisy on the shoulder. How long have you been planning on doing this? Few months, more or less, Daisy mumbled. Then you've had a few months to mull this over in your head. You've had a few months to realize this was the right choice and that this is going to be the best for the both of you. Your heart spoke, and you reacted. You have nothing to be afraid of. But I am afraid. Daisy told her friend. What if? Peach shook her head. The blonde wasn't going to let these ideas slip. No, Daisy. You've got to have confidence in yourself. Daisy? Daisy shot up right as her name was called. She knew that voice. Of course she knew that voice. It was the voice of the one she loved the most. Sound like your cue, Peach smiled, ruffling Daisy's hair. Go get him, Tiger. We'll take it from here. Go have fun on your date. Giving one look back at Peach, Daisy moved on to the great unknown. Here we go. Come on, people, let's hop to it. The top floor. The floor that housed all 12 of the original fighters, and Dark Samus. The floor Luigi lived on. Was an absolute chaos. We've only got upwards of 3 hours before they get back, and everything needs to be in perfect condition when they get here. Peach explained, adding a clap to the end of her statement. This is a big day, people. A huge day. Probably the biggest day in all of Smash history. Daisy gave me a specific set of instructions. Peach held up a napkin that Daisy had scribbled on. That need to be fulfilled, and it's going to be all hands on deck. With the authority of a military commander, Peach pointed. Roy. Red. Leaf. You've got the candles ready? Sure thing, Princess. Roy smiled, holding up armfuls of candles. Red and Leaf both had their candles still in the box for transportation. Good, Peach smiled, before pointing again. Snake. Samus. Do you have the ribbon? 10-4, Snake called back. He was a little wrapped up at the moment, but his squid children were helping to unwind him. Samus was busy laughing her backside off. Peach nodded again, before turning to Mario. Mario? Do you have the scrapbook? Mario, standing at Peach's side, nodded his head. Gently, as if it were the most delicate thing in the world, he removed the scrapbook Luigi had given Daisy on Valentine's Day. You betcha, Princess. Then let's make some love happen. Peach exclaimed, excitedly. Hold on a second, Bayonetta's voice spoke from the crowd. Just to play devil's advocate, who put you in charge, Princess? What do you know about planning something of this caliber? Peach paused. More than I'd like to. Daisy inspected the rings the peddler in Smashville was peddling. Gently, she patted at her chin. Man, they were so pretty. What you looking at, Daisy? Luigi asked, coming to her side. He had just finished looking over the watches and headed to the side of his beloved. It took a minute or so before he realized what she was looking at. Ah, those are some pretty rings. You like them? Oh, they're alright, Daisy mused. Not quite something I'd wear, but they're pretty enough. Hey, as long as it isn't as big as your whole body and used by Bowser, any ring is good in my book, Luigi laughed. His laughter made Daisy laugh, too. She had to cover her mouth to stop herself from snorting. Yeah, Peach sure did get the short end of that stick. Daisy giggled. Her giggles were like beautiful music to Luigi's ears. If he could, he'd bottle it up and bring it out any time he felt nervous, anxious, or sad about the situation he was in. A beat passed, before Daisy spoke again, leaning over the counter and gazing at the gems below. Say, Luigi? If you were to get one of these rings, what size would it be? Luigi asked, before looking down at the rings again. Adjusting his cap and fixing his mustache, Luigi pondered. Gently, he ran a finger around his ring finger. I don't know, I think my size is about a 10. But I don't wear a whole lot of rings. Why do you ask? No reason, just a topic of conversation, Daisy hummed, but inside, she was bubbling. Gently, she felt the ring again. Looks like I got that part right. Things were coming along well back at the hotel. Mark had dimmed the hallway lights for the hotel, allowing for the beautiful glow of the sunset to illuminate the hallway. Checking the clock on the wall, Peach saw that it had been 2 hours since Luigi and Daisy headed off on their date. Keep it up, everyone. We're doing great. Peach cheered, clapping her hands together twice. Using the Yoshis to help set the ribbon to the wall was a fantastic idea. Snake. Blam. 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 Using the sticky adhesiveness of their tongues, Yoshis of all different colors licked the walls. Green and orange ribbon stretched at length from one end of the hallway to the other, ending in Luigi's hotel room. Underneath, as potent a fire hazard as one could get, sat candles. Using Roy's sword and the Charizard's tails, the candles were lit and ready to roll. Mario, removing the pictures of Luigi's memories, stuck them to the wall on the ribbons. Bayonetta, Samus, and King Dedede followed behind, doing just the thing. King Dedede was crying. There's no need to be so sad, Dedede, Ness said, gently patting the overweight king on the back. This should be a happy moment. Luigi and Daisy are gonna get married. I'm not sad, kiddo. These are happy tears. King Dedede blubbered. I can't believe my little man's all grown up now. Ness continued patting Dedede's back as the duo continued down the hallway. Mario, who was the headrunner of the group, too, felt close to tears. It looked as if his kid brother was all grown up. Mario was more than proud. As the group continued onward, they passed Red, Leaf, Snake, and Roy. Roy. Snake asked, "What?" Roy asked as if he had no idea in the world what Snake could possibly be referring to. "How the hell did you manage to get tangled up in purple ribbon? We didn't even buy a purple ribbon." "What? This stuff is tricky," Roy complained. "Do you want me to get Trizzard to free you?" Red offered jokingly. Trizzard looked at Roy as if he was prepared to light the whole thing ablaze. Roy gulped. Peach passed by with an armful of supplies for inside the room. Daisies of multiple colors were strewn all across and down the hallway, but only the white ones were reserved for the inside. Everything had to be perfect. And that perfect plan had one last peg to it. Strewing the flowers all over the place, with a purpose, of course, Peach found the meatball, lazily laying on Luigi's bed. Oh yeah, it was all coming together. The sun was setting on another regular day in the Smash universe. All over, Smashers were preparing to turn in for the night. Others intended to stay up for just a while longer for varying reasons. Luigi and Daisy were just returning from their date. I know I say this every time, Luigi sheepishly spoke, turning his eyes away from his beloved, but I still don't know what I did to deserve someone like you. The way you fended off that door-to-door salesman back there? I could have never done that. I''M.M.A. So glad that, out of everyone here, you chose me to be with. That was the sweetest shit. Daisy, again, felt like melting. Oh, you big green weenie. Daisy squealed. You know you're the only one I could ever see myself with. You're, like, my better, less abrasive, self-controlled side. I don't know where I'd be without you. Probably a morgue. Luigi laughed, hoping that was a joke. Well, Luigi muttered, scratching at the backside of his head. I guess that's it for the night. Can I get a good night kiss? Wait. Daisy exclaimed. Sensing herself to be too aggressive, the princess straightened herself out. Keep it cool, Daisy. Even if your heart is racing faster than a Mario Kart Grand Prix. I'll walk with you. Up to your room, Daisy recovered, nervously running a hand through her hair. You never know when you'll get jumped by a telemarketer, and I wanna make sure my green weenie is taken care of. Luigi chuckled, before shrugging. Well, okay. I can deal with that. But Daisy? Are you feeling okay? Usually, I''M.M.A. The one who looks like they're gonna have a panic attack. Me? PSSHHHHH, nah. I'm good. Daisy reassured, before slipping her arm under Luigi's. It was an arm she could see herself hanging onto for the rest of her life. If all things went right today, she would. The thought made her shiver slightly. Cold? Luigi asked. Gently, he removed his cap and placed it over her head. It was a little big, but fit perfectly for what he was trying to achieve, even with her crown still on. I know it's not much. But it says something. The two of them began moving up the stairs. 5 flights. 5 flights to the top. 5 flights for Daisy to feel like the world's most anxious princess. Thanks, Daisy mused, giving her boyfriend a small smile. If things went right, he wouldn't be her boyfriend anymore. Another chill went through her, as they scaled the first flight. Then, the second. Third. Fourth. Daisy felt as if she were about to have a heart attack as the duo reached the top set of stairs. Up and around they went before they reached the top. Are you sure you're okay, Daisy? You're shaking like Ayla, Luigi started before he was cut off by the wonder of the sight that befell his eyes. Peach sure did know how to decorate. The gentle candle glow gave off just enough light to let Luigi see what it was that lined the walls. Pictures of himself and his wonderful significant other hanging gently by ribbons. Green and orange splattered the top floor like it was going out of style. Happy memories. Joyous memories. Memories Luigi was touched to remember just by looking at the pictures that hung from the wall. After a moment of staring in amazement, he turned back to Daisy. Daisy? What say this? Donna, Daisy lied. It was an obvious lie, but a lie nonetheless. Guiltily, she smiled at the other. Though. I do like what I see. Walk with me? Daisy took hold of Luigi's hand, and slowly began guiding him down the literal walk that was memory lane. The first birthday party they ever attended together. Afternoons after karting races. Joyful faces after the two of them had totally destroyed Wario and Waluigi in a game of tennis. Luigi touched another picture. Daisy looking nervous on the smash train. It was the only other time he could remember her looking nervous. As he was looking, Daisy squeezed his hands to bring him back to reality. Careful of the candles, sweetie, Daisy cooed. Don't want to set the hotel on fire or anything. Luigi nodded, backing away from the candle at his feet. Olympic events shared together. A simple coffee date the two of them had gone on. Daisy fast asleep on his couch in his mansion. All of these memories had been taken from different parts of their lives and their relationship, but all of them held the same importance. It melted Luigi's heart to see them again, and he hadn't a clue what awaited him at the end of memory lane. A royal ball Peach had held. The first battle the two of them fought together here in Smash. Both of them laughing as Luigi engulfed an entire watermelon. Meatball. The two of them had met the end of their walk and were standing at the open door to Luigi's hotel room. As perfect as a picture, Meatball sat at the door. The calico cat looked up at her parents, before tilting her head off and to the side. Playfully, she pawed at Luigi's denim overalls. I think she wants to tell you something, Weeg, Daisy softly whispered, nudging Luigi with an elbow. Around Meatball's neck hung a single envelope. With a shaking hand, Luigi stooped down to remove the note that Meatball held. She was nice about it, allowing Luigi to slip his hand onto her collar and remove it without even fighting back. Slowly, he unfurled the letter and began to read.
Luigi. Hiya, sweetie. At this point, I bet you're curious as to what all this cryptic Goomba poop is all about, aren't you? Don't worry. If I were in your shoes, I'd be just as fed up with it at this point. I'll give you your answer, but first, you have to suffer through this gushy, mushy love letter first. Luigi, you mean more than the world to me. I know that sometimes I can be a little rash and unprincess-like, but you never seem to care about that. Every second I spend with you is a second I wish could last for an eternity. I'd trade away everything I had if it meant I got to have even a glance from you. The way those beautiful, blue eyes look at me is something I can't pay for anywhere else in the world. And you do it for free. You listen to everything I say. You laugh at my cheesy jokes, even when I know they aren't that good. You fight Bowser for soup for me when I'm sick. You break your back just to make me feel even a little bit special. With you, I feel like the most special girl in the whole wide multiverse. How you came to choose to fall in love with me is one of the great mysteries. But I'll take my blessings, especially if they're as good looking as you, and not question them. Well, that's a lie. I do have one last question for you, Luigi. Turn to face me.
Finishing the letter, Luigi slowly folded it back up and replaced it in the envelope. He could feel tears welling in his eyes. Happy tears. Sappy tears. Daisy's heart wasn't the only one about ready to explode. Slowly, Luigi turned to face his beloved. She was down on one knee. Luigi, Daisy started, her lip quivering from the joy in her heart. Would you do me the honor? She was cut off, as Luigi wrapped her up in a big, Luigi-sized bear hug. Before she could process what was happening, their lips locked. It was the fullest, loveliest, and greatest kiss they had shared thus far. And it was all the confirmation Daisy needed. Yes, Luigi whispered, the tears finally making themselves known. Happy tears escaped both parties, as the word rang throughout the hallway. Yes, Daisy. I will marry you. Yes. 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 A million times yes. Daisy squealed happily, as Luigi spun her around the empty hallway. Happily, the newly engaged couple laughed and laughed, before Daisy finally managed to put the ring over Luigi's finger. Pushing the cap out of her face, Daisy smiled, before taking another kiss from the man who would soon be her husband. Another day was coming to a close. Another day that Daisy, Luigi, and Meatball would never forget. The date was set. The dress and tuxedo were ordered. The catering and reception were planned. With the last-minute planning of a true procrastinator, even on the most important day of their lives, Luigi and Daisy were finally ready to officially tie the knot. With the whole wedding planned perfectly to a T, all that was left was to invite the guests and wait for the general chaos that came with it to subside. And chaos was something the Smash Hotel was not short on. Did you get the news? Did you hear? Like children on the playground, the Koopalings gathered in the lunchroom to gossip and eat. The main topic of the gossip was a strange letter Morton Jr. had found in his mailbox when he had checked this morning. What kinda knot are they tying? And why do we have to save a date? Lemmy asked, bouncing on his ball as he inspected the strange, Christmas card-esque invitation. Is there gonna be a kidnapping on that day? Oh. Is Mr. Dad gonna get up to one of his schemes again? Gimme that. Let me see it. Wendy demanded, snatching the invite away from her younger brother. Squinting, the bratty princess of the Koopa throne inspected the invite, before tossing it aside in disgust. Bleh. Looks like string bean and oranges for brains are about to christen this picture. Makes me sick. Let me see. Roy demanded, stealing it away from his adopted sister. Adjusting his super sick shades, Roy took a gander at the picture the duo had used for their wedding invitation. Surrounded by tall grass, Luigi rested his head on Daisy's middle, his green cap resting squarely on his stomach. One of Daisy's arms rested quietly behind her back, while the other reached down to hold one of Luigi's hands. Both seemed to have been laughing at something not too long beforehand, as smiles stretched their faces. Luigi looked up at Daisy, while Daisy looked down to Luigi. The golden sunset trickled down upon the two lovers, dousing them in a beautiful glow that signified their love for one another. Surrounding them were big letters and words giving details on when, where, why, how, and who was getting married with a large knot tied underneath each word. Roy blinked twice, before lifting his shades to get a better look. Hey, wait a minute. They ain't nowhere near kissing. I wanna see. Morton exclaimed, reaching across the table and knocking off bowls and plates in the process. Watch where you're reaching, lard for brains. I'm still eating here. Larry complained as a plate of meat was pushed away and onto the ground. What's all this commotion about, anyway? Is there some kinda knot tying festival going on? These two knotheads would know a thing or two about a thing or two, now, wouldn't they? Iggy exclaimed, slapping his knee as he laughed aloud. The other Kooplings were too busy fighting over the scrap of paper to acknowledge what Iggy had said. With a saddened sigh for his wasted comedic genius, Iggy returned to his porridge. You imbeciles. This isn't for a knot-tying ceremony. Ludwig exclaimed as he got his claws on the invite. Palming his face, Ludwig shook his head of blue hair. Honestly, do any of you know how to read? No, I don't think so, Morton replied, scratching his balding head. Bah, typical. Of course Dopey here can't read. Wendy huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Enraged, Roy puffed up and drew a fist. You best take them back before I make your eyes match your lipstick. Wendy cowered from Roy's assertiveness, cringing away from his threat. Morton didn't take any offense to Wendy's insult, as it had gone directly over his head. What's it say? What's it say? Lemmy demanded, bouncing up and down in excitement. This is an invite to a wedding, Ludwig exclaimed triumphantly. A marriage is taking place right here in the Smash universe.
A wedding?
The 6 other Kooplings exclaimed, aghast by the concept. They had never been invited to a wedding before. Wasn't that what Bowser had always tried, and failed, to arrange with Peach? The eyes of the Kooplings all exchanged looks. Boy oh boy, were they excited. A beat paused. Hey, Ludwig? Larry asked, scratching his head. Who's Dad getting hitched with this time? Tiki. The man-naked was awakened from her dozing by a muffled, enthusiastic shout of her name. Rubbing the lingering sleep from her eyes, Naga's voice pushed the blanket off of her legs and stretched her back upward. Occupying the one good armchair the motel owned, Tiki had found herself resting before the fireplace when the familiar voice had come sailing forward. A few pounds were heard against the door as Pit reached it. Excitedly, he hopped up and down as he awaited his invites inside. Roused from her sleep, Tiki rose to go and answer the door, which wasn't necessary, as Pit was welcome to the motel whenever he wished. Tiki? Are you gonna get up and answer that, or am I gonna have to wall up a dummy? One of the 2 Hammer brothers scoffed, as he watched the other balance hammers on the tips of his fingers. I'm going, Tiki answered, shuffling her sleepy self towards the entrance. Taking a hand, she smoothed away some of the hair that had been stuck to her drooling face. Reaching forward, she opened the door to an elated Pit. Pit? What's happening? I've got some big news, Tiki. Huge. Like, next level of news. Can I come in? Pit asked, his voice spewing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Obviously, something exciting had happened. It was gathering the attention of the other assist trophies. Wayward eyes were being cast towards the 2 of them. Tiki, however, obliged. Come on in. You know you don't have to call for me every time you come here, right? Oh yeah, I know. But I'd like to. Pit chirped, fluttering his way inside the drab motel space and over toward the couch. Now, isn't that just precious? Ashley commented dryly, her eyes not leaving her witch's weekly activity book. If you're going to be sappy, can you do it somewhere else? Some of us are busy. Yeah. The hammer bro balancing hammers huff. Busy. The other reiterated. Pit waved a hand at the two of them. Oh, I'll be quick. Don't worry about me. Reaching a hand into his knapsack, Pit reached for a small card. What do you know about weddings? Weddings? Tiki asked, somewhat taken aback. The sleep was gone from her face now as the ramshackle question hit her like a train. Was this? Her eyes dropped a little, focusing on her own hands. Well, I guess I don't know a whole lot about them regarding the human traditions or anything. I was really little when Marmar got married and didn't quite understand everything that was going on. But I know they're massively joyful occasions involving lots of food. Who needs weddings anyway? Dr. Wiley rudely interrupted. The old man was in the kitchen working on the busted fridge. The thing had blown a gasket and he was hell-bent on fixing it. They didn't have the funds to replace it. No good ever comes from union of flesh. The only good things in this world are made of metal and do as I say. No one asked you, old man, Rodan returned, his feet kicked up on the card table. His hands rested squarely on his stomach. His eyes looked over his sunglasses pointedly. I've seen a lot of flesh union where I'm from, and not all of it's ugly. Let the kids talk. You're literally from the bowels of hell, Dr. Wiley threw back, looking over his thick spectacles.
Yeah!
The hammer brother without the hammers said, puffing out his chest. Hell. The other reiterated. Please, will you all be quiet? I'm interested, Lynn called from her room. Rodan chuckled under his breath, shaking his head. With walls as thin as that, I sure hope there ain't no flesh union in this joint. What about a wedding, Pitty cake? Tiki asked, her head tilting off to the side. Happily, Pit retrieved the invitation and handed it to the green-haired girl. Leaning closer, Pit pointed towards the bold lettering near the bottom of the picture. See? It says wedding right there, and then the date and the time. And I wanted to bring you to it. You remember Luigi and Daisy, right? Green Bean and the Orange Devil are getting hitched? The hammer bro balancing hammers exclaimed. In his shock, he dropped the hammers to the floor with a loud "No way!" Lynn exclaimed, her voice clear as day. A wedding? Guile gasped, appearing from seemingly nowhere, giddy. His head peeked around the corner, his eyes locking with Pit's for the briefest of moments. Why, I haven't been to a wedding since Ken and Eliza tied a knot. Now I've seen everything, Ashley monotoned, turning the page. Yep. Absolutely. Pit cried out happily. I'd love to come. Tiki exclaimed, a surge of excitement coming over the man naked. I love weddings. There's so much food, and fun, and, well, love.
No problem.
Guile stated.
Let's go!
Lynn called. I hate happiness. Wiley groaned. It looked as if the wedding would have a few more guests than first anticipated. Luigi and Daisy. I'd never believe it in a million years, but here we are. It feels like just yesterday Luigi couldn't even land a full dash attack, and now he's all grown up. In the main lobby, Captain Falcon gathered his tiny family close to him, inspecting the invitation that had been sent out to almost everyone. Rob whirred non-committally, not computing exactly what it was that was going on or what the piece of paper had to do with any of it. Mega Man, on the other hand, overanalyzed the card, trying to gather as much information from it as he could. What I don't get is why they sent everyone one of these invite thingies, Rock mused, looking under the card as if he expected money to fall out of it. Wouldn't it have been more cost-effective and smarter to mass contact us, or have the announcer announce something? What if someone loses their card, or it's lost in the mail? They'll have no idea that this wedding is even happening. Falcon, with a paintbrush in his mouth, cracked open a case of black acrylic paint, preparing to redo the tuxedo he painted on Rob way back during their exploits of fine dining. With a shrug, the captain became the artist, retreading old lines that he'd drawn so long ago. Rob, watching with a fixed interest, gave a quick look over to Mega Man, as if to signal that he was next. Weddings are a lot of pomp and squalor for getting a forever roommate that you sometimes kiss, Captain Falcon mused, artistically drawing Rob's bow tie back on, but there's something about the human condition that makes us want to spend time commemorating it and making it special. Making it something that you, and your guests, for that matter, never forget. Something you can look back on proudly and go, yeah, I remember why I love you as much as I do. No? Both robots were silent for a while. A long while. For a moment, the only sound was the sound of Falcon's brushstrokes and the paint that dropped off and onto the carpet down below. Finally, Mega Man spoke. That was very poetic of you, Captain Falcon, Rock muttered, holding the photo near him. Another question popped into his hard drive, and he asked it without thinking. Have you ever been married? Captain Falcon pauses his artistic pursuits for a moment. A silence befell the F-Zero pilot, before he shook his head. No. Never been. Never had the time. Never had the person to be my other half. I'm a wanted man, Rock. Being a bounty hunter and a cop doesn't get you a lot of friends in this life. I wouldn't want to drag anyone else into that life. Rob, sensing his friend's distress, patted Captain Falcon on the helmet. Rock, with hurried feet, rushed to hug him around the middle. That's okay, Douglas, Mega Man said. We'd be more than happy to be married to you. He was a little confused, but he had the right spirit. Captain Falcon smiled, before hugging both of them tightly. I'd be more than happy to be married to you, too, kid. He didn't even care about the wet paint getting all over his racing suit. You're actually going to let them do this? Here? Master Hand gave Crazy Hand a look, who then turned his gaze upon Master Core. Of course we are. What kind of heartless, disembodied tournament organizers would we be if we denied them the right to a happy marriage? Master Hand asked. The invite laid squarely on the master desk. It had been a bit of a point of contention between the ones in charge and the ones who would have to put the muscle in to make the event be a hit.
Plus,
Crazy Hand continued.
if the wedding were a hit, it would make tourism around here better. Think about it, Mark. Wouldn't that just be the dream? A romantic getaway from your dreary life to come watch the best fighters in the multiverse throw down. Oh wait, I'm getting in the mood just thinking about it.
Crazy. Master Hand scolded. Mark let out a small sigh. This place is the furthest thing from romantic in my eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want this wedding to be a hit. He did. He believed everyone should experience a wedding at least once in their lives. But the hotel staff were overexerted as was. That can change. The announcer boomed over the loudspeaker. WA chose to say this place can't become romantic? With a little hard work and elbow grease, you can make anywhere romantic.
Except the void. The void is never romantic.
Crazy Hand interjected. Right. Except the void. Can we get back on topic, please? Mark requested, holding up his own invitation to Daisy and what's-his-face's wedding. This'll cost the labor force a ton. You saw how hard setting up the fancy dinner was. Right, I understand that, Master Hand explained. But we asked you to, so you're basically forced to because of your contract. Master Core piped up, hooking its way out of the desk drawer.
Exactly. The kid's got a point.
Crazy Hand cackled. No, that's not what I meant at all, Master Hand exclaimed. Floating from his seat, the giant, bodiless hand pulled down a presentation board from seemingly nowhere. On the board was what Mark presumed to be crayon drawing of Smashers. You see, the Smashers are getting rather restless. Clicking a remote once, a giant black hole appeared above the crayon drawings. Within the hole, skulls, headstones, and matin is radiated, because of the tear, Mark continued. Yeah, I get that, but what does any of this have to do with the wedding? Or working the already underpaid workers to death? I'm getting there, Master Hand chided. Clicking again, a badly edited picture of the wedding clipping appeared. With a cheesy transition, the frowns on the Smashers' faces turned into smiles. The eyes were diverted from the coming doom and instead focused on the happy event going on. Master Hand gestured to it as if it were solid proof as to why hosting this huge undertaking was a good idea. See? You want to distract them, Mark stated.
Yes.
Crazy Hand exclaimed. No. Master Hand sighed. Breathing deeply, the hand massaged his non-existent eyes. When he spoke again, his words were dipped in tiredness. Mark, times are not good right now. Anxiety is running high, and our doom might be here if no one does anything about this. People are scared, Mark. All I want is for them to be happy, even for a fleeting moment. This wedding idea doesn't sound so bad. If we can just make them all enjoy their time here again, I'll count that as a win. The room fell silent, as Master Hand's words sunk in. Things were not good. People were scared. He was scared. If they could all take their minds off it for just a moment, all would seem right in the crazy world again. I'll bring it up with the staff, Mark finally said, his arms uncrossing from his chest, as he pushed himself up from his seat. Before turning to leave, he looked up at his floating bosses. What are you going to do? U.S. Master Hand asked. They've a courtroom to remake. Xander explained. They requested to be married in the place that has brought them together again. W.H.? Really? I thought you needed more time to rest.
You believed it lie? Ooh, we got another one.
Crazy Hand gleefully giggled. filling his nails, the unhinged hand continued to speak.
We were good in like a week, tops.
We just didn't wish to be bothered with questions such as why don't we each get a shower? Or why isn't there mint on my pillow? Master Hand mused, almost beside himself. Sounds just like the hands I know, Mark said, a small chuckle making its way out of him despite his best effort. Shaking his head, Mark left. He had to start putting a plan together. After the room was void once again, Crazy Hand turned toward Master Core.
Hey, you've been pretty quiet since we got here. What gives?
Just watching the strings, Core mused. The ball of energy had been extremely interested in the change in colors of the strings that connected all the fighters. Its drawer drew out, revealing to the others the one he'd been most interested in. The line connected male Karin to female Robin. And it was a myriad of different colors. The day had arrived sooner than many had anticipated. It felt as if time flew by and the next thing anyone knew, a grand union of two becoming one was taking place. What had been a month's notice had turned into a week, and then a day before the very hour was nearly upon the Smash crew. Nearly. Robin's hands dipped into his pocket once more as he stood outside the newly recreated courthouse. Ah, it had been some time, hadn't it? Those memories seemed so distant. So far away. It seemed like another lifetime. Back when he had been a writer, as they called themselves. Back when he and his female counterpart helped Isabelle sue Luigi a spot back on the roster. Robin smiled in spite of himself. There really was something poetic about getting married in a place associated with such pain, wasn't there? About turning a memory of pain and separation into a memory of love and togetherness. Luigi and Daisy would become one under the same roof that had put their togetherness on hold. Oh, what Robin wouldn't do to have a love like that. Grasping the pocket watch that had come tailored with his suit, Robin brought it up to his face to inspect the time. 12:32. His eyes returned to the door, which remained shut. He disliked waiting. But at least he wasn't alone. Karin? Robin asked the woman who sat on the ground, plucking at the grass and dirt at her feet with no regard for the fancy dress she was wearing. Immediately, the Shelter Dragon girl's head rose to Robin's prompting. Wasn't the wedding supposed to start at noon? I think that's what the invite said, she responded, hopping up to her feet. Smoothing down the white fabric that had become crinkled and creased from her time on the ground, Karin brought a finger to her chin. Cutely, she bit at her bottom lip, as if thinking, "Here, allow me to take a look at it again." Robin made no move as Karin's slender fingers reached into the satchel Robin had brought with him. A tactician did always have to be prepared, after all. Digging around for a moment, Karin found the paper that had prompted them to come here to begin with. There was a beat of silence, where Robin was allowed to drink in her features. There was a realization coming over her features. "Karin?" Robin prompted. "Now, don't be angry." Karin started, her eyes coming up to meet Robin's for a moment, before quickly dashing away. "But it says only the wedding party needs to be here by noon. We aren't supposed to be here until 2. "Oh," Robin responded. That would be the issue, then." "I'm sorry, Robin. I should have looked it over better," Karin apologized. "I guess I was just too excited. I love weddings." Robin let out a small chuckle. He couldn't be mad at her for a mistake like that. Especially when her excitement was enamoring. "I've been to my fair share of weddings, unfortunately," Robin mused, a hand running through his silky hair. "Unfortunately. Weddings are amazing," Karin exclaimed. Her head was going places. Far-off places. Romantic places. It made her heart swell. The idea of two becoming one through the power of love. "You've no idea how much I love seeing love." "You obviously weren't at Henry and Tharge's wedding," Robin repented. Karin puffed her cheeks out at the other. "Obviously, you weren't at Charlotte and Xander's wedding. If you were, this whole sour attitude about weddings would be out the window." "Really, now?" Robin asked, completely drawn in by the warm fire that came from Karin's loving heart. "Why don't you tell me about it, then? It'll help the time pass." The way Karin's face lit up could have powered a city lock.
All right.
There were some who had read the invitation correctly, however. Not everyone in the hotel showed up to the doors hours in advance. While Robin listened into Karin's endearing story, Wolf was getting himself ready. However, he wasn't the only one who needed to get ready. Through the loop, over the hill, around the bunny hole. And there. Perfect. The tie that adorned Vil's neck was not done correctly, to be put lightly. Awkwardly, Vil rubbed at the backside of his head as he looked down upon the work of art that Wolf had massacred his necktie into being. Satisfied with his work, the vigilante dusted his paws off and straightened out his sleek, black bottoms. He looked a bit disheveled himself. But he didn't figure his space jacket was suitable for a black tie shotgun wedding. Turning his back on Vil, Wolf went off to help the other villagers that needed help. Immediately, Vil began fixing the mess that he wore. As Vil struggled with a piece of fabric that was cutting off his airflow, Craig dealt with another problem altogether. With a stick, the purple-suited villager tried to awaken his sleepy friend Thomas. However, despite being nowhere near his room, the narcoleptic villager snoozed away. His Waldo, which he had with him at all times, made for the perfect bed. With a low, annoying noise, Thomas swatted at the stick Craig was poking him with. Craig frowned. If that wasn't going to wake him. He looked at the stick, before raising it up and whack. With a hearty slap to Thomas's cheek, Craig's stick broke in two. Thomas, however, was unaffected and continued his nap instead of getting himself ready. Craig sighed. Over the river. Through the woods. Up the hill. And perfect? Petunia blinked, as Wolf ran to brush through her hair a number of times. Using all the skill of a trained pilot, Wolf styled and combed away at the little girl's hair. He wasn't good at it, but he was trying. And that's what mattered. To Isabel, anyway. The Shiju watched from the doorway of the dressing room as Wolf did his darndest to try and pretty up the 8 little gremlins he'd unwillingly adopted. It was hard, adjusting to a life like this, but he was making progress, and that's all that Isabel could ask for. The secretary gave a small smile as she simply watched him work. Feeling as if he was being watched, Wolf's instincts kicked in and his ears and eye went up. Seeing it was only Isabel, his ears folded backward and a shy kind of smile grew over his scarred muzzle. Shy wasn't an emotion Isabel usually associated with Wolf. But here, it was kind of cute. No words were exchanged between the two of them as a silent moment was shared between the chaos. It was a good moment. But it didn't last long. Soon enough, Ren and Pammy were rushing out to show Isabel, whom they had just noticed, a cool bug they had found roaming around on the floor, and Bea and Oliver were trying to light Bea's yellow dress on fire. It took a whole village, and then they shared a kiss under the moonlight. It was electric, Robin. I got goosebumps. Karen hugged herself as the happy memory washed over her. When she thought of Xander and Charlotte, her heart swelled and pulsed in a way she solemnly got anywhere else. Robin was completely drawn in by the story and the way she told it. He focused and memorized every curve of her face as she excitedly told him how the ceremony went down, or how her cousin had gotten so drunk he could hardly stand straight up at the reception. Seeing her happy made him happy. And it made him wish to attend a wedding with her one of these days. Back home in her kingdom. But Robin wasn't the only listener to Karen's happy tale. Can you go back to the part where they first fell in love?
A festival is a brief respite for the soul.
Marth piped up, startling both of them back into a plane of reality. Or the part where Xander proposed? I loved that part. Little Mac exclaimed. Sriracha stood next to him in a more fire-retardant suit, just as enthralled by the tale Karen had been telling. The fire cat's eyes glowed happily. Or. The door to the courtroom creaked open just before anyone else could get a suggestion in edgewise. A staff member of middle age stood before them, dressed to the nines. You can all go in and find a seat. I think Mark shooting me that hand signal was code for go. A loud crash was heard from within, no doubt due to incompetent staff members. Ah, of course, Marth mused. Thank you. The worker gave a short thumbs up. He didn't get paid enough for small talk. Looks like it's about to start, then, Little Mac muttered, hopefully it's just as good as Karen described it. I've never been to a wedding before. Incineroar nodded. Nor had he. You've never been to one before? Karen exclaimed. That sounds awful. Well, in any case, we shouldn't just continue standing around here. The sooner we're inside, the sooner our friends will get to experience their first true wedding, Robin mused, turning toward the door. A moment of hesitance came over him as his foot took hold of the first step. Turning around, Robin extended a hand to Karen. Shall we? He offered. Turning her head towards the man, Karen graciously took the help. Let's attend a wedding. The wedding bells rang out in ceremonious fashion as the main event of the day was about to unfold. Smashers dressed to the nines and whatever they could get their hands on strolled into the courtroom as the minutes ticked away. You know, this place kind of reminds me of my own wedding, Ken commented, a hand running through his locks of blonde. Really, now? Crumb piped up, leaning against the other dad's seat. As was custom, all the fathers of the tournament had to get in a good old-fashioned jaw wag before any major event. This is nothing like my wedding. I got married outside on a hill. Sounds like a country boy had to make do, Pac-Man quipped, adjusting the booty that rested between his chin and his legs. I thought you were a prince. What were you doing out on a hill getting married? Even I had the decency to get married inside. I am a prince. But I'm also a soldier, and soldiers had to make do with whatever it was that was tossed our way. It may not have been ideal, but it was what had to happen, Crom nodded. You make it sound like it was some kind of legend. Terry laughed, shaking his head. Making getting married sound like some kind of grand, life-altering experience. That's right. You never did get married, did you? Ken John, giving Terry a small punch to the shoulder. Nope, Terry confirmed. No need. I can be a dad all by myself. Sounds like you are just like Bowser, then, Pac-Man commented, poking a thumb at the large turtle that sat only a few feet away. Solemnly, Bowser was dressed in his white wedding outfit with a large toe fit completing the dapper attire. It was an obvious sore spot. The other dads looked away, as to not pry any further. But that didn't mean a certain Koopling knew better. Papa? Bowser Jr. asked, his head tilted upward at his father. The other Kooplings were busy causing mischief elsewhere. But Jr. sat at his father's side. Bowser muttered, before looking to his youngling. Yes, Junior? Why aren't you married? Bowser went silent, his eye downtrodden. There was an obvious answer to that. But he didn't know if Junior really needed to hear it. He knew Junior knew Peach wasn't his real mom. But did Junior know what happened to his actual mom? I was, at one point, Bowser muttered, before shaking his head. But that's a story for another time. Today's not about us. As much as I hate to say that, it doesn't need to be. Bowser crossed his arms heavily over his chest, signifying to Junior that the discussion was closed. And then he felt something press against him. Wrapping his tiny hands as far around his big, bad dad as he could, Bowser Jr. hugged his papa without a moment's hesitation. That's okay, Papa, Jr. said. You don't need to be married to be the coolest dad in the entire world. Bowser was speechless. He opened his mouth to say something but found himself coming up empty. What was this emotion welling in his chest? Bowser didn't know, but he did know what he needed to give Junior. A big Bowser-sized hug in return. While Bowser smothered his favorite son with love, more wedding goers wandered in. The ceremony was bound to begin any minute now, and the few stragglers that decided to wait until the last minute were shuffling to their spots. Banjo, who wore a somewhat worn, black suit and no backpack, paused a moment as he reached one of the aisles that were reserved for people to sit. With a hand coming up to his face, the bear inspected the surroundings. Something's wrong, Banjo? Came the, admittedly strange, feeling of Lucario's voice. Through the aura of the carefree bear, Lucario had sensed a disturbance. Gee, Lucario, I dunno. Banjo mused, scratching the backside of his head. Shuffling into a seat, the bear squinted his eyes. There's something about this place that feels familiar? Lucario questioned, tilting his head off to the side. Familiar, Banjo finished. Lucario let out a short sigh, before sitting down on the hardwood of the benches. He, too, took in the surroundings of the place. The hands had really outdone themselves this time. It was a perfect recreation of the courtroom from before. Fox exclaimed, gesturing around the room. Look, I sat here as part of the jury, and I specifically remember leaving this mark here with my blaster when we got sent up into the air. That's insane. Maybe you're the insane one, Fox McCloud, Crystal teased, giving the Star Fox commander a poke on the nose. Whatever, then, Fox said, with a small huff to his voice, before taking his seat. Suddenly, something struck the ace. Say, how did you even get invited to this operation? Do you even know the two getting married? No, Crystal answered honestly. But I figured you needed a wedding date, and I've got friends that had the in. Fox laughed, shaking his head at the ground. Yeah, right. I'd love to meet these friends of yours. You make it sound like you're upset I'm here, the blue fox pouted. Not upset, Fox returned. Just surprised. Surprise seemed to be the theme of the day, as the wedding party geared up to take part in the most important day of the Green Weenie's life. Hey, are you sure it's worth all the hassle? Oh, course I'm sure. You gotta cross a wire here and connect these little doodads. And with a shock of electricity, the rolling TV screen that King Dedede had been toying around with shot to life. Luigi let out a scream, before covering his mouth with his hands. The others, too, jumped back in shock as the screen flared red.
L. I see, hear me?
P. Professor. Luigi exclaimed, scrambling back up onto his feet. Overjoyed by the work his friend had done, Luigi wore a smile the size of a plate on his face and his heart seemed ready to explode. At this rate, with all the feelings he was feeling, it just might.
Ah, there you are.
The old man grinned.
Oh, my. Do you ever look dapper?
Luigi let out a coy laugh, his eyes turning down toward the floor. Much like his brother, Luigi's wedding outfit was a white tuxedo. His signature hat was nowhere to be seen, however, and his hair was dressed up nicely for the big day. Accents of green danced along his collar and other parts of his get-up. His cheeks, however, were dashed with a dusting of red to offset the green and white. Hiya, Mr. Professor E-Gadd. Nice to see you again. Dedede butted in, his large and imposing figure taking up most of the screen on E-Gadd's end. Much like Luigi, Dedede, and the rest of the wedding party, for that matter, was draped in white. His kingly robe was replaced with a, much too tight, tuxedo of his very own. We're you about ready to ship off your boy to the next stage of his life. Ain't that right, Ness? Ness gave a nod and a thumbs up. He was busy adjusting his uncomfortable suit. It was slightly too big, and his arms kept slipping through the sleeves. What he wouldn't give to be back in his regular hat and t-shirt combo.
Of course. That's what you've gathered me here for, is it not? Oh, I can hardly wait to see the spectacle. I haven't been to a wedding in many a moonless night.
E-Gadd exclaimed, leaning forward in his office chair. Reeling backward, he continued.
But, my dear boy, I do have a question. Where is that lovely brother of yours? He's a part of your big day, is he not?
Mario? He's. Luigi started, rubbing at the backside of his head. He's my best man. Then where is he? Trying to compose himself is my guess, King Dedede mused. Luigi gave the great king a side-eye for the less than considerate response. But sighed shortly afterward. Mario is he's a bundle of emotions. And I thought I was the emotional type. The youngest Mario brother returned. While he was a whirlwind of emotions, joy, fear, elation, Mario was just the same. His baby brother was getting married, and Mario couldn't be happier to be a part of the ceremony.
Quite right. I'm sure he's just as proud of you as I am, if not slightly less. Oh.
E-Gadd joked. The three that were gathered shared a laugh. The emotions were running so high that it was necessary to get the emotions out in any way possible. The trio continued to converse for some time before the minutes slipped away from them. With a few more encouraging words, and a short interruption by Polterpup, Professor E-Gadd was wheeled to his position in the courtroom. Time was running short. And in a few short moments, the bridesmaids and remaining groomsmen made their appearance. Gently, the door opened behind Luigi, Dedede, and Ness. With a happy smile on his face and eyes that were streaked red from tears of joy, Luigi's older brother entered in, flanked by Meta Knight, Kirby, Peach, Bayonetta, Rosalina, and Lucas. Without a word, Mario approached his brother, standing but inches away from him. Mario made eye contact with his slightly taller, slightly more lanky brother. Luigi's eyes locked with his role model. His best friend in the whole world. His big bro. As if connected by magic, Mario and Luigi embraced in a hug. Tight and comforting, Mario threatened to strangle the life out of his baby bro. New tears were beginning to form in his eyes. Mario, bro. Luigi got out. Why you gonna make me cry? I just saw Daisy. I can't believe my little bro's getting married. Mario muttered, his joy overwhelming. The hug lasted for a moment or so longer before both Mario brother was in tears. Once the hug was broken, the two began giggling through their tears, seeing the look on the other's face. The emotions were high, and the tears of joy were flowing. The moment was a brief one. But the love it displayed was something right out of a storybook. Lucas and Ness connected together for a moment, silent. Leaning against Rosalina's leg, Lucas knew that he wouldn't need to cast Park Love for the duration of the event. There was more than enough love in the air. And it was a thrilling change of pace. Lil Luigi's growing up so fast. King Dedede exclaimed, his own eyes threatening to boil over with joyful tears. It's enough to make a grown penguin cry. Something like that, Meta Knight monotoned, his voice as stoic as ever. He hadn't expected to be called to serve as one of the few groomsmen. Nor had he expected Kirby to be called to be a bridesmaid. Yet, here they were, on the cusp of the rest of his life. Simon Belmont, who was chosen to be the officiator due to his connection to the world of faith, opened the door to the holding room only to find a room of grown adults bawling their eyes out. Stunned for a moment, Simon blinked quizzically. My apologies. Is this a wedding or a funeral? Laughter erupted as another emotional swing hit them all like a bag of bricks. Peach covered her mouth with a glove, white as snow. Kirby, not understanding what everyone was on about, enjoyed the joy of the environment. Illuma squealed happily. My, isn't he a riot? Bayonetta chuckled, an arm of hers wrapping around an arm of Simon's. Simon didn't understand what the laughter was about, but he took it as a good sign. With a nod, the officiator took to his book. Now then, do we know how this all works? We didn't have much time for rehearsal. I think we're good as gold. Dedede exclaimed. He paused for a moment, though. What happens after you and Luigi walk in? With a sigh, Simon began to explain the entire process. Everything seemed clear from where he stood. With his hands clasped in front of him, Luigi stared out into the crowd. The crowd of friends, of peers, of fellow smashers. He caught faces and figures in his view. He felt as if he could see every little detail of every little thing that happened inside this courtroom. Every movement, every eye twitch, every scratch, everything. Everything was clear. Simon stood beside him telling him things every now and then, and Luigi nodded along. His heart was beating away in his chest like a drum solo that refused to stop. His heart and mind raced. Each tried to see who could jump the highest. Which organ could be heightened to the point of no return. Clarity washed over him as he saw his wedding party begin to file in. 8 of his closest friends walking in together. Luigi observed as Rosalina walked with King Dedede, pausing only slightly to direct Lucas and a handful of Lumas into a seat, before continuing. Luigi's eyes followed the absurdly tall Bayonetta walk the insanely short Ness down the aisle, before parting to their separate spots on either side of the groom. Luigi noticed every detail of Kirby's pink cheeks flush with joy as Meta Knight escorted him to his spot, before taking his own on the other side. Finally, Luigi was treated to Mario and Peach, arm in arm, making their way toward him. The brothers locked eyes again, and each shared a smile once more. A clarity came over him once again as the ring barrier and the flower goo-based life form made their way down the aisle. This was real. This was his wedding, where he and his beloved would pledge themselves to one another for the rest of their lives. In sickness and in health.
For better or worse.
Till death do they part. Luigi waddled down the walkway with flowers in hand. Without a thought in the world, the gooey mold of the man getting married spread the flowers along the walkway. White and yellow, the particular flowers cluttered the floor. Daisies. Seeing the flowers made Luigi's heart jump into his throat, as they shared a namesake with the person he loved more than anything on this earth. To think that a plant could even think to come close to how much she meant to him. Sharing a name felt like slander. But she did so love her flowers. It was fitting, really, that a woman with such a green thumb shared a name with a beautiful flower like those that cluttered the ground. Luigi glanced at Mario as Luigi went to take his place by Dark Samus and the Piranha plant in the audience. Mario looked straight ahead, a permanent smile plastered to his face. The groom let out a relieved sigh. Good. His heart wasn't beating loud enough to hear. Yet. Next came the ring barrier. Audible gasps and coos were heard as Meatball, decked out in a little white dress of her own to match the rest of the wedding party, jingled her merry way down the walkway. Attached to her collar were 2 rings for 2 people that had been equally important in her life. Her mom and dad. Meatball scampered her way up the steps and toward her papa, who gladly stooped to retrieve the 2 pieces of jewelry that would forever connect him to his wife. Wow. His wife. The idea had never fully hit him until right now. Rolling the gold in his hand, he gave Meatball a loving pat down, before handing her off to Luigi. That's one well-trained cat, Peach commented. Of course she was. She was just as much family as the rest of them. And my heart's a-racing, Mario, Luigi whispered to the best man at his side. Fidgeting, Luigi glanced around the room again. He was beginning to become hyper-aware of the clarity. The clearness of his vision. The distinct sounds of those gathered, friend and foe, to see him get married. Married. The word finally hit him. He was going to spend the rest of his life with this woman. always and forever. In sickness and in health. He was excited beyond belief. But that didn't stop his beating heart. Mario's gloved hand came to rest on Luigi's shoulder. I''M.M.A. Sure, that's natural. It's a-okay too. All at once, Luigi's heart stopped beating. The deafening sound of his ticker turning was soon no more. Silence. The doors at the back of the courtroom had opened once again, but this time no supporting member had come to make their entrance. Instead, his other half began to make her way down the aisle. Luigi's heart was silenced by her beauty. Any and all anxieties he had about this very moment were out the window. As the wedding march played to those attending the ceremony, Luigi's mind and heart were stilled. Riding in on green Yoshi, Daisy had never looked more radiant. A red toad and a blue toad strode beside the princess, holding the tail of her long, flowing dress. True to her own style, Daisy had arranged a floral pattern around the hem and bottom of her garment. With her hair done up in an updo, a crown of daisies hid under the veil that covered her brilliant, brown eyes. A bouquet, spotted with green and orange, was held between her fingers as Yoshi toted his way in. Overjoyed, the green dinosaur had to use all of his self-control to not buck the princess off. He was carrying precious cargo, just as he had done so many times before when she and the others from the Mario universe were but babies. Mario's words of assurance were met by deaf ears, as Luigi's hands went to cover his mouth. She was the most beautiful woman he'd ever met, and his heart was about to burst with how much love he had for her. 2 times so far tears ran down Luigi's face. A hand was quick to try and rub them away, but it was too late. God, he loved her. "Hey sweetie," Daisy hummed quietly as she dismounted Yoshi, her heels clicking against the hardwood of the courtroom floor. Her lips were upturned into a warm, loving smile. Her own heart was still, just as the man before her. Their hearts beat a song. Quiet, but strong. Demanding. Loving. Her own eyes threatened to bubble, but she managed to keep the dam built up. "How did I get so lucky?" Luigi mused, instinctively turning to her. His fingers found their way between hers, filling in the spaces that the flowers did not. He gave a light squeeze, and allowed his head to fall slightly to glance at their handiwork. Connected. Just as they should be. "I could ask you the same question," Daisy volleyed back. Her eyes, too, followed downward to inspect what they had made together. Her voice was low and quiet. A far cry from the booming shouts she usually issued. Her words were for his ears only. "I'm the happiest girl in this, or any, dimension. Surrounded by friends, well taken care of, and about to marry the man of my dreams. What more could a girl want? When's the man of your dreams gonna get here? I''M.M.A. Tired of holding his place here, Luigi joked. The two of them shared a laugh. Momentarily, Daisy broke their hand-holding to stop herself from snorting in front of everyone. Good old Luigi. Hopefully soon. We've got a wedding to get on with, Daisy returned. Her eyes followed downward again, before a shy kind of smile came to her face. Say, week? Luigi asked, his own timid eyes meeting up with hers. You should wear suits more often. Welcome, everyone, came Simon's booming voice, filling the entire place. The blond man wore an inviting smile upon his face, as he looked over the group of his allies, enemies, and fellow smashers. Unless you've accidentally wandered into this large building, which practically the middle of nowhere, I believe you know why we've all gathered here today. Luigi? Daisy? Simon said, turning to face the two that were to be wed. I'd like to offer my personal thanks for giving us all a day off from the Smash competiton. Those in attendance offered laughter, and so did the bride and the groom. On a more serious note, I would like to extend my gratitude. I have only known the two of you for a short while, and yet, I've enjoyed every moment of it. The love you show one another and everyone else is inspiring, and should touch everyone in this room. Words of agreement were shared amongst the crowd through murmurs, and it touched the couple deep inside. Simon waved a hand to silence the crowd, before his hands went to adjust the black tie he wore. I could sit up here all day and gab about this and that, but today isn't about that. Today is a day of uniting two people into one force. Creating unity. Creating a new bond that is unlike anything of this world. Mario? Peach? Please, let us continue onward with the unity ceremony. As expected, Mario and Peach brought 2 canisters, filled to the brim with orange and green sand respectively, from the sidelines. King Dedede transported a table with Rosalina bringing an empty vase for the sand to be poured into. The sands green to represent the groom and orange to represent the bride are separate. Close, but not connected. Luigi? Daisy? Please. Without a word, Luigi and Daisy reached forward to grasp the canisters before them. Lifting upward, Luigi met Daisy's eyes once more. Both shared a sweet smile, before moving their hands. Like a rushing waterfall, the colored sand sprinkled downward and began to fill the clear, empty vase. Orange and green intermixed. It would be impossible for any one person to separate the two sands from one another. They were connected. Mixed. Unified. Simon continued to explain the importance of the mixing ceremony to the witnessing crowd. But again, his voice fell on deaf ears. Both bride and groom were too fixated on the love of their life to pay much mind to Simon's lengthy explanation. Some clung to every word and bit of symbolism that escaped his mouth, while others tried to tune him out like a bad radio station. One thing was for sure, however. Simon didn't lack in enthusiasm. With a unification ceremony completed, and the explanation out of the way, Simon once more turned to the bride and groom, and now it is time for the vows. Do you both have something prepared? Snapping back to reality, both turned to Efficient.
Absolutely.
Both said in unity. Excellent. Please, before these witnesses, declare your vows. With a deep breath, Luigi began to prepare himself. That feeling of nerve was coming over him once again, as he turned to face his beloved. Mustering up all the courage he had, Luigi's eyes turned upward toward Daisy's oceanic crystals. He could feel himself drowning within them, and he was more than happy to drink it all in. She offered him an affectionate, soft laugh, as their eyes connected for a beat longer than expected, signifying she was feeling the same thing. Daisy, Luigi began. He hadn't written anything down, which was certainly strange behavior for Luigi. With anxiety through the roof, he usually wanted to make sure everything was planned and that he was in control of the situation. But, on a special day like today, he decided he would speak not from a written piece of paper, but rather the heart. He'd rehearsed and revised what he wanted to say upwards of 1,000 times it felt like. Squeezing her hands for reassurance, the younger Mario brother continued, I don't think I can really express just what I feel for you in the few paragraphs I've been allowed, but I don't think everyone wants to hear me ramble on and on for days on end about every little perfection about you, because I certainly would given the chance. You've been the light of my life since day one. You bring a new kind of light and adventure to my life that no one ever has, and no one ever will. I''M.M.A. So in love with you, Daisy, and I''M.M.A. So lucky that you're in love with me, too. I promise to be by your side, no matter what comes. Kidnappings, space pirates, baseball games and everything in between, I'll be right there by your side. In sickness and in health. Through the good times and the bad. I am yours, if you will be mine. Luigi's vow came to a close, and his eyes, for the first time, bashfully turned away from hers. His heart was all out on the line, in front of all his friends and peers. A beat passed, before his eyes upturned to hers again. Daisy's crystal blue eyes were abubble with emotion. I love you too, you green weenie, and I'm never gonna stop, Daisy told him, her heart beating in tune with his own. She couldn't wait even 1 second longer. In true Daisy fashion, she snapped a finger up at Simon. Yo, cross boy. If you don't let me kiss this idiot right now I'm going to blow a valve in my heart. But your vow, Simon tried to interject. I'll get to it later. Pronounce us. Bushwhacked by Daisy's brashness, Simon flipped pages through the holy book he had within his hands. Well then. By the power vested in me, and before all these witnesses, I now pronounce you husband and wife. But it was too late. Daisy had already thrown herself onto the man she loved so deeply. The kiss they shared as a chorus of claps rang throughout the courtroom felt like their first one all over again. Sweet and caring, deep and meaningful. Daisy's arms, still full of flowers, wrapped around Luigi's neck. Luigi's gloved hands found their way to the small of her back. He was just as surprised by the sudden, locking kiss as anyone else in the room, but he didn't mind. They were married. They were one. They were unified. The claps continued to ring out, as the Smashers rose the roof for the first ever marriage of a couple in the Smash tournaments. Mario whistled loudly, letting out a chorus of whoops and celebratory sounds. Cappy exploded off of Mario's head and soared high into the sky, clapping his own ghostly appendages. Peach kept it orderly and formal but wore the biggest grin on her face. King Dedede rose next up onto his shoulders and the duo cried out in pure elation.
Let's go get drunk!
Dr. Mario exclaimed from the crowd, clapping wildly and undoing his stuffy suit coat and tie.
Name?
What? What do you mean, name, you bumbling gorilla? You know me. Donkey Kong lowered his sunglasses to stare down the lanky, purple plumber. The great ape had been contracted by Mark to ensure the reception went as smoothly as humanly, or gorilla-like, possible. The terms of their contract were agreeable. All DK had to do was stand outside the music room, look intimidating, and check guests in. If he could do all of that, he would be rewarded handsomely with an abundant supply of his favorite thing. Banana coins.
Name,
DK repeated, scratching at his face. Subtly, he adjusted the guests list on the desk, careful not to knock his translator off and onto the floor. Unimpressed, the ape loosened his jaw. Waluigi. Waluigi exclaimed. Number 1 A fighter in this A-hole tournament. I sleep in the garage? Come on, get out of the way.
not on the list,
Donkey Kong informed, flicking through the absolutely massive guest lists. He adjusted his sunglasses again, using them as reading glasses. How am I not on the list? Waluigi exclaimed. I know TH Groom, and I hate him. This has to be some sort of a misunderstanding.
Are we having a problem?
Waluigi's eyes shifted downward to where the voice had come from. Diddy Kong, dressed up suavely to match his big buddy, toted a peanut pop gun.
Dono.
Donkey Kong humbled, giving Waluigi another glare. Subtly, the great ape shifted his coat open slightly to reveal he had a coconut gun tucked away. If Waluigi was shot by that, it was gonna hurt.
Are we?
What a load of Waluigi started, face-palming himself. Dragging his hand down his face and extending his eyelid, the lanky prankster turned to his partner in crime. Wario, tell him this is a mistake. Wario dug a pinky into his nose, digging for gold in all the wrong places.
Sorry. I don't know you.
W.Y.
Wario, good to see you.
Donkey Kong grinned, showing off his pearly whites. Grabbing the red rope and lifting upward, he ushered Wario inside.
Right this way.
Excellent!
Wario laughed out, easily walking through the opening Donkey Kong had allowed him.
You're lousy!
Waluigi's questioning was cut short by a blast from a peanut pop gun, as Diddy Kong began raining hellfire on the man who tried to enter the party illegally, marking the second time in this stupid tournament he'd been unjustly shot in the head. Wario, unfazed by the barrage of peanuts being pelted at his lanky purple partner, walked past the archways that led into the reception. But it was hardly a reception at all. Due to the time constraints that came with the wedding's existence, Mark hadn't had time to organize his troops into easy-to-dispatch battalions of sit-up and tear-down. Instead, he had a gaggle of available idiots helping him throw the whole thing together. And things were not going well. A Wartson would be more pleasant to see. A lemur whistled at his Pikmin, signaling the sentient plants to what they needed to do. Coming to a halt to stare at the commander, the Pikmin bumped and bumbled into one another, toppling over the chairs and tables they had been tasked with placing. A lemur face-palmed the front of his helmet, before shaking his head. There was absolutely no way they would have this place up and operational by the proposed deadlines. Hopefully Mark was as forgiving as the president of Hokote Shipping, or else a lemur might be out of a temporary job. Fixing his shoddy bogey, a lemur waved his Pikmin in the right direction and whistled again. Squeaking amongst themselves, the Pikmin grabbed a table and a chair and rushed off in the direction the captain had ordered them to go. With a content nod and smile, a lemur looked over toward his fellow soldier at arms. Compared to a lemur, Alf was doing leaps and bounds better. Waving his hands around like a less than graceful swan, Alf's chosen Pikmin didn't even stop to look at their commander. It was as if they were being controlled by a foreign force. It was amazing to see the boy's unique style of commanding work so well in such dire times. A lemur was proud. Suddenly, the captain was nudged by something. Looking over his shoulder, a lemur was greeted by the sight of a very well-dressed tree, still without shoes, nudging him with his bare feet. His hands were preoccupied with a large plant and pot. A bonsai tree. Excuse me, small commander, Roost's stern, yet not unkind, voice came. He gestured towards the plant he held in his hands. Where would I go about putting my wedding gift for the new couple? I don't see anything that indicates a gift table. A lemur flipped through the notes Mark had scribbled down for him on a pair of cocktail napkins. Right there, clear as day, was the shoddy drawing of the gift table. He hadn't seen it beforehand, and now would have to redo a large portion of the work he'd already done. Groaning inwardly, a lemur whistled loudly to his Pikmin, before pointing at a table and gesturing wildly to the place it should go. There was a loud crash as the Pikmin dropped what they were doing to fulfill their captain's request. I see. I'll go see if there's anywhere else I can place this plant for the time being. Bidding farewell, Riz started to do what he did best. Wander.
Damn it!
Placing one foot in front of the other, the lone warrior looked about the sleek, wooden floor that was in total and utter pandemonium. Poor hotel staff bustled here and there, shouting at directions at one another. Guests continued to file their way in. Some took tables, while others stood as Ray did and watched the chaos unfold. As Ray continued his leisurely pace, he passed by an area that had been turned into a kitchen for the time being. A commotion arose, as well as an aroma. Spicy. Sweet. It assaulted the nostrils, that much was for sure. However, if it was a good sensation or not he did not know. Taking a moment to peek through the wooden window, he caught a glimpse of just what the problem was. Don't even know what the heck that stuff is. There's no possible way we can feed it to the patrons. Ack, where's the artistry? It's all the same color. Chef Kawasaki was having a mini panic attack. Having banded together with a small array of 2-bit chefs, the head chef was trying his darndest to make this thing work. But that would be easier said than done. Mr. Game & Watch booped and beeped as he flipped black meat and side dishes all around the kitchen from seemingly nowhere. The 2D man was going to town with making his part of the dish. But the food looked more like a tire than anything else. Timidly, Chef Kawasaki picked at the food before him. Popping it into his mouth, the chef was pleasantly surprised. Instead of rubber it tasted like paper. We can't serve this stuff. Chef Kawasaki bleated. This won't fill anyone up, and we got some big eaters out there. Have you seen how much King Dedede eats? It'll take, like, 25 of those appetizers to even get him started. Mr. Game & Watch, however, paid him no mind and continued to flip his food. Kawasaki let out a stressed noise, massaging his head thoroughly. He was starting to get a migraine. Link, buddy, the lead chef pleaded, turning toward the other member of his party of pastry chefs. Please tell me you've got some holy mackerel. What is that? Link, finishing the cake that would be made for the wedding in the wok he had before him, turned toward the man who had called for him. A massive pile of food, nearly reaching the ceiling of the confined little kitchen area, loomed over Kawasaki's head. Holding up 2 little figurines he had carved himself, one resembling Luigi and the other Daisy, Link followed his gaze. Nonchalantly and non-committally, Link shrugged. If you give me the means, I'll give you the ends. Aye. I turned my back for 5 seconds. How did you manage to? Chef Kawasaki gasped, exasperated. His eyes were greeted with dishes he could have only imagined in his wildest cutlery-themed dreams. Steaks, grilled to perfect browns, were coated in honey and sweetened, sautéed mushrooms. Fish, grilled to magnificence, was complemented by a drizzle of lemon and touch of garlic. Greens, reds, and purples danced in Kawasaki's irises as beautiful salads lined the trays, ready to go out when the time was right. Awestruck, the royal chef placed his hands on his cheeks and let out a soft squeal. He was in disbelief, but, for once, it was a happy disbelief. Aye. I haven't even started up the stove for my cooking yet. Again, Link offered nothing more than a shrug, before moving to place the man and wife atop the wedding cake. Fast worker, I guess. This puts us way ahead of schedule. We're gonna make it. He cried. Oh, I could just hug you right now, you nude Hestia. Please don't. Both chefs stopped in their tracks. That noise. That virtualization. It was enough to send shivers through even the holder of the Triforce of Courage. Slowly, both Link and Kawasaki turned their heads towards the vile beast that had entered their domain. The white goose stood in the doorway of the kitchen. Who let that demon in here? Kawasaki whispered, terrified. Link had no answer, as he stared down the avian enemy. Mr. Game & Watch continued to not care. Shoo. Get. Kawasaki hissed, waving his label at the enemy. Oh, or you'll be the main course. Kawasaki jumped, landed on his backside, and scuttled behind Link's leg. Gee, get your sword. Get your bow. Get a gun. Anything. Gee, just don't let a birdie touch our hard work. It was time for Ray to leave, for he had seen everything. The plant's weight in his arms was beginning to get uncomfortable, and he needed to find himself that gift table. Scanning about the room, he spotted 2 more individuals tasked with setting the room and atmosphere. Or, well, one individual doing the work he'd been hired to do and one, raven-winged angel tailing his every move. You're hovering. Dark Pit was taken aback by Ren's sudden assertion. No, I'm not. Dark Pit replied, genuinely confused, but still mirroring the steps where Ren walked. I'm standing on the ground. Ren let out a huff of a laugh, before stooping to grab what must have been the 100th folding chair he'd set out. That's not what I mean, and you know it. Both of you've just been standing around watching me work for the past half hour. What? I helped. Morgana protested. It was this punk who's not done anything. Dark Pit glared at Morgana. That one centerpiece doesn't count, Ren informed the cat. Yeah, it totally does. Morgana protested. I don't see you having to put it out. Great. Thanks, Ren replied, voice dripping with sarcasm. You're welcome. Morgana beamed, completely missing the jab. Hey, Ren? Came Dark Pit's voice. It was a little less full than he would have liked it to be. Clearing his throat, Dark Pit continued to follow the boy around. Have you ever been to a wedding before? Ren paused for a moment, standing idly with the chair in his grasp. He looked to his fingers, and then the floor, before returning to work. Flicking the legs of the chair downward, he all but tossed the chair to its position. Once, Ren recalled. His answer seemed far away. Both Dark Pit and Morgana could pick up on that much for sure. Ren paused once again, before shaking his head and moving toward a long, large table. But it was a long, long time ago. Really? Morgana asked, hopping to the side of his friend. Yeah, really, Ren returned, stooping to grab an end. His fingers caressed the harsh wood. If he got a splinter from this, he was filing for workers' relief. Again, Ren paused, his eyes glancing up towards his dark-winged friend. If you're curious, grab the other end of the table and help me out. I'll tell you about it. Dark hesitated slightly. It was obvious that the wedding Ren had attended hadn't been as joyous as the one they had just come from. Alas, he did as his friend requested. Grasping the other end of the table, he didn't have to stoop as he was, embarrassingly, quite short. Both boys put their backs into the task at hand. With a table between them, Dark leaped forward and prodded ever so slightly. What was it like? Dark Pit asked, his voice full of hushed wonder.
Okay.
I was little. Quite little. I don't really remember a whole lot about it, if I'm being honest, Ren responded, letting out a huff and a grunt as he maneuvered the table through the wardroom that was the music room. Must have been 5, 6 maybe. Why were you getting married that young? Mona asked, making no motion to assist the jester and clown that were holding up the table. Such petty labor was beneath him. Or, well, technically above. Joker returned a glare to Morgana, but decided it wasn't worth it to kick the cat across the room for such a dumb comment. I wasn't getting married. Who was? Dark asked, his tone genuine and lacking his usual point and edge. My parents, Ren stated, turning his shoulder. The boy let out a small sigh, before shaking his head. I remember seeing the picture that they had in the living room of my old house. Before they sent me to live with Sojiro. I was in it, but they didn't really look as happy as Luigi and Daisy did. I think that they only got married because I was an accident. For tax reasons. It felt like it, anyway. Dark Pit's eyes furrowed in confusion. He pumped the table upward to avoid clipping Greninja on the head, who was darting around the room. The ninja frog stopped momentarily to stare down Morgana, before disappearing into a cloud. Strange, that one was only ever popping in and out every now and then. Why would anyone get married if they didn't love each other? Dark Pit asked. Shouldn't have they been excited or some shit to be getting married finally? Beats the hell out of me, Ren huffed, dropping his end of the table. It crunched against the ground in place. Dark, not expecting Ren's sudden drop, went down with the table.
This is what reality is.
Before Ren could issue an apology for his sudden rush of childlike anger, a high-pitched, nearly incomprehensible sound bleated its way over the loudspeaker. Confused and astounded, the guests and workers alike turned their eyes up toward the sound of the commotion. Two squids sat at the mic booth, both blinking awkwardly out into the audience. Marie, seeing the screw-up her cousin had made, took the mic into her hand for a moment before twisting a knob. Is this thing working now? Marie asked, holding her translation headphones to her ears. Seeing that it was, she nodded. Ahem. Sorry about that. Now, as we were saying. Grab a seat, losers. This wedding reception just got fresher than fresh. Collie wailed into the mic, much to the chagrin of her partner. Please excuse her, Marie said, grabbing the mic away from her excitable cousin. She means well, but she's lacking a little in the everything department. Hey. But she does have a point, Marie continued, gesturing towards the door. Ladies and gentlefish, please, give it up for the man and lady of the hour. Right on cue, the door was opened by well-dressed Kappa. Kappa nodded his head to Luigi and Daisy, allowing them to enter their reception, arm in arm. A roar of applause went up from those attending the party. Luigi waved down to the others with a smile plastered on his face. Daisy did just the same, blowing a few kisses towards a few of her friends. Following the bride and the groom was the wedding party. Mario and Peach, much like Luigi and Daisy, entered in arm. The older duo made a pretty good couple themselves. Unfortunately, neither dared to take the first step. Yet. Don't they go together better than inklings and ink brushes, Marie? Kali asked, a wistfulness to her voice. The perfect couple needs the perfect entrance music, don't you think? Absolutely, Marie agreed. And, luckily for them, they've got only the best musicians this side of the dimensional rift emceeing their reception. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Marie? I think so. The two Squid sisters jumped up and struck a pose. With said pose being struck, a soft, warm, electronic beat began to flood into the audience. The melody was relaxing. Calming. With the audience wrapped around their finger, Kali and Marie began to perform Fresh Start. All eyes were drawn to the source of the noise, as Mario tapped the side of his champagne glass with a spoon. All speaking in the crowded room came to a close, and all attention was on the white-suited Italian. I''M.M.A. So glad you all could make it tonight. Mario beamed enthusiastically to the crowd. The man was a bundle of nerves. Positive nerves, but nerves nonetheless. It was quite the contrast to his usual well-put-together demeanor. Dusting off his shoulders out of the sheer need to use his hands for something other than shaking, he continued. I know. A lot of you didn't exactly have a choice between this and doing absolutely nothing all day. But I just wanna let you know how much it means to me that you all managed to get spiffed up and ready for my kid brother's big day. You know, it wasn't too long ago that me and Yoshi were out riding around trying to take you back from Bowser's clutches. That was 26 years ago. Luigi laughed in return. What you mean, not too long ago? Mario had himself a good belly laugh, shaking his head at the empty plate before him. Dinner wasn't quite ready to be served on account of an incident, but Mario couldn't wait for the deliciousness that would await him. Anyway, when Luigi asked me to be his best man at his wedding, I''M.M.A. Be honest. It was the proudest moment of my life, and I've had a lot of proud moments. Luigi, Mario started, turning toward his younger brother, who sat at his right. You're not only my brother. You're my best friend in the whole wide world. Every moment I've shared with you has been one for me to remember. I know you. You sometimes struggle with that. Thinking you aren't remembered. But to Amy? Gently, as if Luigi was a delicate artifact, Mario placed his hand on his brother's shoulder. Luigi looked to Mario's gloved hand, and then upward to his smiling brother's face. The smile that poked out from under Mario's stash was warm and inviting. Enough to melt an emotional man. You're the superstar of my life, and Daisy is a very, very lucky woman. Luckily, Luigi was an emotional man. Thank you, Mario, Luigi weakly returned, his heart having gone through another emotional battering. The green bean had struggled his entire life to make something of himself. But as he looked around at everything he had here, a group of friends he could always count on, a loving family he couldn't live without, and a brand new chapter of his life beginning with Daisy by his side, he realized he didn't need to struggle anymore. He was here. He was happy. He was happy. Do you wish for me to get the tissues again, Mario? Cappy asked, his eyes sprouting out of Mario's wedding cap. I believe we have some extras on the bus. And no, I''M.M.A. Good. Thank you. Mario stopped himself. How many times had he almost caught himself saying that name since the hotel fell? I'm okay, Cappy. Alright, the Cap returned. Let me know if you need anything. Absolutely. There was the light sound of a woman clearing her voice, as Peach glanced around the crowded reception hall. Her speech was neatly written out on a few cards. Unlike Mario, who rushed headfirst into anything, oftentimes throwing caution to the wind, Peach had prepared something for her best friend. She'd spent a lot of time on this, and hoped the emotions were clearly shown in the few paragraphs she had prepared. Daisy, Peach began, her royal, important-sounding voice cutting across the air. It was pleasant. The kind of voice one would expect a leader to have. A voice that drew people in and made them listen. Daisy's eyes were completely focused on her pal as she continued. Don't you remember when you and I would have sleepovers when we were children, and, like all little girls do, spoke about getting married? How we both marry the most handsome, loyal knight in the entire surrounding lands. Well, that didn't quite turn out, did it? You're right on that one, Daisy mused with a bit of a chuckle, rolling her eyes. Instead, you found love in a better place than that. Instead of a pompous knight who's full of himself, you found yourself a humble plumber, who's never afraid to put his fears behind him and dash cautiously forward. He's a great man. And you're the perfect woman to keep him in line, Peach added a soft smile to the statement. Flicking her card, she continued. Since the day I met you, you've never been afraid to be who you really are. A loud, sport-obsessed geek who's fiercely loyal. I know that if I ever needed someone to consult, you'd be my go-to. I know this wedding won't change you, as nothing has changed who you are throughout your entire life. Continue to be you, Daisy, and you, this marriage, and your love will continue to blossom. As Peach's speech came to a close, Peach turned towards her best friend as Mario had done to Luigi. Their eyes connected, and Peach could see the emotion welling in Daisy. She knew that only meant one thing. Come here, you bastard, Daisy exclaimed, before wrapping Peach in a bear hug that would make Banjo choke. Peach let out a soft sound of surprise, but gladly accepted the strong hug. The duo embraced for a long moment, before Daisy pulled away, rubbing violently at her face. Don't you ever say nice things like that about me again or I might squeeze you to death. Daisy's harsh request made the rest of the wedding party, and the audience, laugh aloud. Oh, the love was in the air. Suddenly, a loud bell rang out. All eyes were quick to turn toward the sound, as it continued to cut through the blissful, loving air of the reception. Toon Link held a handheld bell, and was ringing it as if there was no tomorrow. Flanking him were the rest of his cohorts. Red, Blue, and Vio all wore suits that matched their respective colors with chef hats on top to complete the look. Behind the four of them strode three Yoshis, with food lining their backs.
Next level games! Come on!
Toon Link exclaimed. They can't hear you if you only think it, you dumbass, Blue retorted, shaking his head. Begrudgingly, the Toon Link grabbed 2 plates, both gourmet slices of beef drizzled in seasoning and accompanied by a hearty serving of rice and mixed vegetables, and served them, all but tossing them towards Cloud and Ike. Ugh, I feel ridiculous. Why did we even agree to do this in the first place? They promised us extra dessert if we're good. Red Link responded, taking his own plates off the red Yoshi's back. Plus, don't you think it's nice? Helping out Big Link and that nice chef guy. It's what heroes do. If this is what heroes do, I want a refund, Blue retorted, shooting a glance at his other part. Grumbling to himself, Blue returned to the purple Yoshi to receive 2 more dishes this time, surf and turf. Extra dessert does sound good, though. Think of it this way, Vio chimed in, the purple Link's head voice calming and smooth on the ears. If we get through this, there's a big party that comes afterward that you rapscallions can get as rambunctious as you want at, and no one will care. Why do I need to help wait tables if I hardly know the bride and groom? Blue complained. I've been in this realm, like, all of 10 minutes. I don't know either of these clowns well enough to care about a wedding. I do, though, Toon Link said, giving his friends a look. They've always been nice, and they really love each other. That's pretty rare nowadays. It's really the least we can do. Now, go to Yarn Yoshi and start unloading him. He's still pretty loaded down. Blue sighed aloud, before heading over towards the Yarn Yoshi. He did suppose it wouldn't kill him to help out a little around here? Muttering under his thought breath, Blue's hands were once again full of plates to serve to the wedding patrons. For a moment, he looked to the food, and then looked up. And when he looked up again, the sight before him scared the living daylights out of him. The Toon Link, clad in black, thought. He reached out and poked the blue Toon Link on the nose. Blue let out a terrified scream, dropping the 2 plates he had and shattering them on the floor. Blue, what's wrong? Vio asked, concerned. All 3 Toon Links turned their attention toward their startled brother. I think I saw. Blue looked around. The slippery, coal-colored bastard was gone. Nothing. Sorry. I got startled, Blue said, shrugging off the encounter. But deep down he knew what he saw. His suspicions were all but confirmed. But for tonight, he was a server, not an investigator. Grabbing a few more plates from the concerned woolly Yoshi, Blue shakingly headed back to work, placing a plate down in front of Nana. The pink ice climber sat in between Ike and Cloud, and she was, to say the least, extremely uncomfortable. The 2 men on either side of the young girl consumed the food they were given like hogs at the trough. Hunched over their plates of proteins and vegetables, both mercenaries shoveled the food down their throat holes as if it was their final meal before they would be marched to the electric chair. Chunks flew from their mouths in an unflattering manner, and Nana was caught directly in the crossfire. Idly, the ice climber poked at her vegetarian dish. It looked delicious. Steamed mushrooms were arranged in a heart surrounding a large, grilled eggplant. Olive oil had been drizzled over the whole dish with peppers and tomatoes stuffed inside the purple veggie. Link truly was an amazing cook to have created this using only a wok. But Nana wasn't eating any of it. This wasn't where she was meant to be. Cloud and Ike were great and all, but her eyes were elsewhere. With longing in her heart, Nana stared off toward her brother, who was happily chatting with some friends. The loneliness had begun to creep over her again, as she watched from afar. Then, a thought struck her. She didn't need to be afar. Her pride. It had clouded her vision. Made her separate herself from the one she had loved. The one she did love and would continue to love. Her heart yearned to be with her brother and her friends again. But her grudge against Mark, his actions, and Papo's decisions had cut her off from where she needed to be. With them. Before her mind could tell her to stop, Nana scooped up her plate and utensil, and began to shyly walk her way over to where Papo, Lucas, and a handful of villagers were sitting. With one final inhale of breath, Nana softly lifted her eyes off of her plate, and reached out. Her mitted hand gently touched Papo's arm. Papo, who had been knee-deep in his own rice and tomato vegetable dish, turned away from the conversation he and Lucas had been holding, and was met with a familiar face. A face he had known his whole life, and a face he needed to have in his life. The familiar face was strange, however. It held an expression he wasn't used to seeing on his twin sister. Regret and sadness. Nana? Papo addressed softly. Are you okay? Can I sit here? Nana asked, her voice filled with the same sadness Papo had seen on her face. She was avoiding eye contact, as if she was ashamed of what she had done. Absolutely. Please, sit down. Papo eagerly invited, pulling the chair out for her to sit down in. Silently, Nana took the chair Papo had offered her. Placing her plate down on the table, the young girl became acutely aware of the eyes on her and the silence of their conversations. Gently, she sighed, for she knew exactly what they were waiting for. But she didn't know if she was strong enough to provide it. She began, before her lips fell shut again. She hated feeling like this. She needed to get these feelings off her chest. I missed you, Papo. I've missed you too, Nana, Papo responded, almost instantly. I don't want there to be this divide between us anymore. Nana blurted out. She could feel a rush of emotion surge over her as she said that simple sentence. I want things to go back to how they were before. I wanna be friends, and siblings again. Me too, Nana, Papo returned. Compassion was all over his face as he looked to his sister. The duo made eye contact for the first time in what felt like months, but you gotta remember what Papa used to tell us. Don't go climb in any of those dang mountains? Nana questioned, sniffling. Papo let out a little laugh at that, shaking his head. No, the other thing. Life's too short to get caught up in hate. I don't hate you, Papo. I never will. Nana told him. I hate not being with you. But your hate is what kept us apart. Papo pointed out. Nana paused, her mouth falling to a close. Papo, as per usual, was right. As much as Nana hated to admit it, Papo was correct. Shyly, as if avoiding the truth of the statement, Nana's eyes fell back down to her plate of veggies. You should talk to him, Nana, Papo stood his sister, a gentle, mitted hand touching her shoulder, because I missed having you around, too. Like a whole lot. There was a moment of pause in Nana, her eyes still down on the purple veggie before her. But Papo, I saw. I know, Papo said, but it was something that no one had any control over. It's okay. He's a good guy who was forced to be the bad guy. He saved me before. And holding grudges isn't healthy, maybe, Nana told her blue-clad brother. But not now. Later. The ice climber patted her hands down on the table, her eyes rising to meet her friends. For now though? You've got to catch me up on everything I missed. I've lost so much time being Loki. Fat a girl. Papo grinned. Now, where do we start? As Papo, Lucas, and the villagers began to fill Nana in on what exactly she had been missing out on, she, dressed to the nines in traditional, ceremonial, Menchica clothing, walked by with 2 plates worth of seconds. Allowing the aroma to fill her nostrils, Sheik was glad to take a day off for such a wondrous event. Even if she looked like a man on the outside, she was still Princess Zelda on the inside. The event of a marriage was always a big deal back home, and it was no different here. Seeing 2 of her acquaintances uniting in matrimony made her heart soar. Oh, and the food wasn't too bad either. Returning to her spot in the corner, she gave the second plate of food to the young hero of time. Young Link had made good of his promise to start spending more time with the princess he had worked with in the future to destroy the Great Evil One. Greninja, too, sat beside the other, backishly poking at the puffins he had set out before him. His pupils were in some far-off place, staring up and beyond the man serving the two of them food. But young Link stared somewhere with more vicious intent. "Is something wrong?" she asked, as she returned to her seat. "If looks could kill, you'd have murdered at least 5 people in the crossfire." Without a word, characteristic of the Lynx, young Link rose his finger to point at what had caught his attention. Following the invisible line the finger made in the air, Sheik was quick to understand where young Link's resentment arose. Oh! The villain's club table was wild with rowdy laughter. King K. Rool's big, meaty claws dug into the table as he pounded up and down like a wild animal. Ganondorf's hand covered his mouth to cease himself from laughing too loudly. Even Ridley seemed to be enjoying himself through the mouthful of substance he had in his mouth. The baddies shook the entire room with their roaring laughter. They had gained a new member. Skull Kid floated triumphantly by his chair, his head twitching around like a drug addict looking for their next fix. Major might be mostly in control, but Skull Kid still had the final say in any of their actions. Which also included the vocalization. "Personally, I don't think that joke was very funny," Karen huffed, her arms folding snugly across her chest. With a scowl on her face, she continued. "You kids nowadays need to learn some respect. Sometimes Oh, can it?" Ganondorf all but commanded. He shot them a look, before shaking his head. "You're beginning to irritate me." "Beginning?" Ridley asked, a low growl in his voice. Pitch, who sat in the space pirate's lap, idly snoozing the day away. All this socializing was quite a bit for the baby Pokemon. Ridley wished he could curl up in a ball and black out the rest of the world. Or at least Karen. "I've been there for the past 2 hours. We haven't even been at the reception that long," Karen protested. "I know," Ridley snarled. "Why do you even hang out with this wet blanket?" Skull Kid questioned, scratching at his chin under the mask. "I'm surprised she hasn't turned up cold and dead somewhere long ago." Punctuating the sentence with a laugh, Skull Kid elbowed King K. Rool's stomach. The Crocodile King removed his tiny crown to scratch at his bald head, before gargling his answer. With a shrug, the big guy looked to the others. Why did they let her hang out with them? Even the plant and the weird, blue Samus clone made better company than she did. "She's more evil than the rest of us," Ganondorf retorted, matter-of-factly. "No being I've come across before nor met since has even come close to her level." "Not even that witch lady from the bar?" Ridley asked, with a perked eyebrow. Ganondorf shuddered. "Don't remind me of her." "Well, that's all neat and all, but I just realized something. I don't care at all." "Thank you, Skull Kid. We try to make our conversations around here as dull and pointless as possible," Ridley said, with a roll of his eyes. "I didn't say that," Skull Kid muttered, confused. "What do you mean?" The voice was annoying and high-pitched, so I know for a fact that it wasn't tons of fun, the space pirate replied, pointing his sharp tail towards King K. Rool. Offended, K. Rool huffed a steamy breath at the purple people killer. "What's the matter, fellas? Don't recognize an old friend when you hear his voice?" All eyes turned toward an office chair that had suddenly appeared at the round table. As if to build suspense, it slowly spun around, to reveal a stubby, purple puffball wearing a jester's hat. There was a moment's pause. "Who are you, exactly?" Ganondorf asked. Pitch, who, stirred by the conversation, sat upon Ridley's lap. Sleepily, the little rat rubbed at his eyes, looking up at Ridley's long face and then across the table to the rest of the villains. "Were these new friends?" "What? I am offended." Marks gasped out, his cocky demeanor dropping for a moment. "Come on. You guys know me, right? I know you. And you, and you, and you haven't had a game since the Wii. Are you some half-baked cousin of Kirby's, or something?" Ridley asked, completely ignoring the puffball's words. "Nah, ooh. Marks groaned out. "Come on, guys. It's me, Marks." "Wait, that name does sound familiar," Ganondorf mused, rubbing at his chin. It took a moment before the light bulb turned on in the king's head, but eventually it did. With a snap of his finger, Ganondorf remembered. "Ah, that's right. Marks. That annoying, petty asshole in the Smash chat, correct?" Marks paused. "Yeah, that's me." "I didn't expect you to be so," Ridley mused, rolling his claw around in the air, looking for the right word. "Unthreatening?" Ganondorf offered. "Adorable?" Karen chimed in. King K. Rool suggested. I get it. You guys don't think I'm cool enough to sit here. I get it. I don't look as scary as you or as big as you. But I am just as evil. Watch this." Like a cat with a hairball, Marks began to hack and cough. Eventually, with his eyes going cross and his tongue rolling out onto the table, the little purple devil got out what he needed to. Dripping and covered in fluid, a small, glass vial laid out on the table. "Which one of you guys wants to poison some children?" Marx asked, wickedly cackling. All the villains were quiet, simply staring at the bottle before them. Marx cracked one eye open to look at them, a smug smile held on his face. "Absolutely." Skull Kid exploded. "That's awful." Karen gasped. "Count me in," Ridley grinned. It had been too long since anyone had been injured around here. Nudging his little buddy, Ridley pointed to the vial. "Pichu," Ridley said, his voice softer and less gravely than usual. Pichu really brought out the best in him. Taking the scary vial, Ridley brought it to his Pokemon pal. "Take this and go dump it in the punch bowl. It'll be really, really funny." "PEI?" Pichu asked, taking the poison into his new hands. Ridley had been an astounding moral compass for the little creature. Without a second thought, Pichu went off to do as his trainer had instructed. The villains watched him go. "Such a cool little dude," Marx commented, chewing on a straw. "Need to get me a minion to do my bidding." "Isn't it evil?" Gendorf parlayed. "He's not a minion," Ridley huffed. "I don't trust anything to minions. He's more of a lesser being I don't find value in killing, so a minion," said Marx, an eyebrow raised. "Well, I think he's disgusting," Karen huffed. "Filthy rodent." "We know what you think," Gendorf said. "And, frankly, none of us really give a rat's ass." With another chorus of laughter, Pichu began to duck and weave his way through the crowd of hungry smashers. Under tables, through the open areas, and even across a few tables, Pichu was on a mission and he didn't intend on stopping. Along his journey, the electric mouse rubbed up against the leg of a certain princess, causing her to yelp out in surprise. Eyes from surrounding tables turned toward the young woman, who, embarrassed by her own actions, timidly turned her head downward toward the food before her. She was the only one seated at the table at the moment. A slow eater, Lucina's friends and comrades were finished with their meals before her. The large salmon she had been greeted with was only half gone at this point, and her stomach didn't know just how much more she could take before she exploded. "Are you alright, Lucina?" Another skittish yelp escaped her as a voice addressed her from out of the blue. Cursing at herself inwardly for being so on edge, the girl awkwardly shoveled hair out of her face. Was she alright? For the most part, she felt alright. But recently, she had felt lighter. Happier? Like bubbles were forming in and tickling her stomach directly under the flat slab of skin. It wasn't a sick kind of feeling, but it certainly was a kind of feeling. She felt this way before, hadn't she? But when? Lucina? Ah, she exclaimed, shaking her head. Man, she was 0 for 10 on the smooth conversations today, wasn't she? Her crystal blue eyes rose to meet the muscle-bound form that was Richter Belmont who had been addressing her. "I apologize, Richter. I don't know why, but I've been a little in my head recently." "Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that," Richter offered sympathetically. With what must have been his fourth plate of food sat down before him, Richter moved to take his seat right beside her once again. "Any particular reason?" Her eyes absorbed every little detail of his face. From his oceanic eyes to his defined jawline to a small, almost unnoticeable scar that receded under his right eye, Richter seemed to be a painting brought to life. He blinked twice, before saying something to her. It went completely over her head. Flustered again by her zoning out, Lucina hid behind her hands. And no reason at all. Not that I figured out, anyway. Were the bubbles starting up again? Lucina was acting strange. Richter noticed and made a mental note of it, but mostly shrugged it off. Must be nothing. No, Richter started, beginning to cut through his seasoned-to-perfection steak. The Belmont clan has a cure-all to ailments of the head, body, and soul. Maybe it could help you out a little. And what might that be? Lucina asked. She had completely forgotten about her own meal by this point. Instead, her eyes focused on Richter's callous, yet surprisingly gentle hands carving his own meat. A slight kind of smile stretched over Richter's face. They get drunk. He laughed. Plopping a chunk of steak into his mouth, the young Belmont continued. Yeah, what? I'll even get the ball rolling for you. Mind if I buy you a drink? Lucina's stomach flipped. The prospect of ever drinking alcohol again was completely and utterly out the window. Audibly, she let out a groan, her hands removing themselves from the table and instead clutching her stomach. Please, Richter, you've seen me drunk, and you know it's an awful idea, Lucina muttered, shaking her head at him. I think I'll pass. Forever. Richter laughed. I was kidding, Luce. You were a complete mess the next day. Yeah. Lucina said. She did not have fond memories of that day. Suddenly, a million thoughts ransacked her brain at the same time, loudly interrupting any thought she was having. Though only one was one that she would vocalize. Did he just offer to buy me a drink? Isn't that what men at ale houses do when they think a woman is pretty? Does he mean something more than just the offer? Was that a friend thing, or did he mean something more? Oh goddess, what if he did mean something more? Is he dropping hints? How do Did I ever properly thank you for the care you gave me? Lucina asked, her face growing hotter by the second. Gods, she hoped it wasn't viable. It totally was. Richter, however, did not know why she was slowly turning into a tomato, and he wasn't the kind of person to pester her for it. Instead, he rose a hand. Please, I already told you that you don't have to do that. That's just what friends do, right? Lucina paused for a moment before another thought hit her. That may be true, but that isn't how I operate, Lucina told him. Pushing her chair out and standing to her full height, Lucina gestured for him to do the same. However, like a deer in the headlights, Richter stared up blankly at her. Oh, come on, Belmont. Let me buy you a drink. It's the least I can do. Luce, you really don't. That wasn't an answer Lucina was willing to take, however. Gently, but forcefully enough to show him that she was serious, Lucina wrapped both her arms around his muscular forearm. With a puff, she forced the young man to stand. Her arms, however, remained around his. Something about the hardened, stone skin made her stick like a fly in a fly trap. Let's go, Lucina suggested. Bemused by the girl's enthusiasm, Richter gestured with his free hand. Lead the way then, darling. Darling. It was an obvious tease, but the sound of it on Richter's lips made the redness of Lucina's face burn even hotter. The bubbles were definitely starting up again. And, as the two of them walked toward the busy open-style bar at the back of the establishment, a terrifying understanding came over her. She remembered when she had felt these bubbles before. Back when she was with Solo. Back when the two of them were just starting. Back when she was younger, dumber, and in love. She had caught feelings for her best friend, and the realization made her want to jump out a window. Barkeeper. Gimme another one of them. Dr. Mario was, without a doubt, sloshed. The minute the bar had opened, the man of medicine was plopped down on a seat throwing back shots. The things they sold back here were quite a bit stronger than what he had in his own personal collection, but it still took him a good amount of illegal poison to make him feel anything. Jigglypuff, concerned, sat at a stool to Doc's left. Looking up at the man behind the counter, the nurse shook her head no. Sorry, Puff, but the man's got money and doesn't look dead to me. Who am I to deny a paying customer? Dressed in his best red suit, Max polished another glass before putting his limitless, pointless knowledge to good use. Mixing together a good amount of coffee-flavored liquor and vodka, the Lord of Knowledge was reduced to a simple bartender for tonight's festivities. He did not take the job because he wanted to. As a matter of fact, he hated that he was reduced to this, but rather because his brother had begged him to take the bullet. The usual hotel barkeep, Mart, was off on holiday for the rest of the month. And what kind of wedding didn't have a bar? Oh, the things I do for love, Max sighed out, sliding the shot glass to the drunken doctor. Dr. Mario slapped his payment onto the table, before grasping the glass and bringing it to his lips. Whistling a note, Max took the coinage. Well, love and money, anyway. Having fully made their way to the bar, Lucina clicked her tongue to get Max's attention. The suave man's eyes flicked upward at the sound, poking their way over his black sunglasses. Within a moment, he had pushed the glasses back to cover them. Barkeep. Lucina called. Can I get a drink for my friend, here? You didn't need to call me again, first of all. You already had my attention, Max huffed, his hands instinctively reaching for a new glass to wax and fill with a stupefying beverage. And, to answer your question, yes, I could get this gorilla of a man something to drink. But I've got 2 questions for you. Gorilla. Richter questioned. He wasn't sure if he should be offended or not. Go ahead, Lucina prompted. First, are you too old enough to be drinking? The Lord of Knowledge asked. Spinning the glass around in his hand, he placed it down on the counter before him. Lucina started, rubbing at the backside of her head. She supposed she hadn't considered that, nor did she really know the legal ramifications of alcohol consumption of this dimension. Well, with the loose continuity around here, you both could be anywhere between 19 to mid-20s, so I guess I'll let it slide, Max mused, answering his own question. Placing a hand down on the counter, he looked at the two young people before him. "Whatcha want?" Lucina nudged Richter, prompting for him to stare at the menu like a monkey studying a math problem. Richter pondered, rubbing at his chin. After a moment of consideration, he pointed. "That one sounds pretty good. Raspberry Cosmo." "Sure," Max commented, before getting to work. He seemed to be a natural at drink mixing, and, within moments, the Lord had a large glass full of the substance. "Here, don't drink it all in one place. 100 coins. Taking out her coin purse, Lucina paid what was owed to the man behind the counter. Graciously, Max accepted the payment and waved the two of them off. Lucina turned to Richter as the duo walked back to where their food was. "I didn't think you liked fruity drinks, Richter." "I don't, really," Richter told her. "But I thought that maybe we could share it, since you bought it, after all." Lucina felt herself blue screen.
How pleasant.
Max hummed quietly to himself as he counted the money he had made so far tonight. These drunken fools. It was a gold mine. The hotel's finance department would be drowning in coins by tomorrow, and Max was silently giddy about his doing. Sure, there wasn't ever any bills that needed to be paid due to their remote location and self-sustainability. But it was the thought that counted. Mark would be impressed if nothing else. "If this is my one mention for the month, I might as well make good use of it," Max said, seemingly to no one. Clearing his throat, Max deliberately overacted. "Oh my, I wonder just who might come to my bar now for some drama and hijinks." "Who are you talking to?" "Right on cue," the cocky bastard proclaimed. Leaning forward on the bar, Max addressed the mystery person who had come to enlighten him with their presence. "Now, just what might I get for Nora?" Opening his eyes, Max saw his sister-in-law's frizzy head of curly brown hair. Her emerald eyes held concern in them. Sure, she knew Max was kind of an odd person, being the Lord of Knowledge and all, but she didn't expect this level of strange. Hey Max. Ahem, Maxwell coughed, straightening out his tie. "Sorry. Did Mark send you to come and check in on me? Because I assure you, I've got this glorified lemonade stand under control." "Mark?" Nora questioned, tilting her head off to the side. With a short laugh, she shook her head. "Nope. Mark's kind of got his hands full at the moment. I came here because I need a drink." To show Max exactly what it was that she meant, Nora hooked a thumb over her right shoulder. Kevin and Carl, the rambunctious little gremlins that they were busy shoveling mashed potatoes down their mouths with their bare hands. Mark was attacking their faces with napkins, trying to keep the food from dripping downward and ruining their rented formal attire. He wasn't made of money. He couldn't afford to buy his kids fancy clothes every single time Master Hand and Crazy Hand decided to have a bring your child to work day. Children. The greatest tragedy a man can endure, Max commented, with a roll of the eyes. Though, I suppose you two have been enduring for a long time. How do you manage? I'm sure I would have gone mad by now. With a few of these, Nora said, pointing to the menu. Max spied her request a salty margarita and took the hint. With a small hum on her voice, Nora turned the stool around to watch the happenings of the busy reception hall. Her arms rested loosely against the wood of the island bar, her fingers idly prattling. Looking for something to make small talk out of, Nora prodded at Max's condition. How were the legs? Still non-functional, he replied, his voice dripping with dry wit. His hands were working, while his legs sat squarely in the wheelchair. Though, it's not like I'm used to feeling them, anyway. The doctor, Max pointed to Dr. Mario, who was sound asleep and mumbling about different types of spaghetti while Jigglypuff checked his vitals, says I'm getting better, but I don't know if I trust him. I don't think he's got a license. He did keep you alive with a car battery, if I'm remembering correctly. Nora shot back, an eyebrow raised. You've got me there. I suppose my plot armor, as I had put it, wasn't as strong as I thought it was, the man muttered, a shyness to his voice. Mixing the drink, he slid it across the bar and into the hand of his brother's wife. As Nora reached for her purse to cover the cost, Max rose a hand. This one's on the house. You've gotten in with the barkeep. Nora let out an appreciative little laugh. Why, that's awfully nice of you. Didn't think you had a heart in you. Bah, I've got a brain. Isn't that good enough? The two of them laughed aloud for a grand moment. Genuine smiles were shared. Nora took a sip of the drink Max had made for her. Refreshing. It certainly helped the headache her precious little angels had given her. A beat of silence came and passed before Nora decided to further the conversation. It's been a while since I've been to a traditional wedding, she commented. Your own? Max asked, taking to the few empty glasses he had to wax. Nora shook her head. No. My wedding was pretty small. Really small. It really was just the two of us making a vow to one another, she responded, shooting Max backward with a glance. We didn't really have anyone to invite on account of Mark's lack of family, and my own family situation. MMH, right. The princess of a crime syndicate you wanted nothing to do with. I had forgotten, Max reminisced. Nora cringed. How do you know that? She asked, her tone hushed. Her eyes were wide and inquisitive. I'm the Lord of Knowledge, Nora. I know a lot, Max returned to her. A beat passed, before he sighed out, but Mark and I had a conversation where he told me the truth. Nora sighed. She supposed Max was trustworthy enough. But it was her life on the line. If her family knew where she was. Look, I'm not telling anyone. Your secret is safe with me, Max affirmed her, laying a gentle hand on her shoulder. She was tense. Oftentimes she lost sleep, feeling unsafe in her own bed. It didn't help that Mark, the man she trusted with everything in her, was hardly ever at home. What if something happened to their children? Max, reading into this, squeezed her shoulder. You're doing your best, despite the circumstances. That's admirable in its own regard. Everything will be fine. You've got a loving family now, which is a lot more than a lot of other people can say. I suppose you're right, Nora sighed out, stirring the drink in hand with the straw she had been given. A question pinged at the back of her mind, regarding the red-suited man behind her. Max? Have you ever been in love before? He supposed she'd have seen this question coming, but it still blindsided him. Letting out a small sound of hurt? Acknowledgement? Humor question mark. Max stared off toward a certain table. After a long beat, he responded. Yes, once. But it was a long time ago. Back before everything went south. How south? Max rolled his head around his shoulders, before deciding to go forth. Back when they weren't Ms. and were living, breathing gods and goddesses. Max pointed his cane towards the table of Ms. It seemed as if, day by day, they grew more and more. Pee-Pee hardly even squirmed in her fancy dress, sitting calmly beside Lonk, who was eating his food at an alarmingly fast rate. A mushroom spurted off of the masked Ms. plate, but before he could eat it, a swift strike from Alice swiped the delicacy away. An empty chair was reserved for a friendly spirit, but the purple wisp seemed to be elsewhere tonight. The ghostly Mick came and went where she pleased and when she pleased. Kate sat at the forefront of it all, simply taking in the company of her friends. The relaxing night was exactly what the gunner needed. Nora blinked once. What do you mean by that? Gods and goddesses? I thought those were just fairy tales. Not in my time, they weren't, Max muttered. Pointing his staff at the pigtailed Max continued. My Harmony. She was a lord just like Mark and myself. But not quite. More of a caretaker of a lovely garden ran by that one right there. Maybe I can show you what's become of the place in her absence. But I don't think my heart could handle ever going back there. I see. I think, she responded. She didn't quite understand, but she did understand that Max's Harmony was no longer around. I'm sorry, I didn't. You're alright, Max shrugged. Leaning forward, he took a better look at the Ms. before him. Each one, distinct, yet sharing the same potential. I just hope they do something right for once. I have this feeling within me that they've got something big on the horizon. Like a retelling or reboot or something. Something big? Nora pondered, even the strange one who always wears a suit. Obama? Max asked, spying the dapper Mick to the right of the empty chair. Max shook his head. He's harmless, I think. I don't remember him from my time. Odd. Nora shrugged. This whole idea was a lot to wrap her head around. Another pleasant pause befell the duo, before a ding rang out. Reaching for her communicator, Nora read the message sent to her by her husband, before letting out a small sigh. Well, it looks like my mom abilities are needed elsewhere, she mused with a laugh. Almost shyly, Nora turned her eyes toward the barkeep. It was nice talking to you, Max. We should do this more. Max offered a smile. A genuine one, not the fake, $1 million one he was so used to giving. That it was, and we should. I look forward to more conversation in the future. With one final wave goodbye, Nora was off and running toward her family. As the silence began to creep in once more, Max realized just how lonely of a man he really was. Mark had just about everything he had ever wanted. A loving family, blissful ignorance, friends. She really does remind me of her, Max sighed aloud. A part of him was jealous. But a larger, more cynical part of him knew that it didn't matter to begin with. Like all things, this would pass. He just wished it could pass with a hand for him to hold. Barkeep. Barkeep. Are you gonna keep us waiting all night long? Max's attention was shifted back to reality as two more paying customers had come forth to his side. Two avians, one red and one blue, looked to the man behind the counter with distant. My apologies, you two seemed to poof in through thin air, Max apologized. As long as the drinks are good, I won't hold it against you, Falco quipped. I'll hold it against you either way, Kazooie squawked. Can we get some service, now, please? Pushy, are we? Fine. What is it that you want? Two of the strongest things you got, Kazooie challenged, and a juice box for the kid, Falco added. 2 death balls and a juice box. On it, Max mused, before a crucial detail struck him. You said you have a kid, right? I only see the two of you. Falco and Kazooie looked to each other, and then toward the empty bar stools beside them. Then, comically, they looked back to one another and offered a shrug. I'm sure he's fine wherever he is, Kazooie mused. Slamming her wing down on the wood, she rose another complaint. Why don't I have a drink in my hand yet? Max sighed, before returning to work. It really was a thankless job. As Max returned to mixing drinks and Falco and Kazooie returned to petty squabbling, Pitch, who ran between, continued his quest to find the punch bowl. The music room was a jungle for the baby Pokemon to navigate, but he could feel himself getting closer. Pitch, who was stopped suddenly as his head bonked into a wooden table. Rubbing his head, the little mouse looked up to see what he could. And there, he saw the mother lode. Tezuka, drenched from head to toe and squawking victoriously, was splashing around in a bowl of red punch. The strawberry-flavored beverage splished and splashed all over the floor, making one heck of a big mess that the staff, or what was left of it, would have to clean up later. What in the blazes? Shoot. Get out of here, Birdie. Startled by the angry voice, and the few gunshots that accompanied the request to skedaddle, Tezuka squealed in surprise, dumping the bowl onto the floor in an attempt to escape his attacker. As well as he could, the bird flapped his wet wings away, dodging here and there as he was assaulted. Oh, my poor, dearest brother. What have they done to you? Cuphead, stooping to the bowl that was spilled all over the floor, picked up his fellow dish denizen. Appalled and shocked, Cuphead brought the bowl up to his chest delicately, as if it were a newborn child. Tough break, kid. Looks like they dropped the bowl on that execution. Sans, with his hands tucked firmly into his pockets, watched the grieving cup child. It was kind of funny, seeing the kid try to understand things from the world completely alien to his own. I need an emergency punch transfusion, state. Cuphead exclaimed. Anyone in here a fruit dealer? Please never ask that question again, or you'll get some real peaches trying to take advantage of you in your time of need. Now isn't the time to be funny, Sans. Cuphead gasped. Sure it is. This reminds me of a joke. Funniest thing I ever saw, actually. So, there was this guy named R. Sans was completely cut off, as the booming loudspeakers sounded once again. Collie and Marie certainly had a way of making themselves known. And that way was painful. WHO's ready to party? Collie exclaimed, excited. The Squid sister wore a big, goofy grin on her face, as she backed away from the mic. Do I have your attention, now? I think you have the attention of everyone in the neighboring county, too, Marie grumbled, smacking her ear to try and stop the ringing. Now that all of you are done eating, for the most part, we're going to move on to the fun part of the evening. That's right. The dance floor's just about ready for you folk to tear it up. Marie commented. But before we open it up for free swim, there's a certain newlywed couple that needs to hit the floor. Luigi? Daisy? Luigi and Daisy arose from their spot at the front of the room to thunderous applause. Luigi, turning red from the constant praise, allowed Daisy to lead him toward their first dance as a wedded couple. The world seemed to slow as the duo approached their place of respite. A spotlight beamed down upon the two of them, as the soft instrumental began to pitter in. The two knew what they needed to do. Lovingly and carefully, Luigi's hands found the small of Daisy's back in her own right hand. Daisy's digits wrapped themselves within her husband's, with the other hand moving to caress the back of his neck. It was a position they had found themselves in before. Royal balls were not uncommon in the Mushroom Kingdom. Their language of dance meshed beautifully. The timid younger brother and the brash only child. While their feet moved in tandem, so did their hearts. As the tune continued to sound, Daisy leaned in to lay a kiss under Luigi's mustache. She didn't care who saw, nor did she care that such a public display of affection was given in front of all the world to see. It was her wedding, damn it. A day to commemorate the love she shared with the man she was dancing with. She never wanted to let go. No, came Luigi's voice. Hushed. Soft. As if his words were for her ears and her ears only. Timidly, his eyes left her face for the first time since they had started the dance. You never did tell me your vows. Daisy remained silent for a moment, her head burrowing into the side of Luigi's neck. The music continued to play as the duo spun round and round. They were in a world of their own. Well, Daisy started, before falling silent again. That's because I didn't know what to say. You didn't know what to say? Luigi asked, his voice devoid of any unkindness. No. I don't think I could have put what I feel about you into a few paragraphs, Daisy admitted. There's no way. I've never really been that good with words to begin with, and when it comes to things as important to me as you. Now it was Luigi's turn to be silent. Taking in the levity and weight of her words made him fall in love with her all over again. The fact that the usually cool and confident Daisy couldn't begin to describe what it was about him that she loved. It made him feel warm inside. Just speak, Luigi told her. Huh? Speak from the heart. Any thought you have, say it. For a moment, the music crept back over their conversation as they twirled around and around. For starters, Daisy began, her words just as hushed as Luigi's were. These words were for him and him alone. No one else needed to hear. I love all the little things that you do to make me know how much you love me. The quiet kindness is off the charts. The way you laugh always makes me laugh, and the way you cry always makes me cry. The way you look at me like I'm the only woman in the world. It makes me feel this way. This special way. Like I'm important. A small hum overcame her, as she lifted her head to gaze into the eyes of her lover. And, I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but you're extremely handsome. The icing on top of the perfect cake that you are. And I always want to be with you. Daisy fell silent again, as the final crescendo of the song began to play. It had felt like they were dancing forever, and, at the same time, not long enough. Oh, what they both wouldn't give to have just another minute together, wrapped in each other's arms, so in love that it hurt. Luckily for them, they had the rest of their lives for that. Did you mean all that? Luigi asked. Daisy rolled her eyes cosmetically. No, I just wanted to start off our marriage on a bunch of lies, she joked, before leaning in to peck his nose with her lips. Of course I meant it, Luigi. I spoke from the heart, just like you told me to. Luigi coyly smiled, his eyes falling from her face once again. One last time, their lips locked. This time, it was Luigi's doing. Good. Because that's just how I feel. The song gradually came to an end. But the newlywed couple stood within each other's presence for just a moment longer. The dance floor was about to be opened, but they wished to savor the moment. A group of onlookers watched. The love was in the air, and it was extremely infectious. The kind of relationship Luigi and Daisy had was the kind everyone in the building strived to have. Including those who were already married. Do you remember our wedding, Chad? The male Wii Fit trainer glanced over his shoulder at his wife, Chelsea, who was simply watching. Her arms were held loosely over her stomach. Of course I do, Chad replied, turning to face her. It was the happiest day of my life, after all. This reminds me of it, and they remind me of it, Chelsea commented, watching as Luigi and Daisy left the dance floor. Hand in hand. It should, Chad said, his hand slipping into Chelsea's grip. Their fingers intertwined, and felt perfectly full together. It is a wedding, after all. I wish we could go back, Chelsea said, leaning against her husband. Her hand gave his the tiniest of longing squeezes. It feels like it was so long ago. Chad was quiet for a moment, before an idea struck him. Gently, he tugged Chelsea forward. Who's to say we can't? Chad asked, trying to direct her toward the dance floor. It was subtle, but Chelsea understood. Besides, he added, throwing in a wink for effect. Dancing is an excellent aerobic exercise. Chelsea giggled. I thought we weren't working today. Fitness never takes a break.
Now let's try it together.
Hey, you. Luminary. Watch this one. The reception had turned into a right old party as the night continued onward. People were laughing. Many were drunk. And many more were making huge fools of themselves on the dance floor. The heroes were no exception. As 8 tried, and failed, to do the worm, Luminary bust aside laughing. Poor Munchie was along for the ride inside the do-rag hero's pocket, squeaking and shrieking for dear life. The worm looked more like the fish on dry land. I think your dancing could use some power leveling. Luminary laughed out, clutching his stomach. He shot a tongue out as he laid himself out on the floor. Sure, His tux was full of dirt and dust now, but hey, he was having fun. Are you two sticks in the mud going to do anything fun tonight? 8 called out to his other friends. Roderick and Solo barely glanced up from the table they were sitting at. The two weren't quite as outgoing as 8 or Luminary, and were more than happy with sitting around on their backsides. I'd rather not make a fool of myself, thank you. Some of us have legacies to keep up, Roderick responded, half-jokingly. In all reality, he wasn't the best dancer, either, and knew it, unlike his ragged brother in arms. No, Solo responded. Oh, quit beating yourself up, Solo. You're no fun when you get all pouty. 8 shouted. I'm not pouty. Solo hollered back, feeling the spark of emotion hitting him. It made him feel hot, and he didn't quite like it. It's just ... What are you doing? Luminary and 8, like true friends, were ominously approaching the green-haired hero. In one fell swoop, both grabbed an arm and hoisted him up onto his feet, much against his wishes. Put me down, you fiends. Solo shouted, struggling against his friends. Never. 8 laughed. We're gonna make you have fun if it kills you. Luminary grinned. God, did he wish it would? Luckily for the broody hero, the mood of the songs shifted as his feet hit the wood of the dance floor. Shifting away from the hot, funky beat of City of Color, the music hit a gentle note as the Roost began to pump through the speakers. Solo let out an annoyed huff as the slow song put a damper on 8 and 11's mood. See? Even the gods don't want me dancing, Solo huffed. Now, unless one of you plan on kissing me under the soft moonlight, I'd recommend you both shove off. Bummer, 8 groaned. These slow songs really weren't what he wanted in a party, especially when he had no one to dance with. Turning to his only friend here who wasn't a stick in the mud, 8's face lit up with a mischievous look. I'll race you to the concessions. You're on, Luminary shot back. Maybe, if you ask nicely, I'll save something for you. Get me a pineapple smoothie, Roderick requested. But it was too late. Like two crazies escaped from an asylum, 8 and 11 were sprinting through the crowd. All that dancing had them eager for something to munch on. As the two dashed and hurtled on their pursuit of snacks, 11 nearly knocked into a group of wallflowers. Watch it. Sorry. Luminary exclaimed, but didn't stick around to chat longer than that. He had a race to win, and 8 was gaining distance. Alucard floated back to the spot he was in before dodging out of the way to avoid a hero pileup. The half-vampire wasn't quite sure why he had agreed to come. Perhaps he wished to spend some quality time with Richter. But the vampire hunter seemed to have his hands full, laughing and spending time with that blue-haired swordswoman instead. Alucard had never really been a fan of weddings, nor a fan of large groups of people. And yet, here he was. Acquainted with both. Some people, how? Isaac joked, an awkward laugh passing the boy's lips. As awkward as the laugh, Isaac took a drink of the glass of water in his hand. For some reason, he felt extremely insecure surrounded by a bunch of people he didn't know. Don't call me Al. Gotcha. Noted. You two don't have to stand here and have no fun, you know. Nikki piped up, looking up from her doodling for a moment. I'll be okay if you go out there and enjoy yourselves rather than stand here and complain. Come on, make like Shovel Knight and enjoy yourself. Both heads turned towards the dance floor. Shovel Knight was slow dancing with his shovel pressed close against his shiny, blue set of armor. Of all the dancers on the floor, Shovel Knight arguably seemed to be the one most legitimately in love with his partner. Isaac's head turned to Alucard, and then back to Nikki. Neither looked at the poor boy, who sighed out a quiet sigh. Oh, come on. You two are such big party poopers. Floating above her 3 fellow assist trophies, Phosphora rested her hands on her chin and her back in the air. Her electrifyingly blonde curls stood on end, as the atmosphere of the entire building spoke to her on an intense level. She was loving her time here. She'd already pestered Pit and his girlfriend's ears off, and berated Pitu and his not-boyfriend with a million questions. She was having the time of her life, zapping and zipping around like it wasn't anyone's business. I'm not defecating on any parties, Alucard replied, monotone. His silver eyes mounted upward at the magnetic deity above him. Disgusting, Nikki commented, shaking her head. What's the matter with you guys? You're, like, the most fun people ever at the motel, but we take you out of that crap shack for the night and you become wet noodles. Phosphora exclaimed, changing her position in the air upwards of 5 times. I dunno, Phos. This place gives me bad vibes, Isaac said. Phosphora wouldn't accept the answer. Oh, let me guess. You guys can't dance. Alucard rolled his eyes. Of course I can't dance. I come from a time where all we could do for leisure was dance or get drunk. Some even excelled at both at the same time. Hearing his words, Phosphor's entire accusatory disposition changed. Her eyes lit up, excited. Her cool, blue pupils were almost bright enough to see the stars in them. No way. The lightning deity exclaimed. Like a bolt of lightning, she zipped down to the ground, her hands grasping at Alucard's hidden form. The cloak really hid him, but Phosphor found his arm anyway. Then you have no excuse. Come on, you've got to come dance with me. No, Alucard replied simply. Oh, come on. You don't want to see me cry, now, do you? Phosphor threatened, pouting her lip out. That is kinda screwed up, ow. Isaac pushed. He was met by a cold glare from the half-vampire. Frozen, Isaac tried to save himself, Alucard. Alucard remained unmoved, however, despite Phosphor's best efforts. No. I may know how to dance, but I prefer not to. You're no fun, Phosphor huffed, flicking her short bob back. I just wanted to dance with someone tonight, but no one will take me. Pit's busy, Pitu is. Well, Pitu. Even Paluten is too hammered to think straight. Disappointed, Phosphor sighed loudly. Please, will you dance with me, Alucard? Alucard gazed into Phosphor's face. Those puppy dog eyes would melt the heart of any stone-cold bastard. And Alucard supposed that even he wasn't immune to it. Fine, Alucard finally agreed, removing a hand from his cloak to offer it to her. It was a friendly gesture, after all. Phosphor had been a dear friend to him since he arrived, even if she did have the attention span of a flickering light switch. But Heimleading. The sorrow was gone from Phosphor's face as Alucard offered his hand to her. In its place grew the largest, most appreciative smile one could imagine. Thank you. Come on, let's go. Grasping Alucard's hand, the first thing Phosphor noticed about it was just how cold it was. The half-vampire's fingers were like little ice cubes on account of his half-undead nature. Luckily, because of the lightning coursing through her own blood and skin, Al's hands began to warm in no time. It was a quaint feeling, but not an unpleasant one. Gently, Alucard leaned into the warmth. It made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. If he was honest, he quite liked it. We don't have all night, lazy bones. Phosphor lightly teased, poking the man on the nose. No, Alucard responded. I suppose we don't. As the two walked out onto the floor, hand in hand, they passed by a certain teenage boy with his 3 best friends on the planet. Shaking, ironically, like a leaf, the boy turned towards his friends. He was nervous beyond all reason, and was trying his damnedest to work up the courage he needed to make his next move. I'm gonna do it, guys, Red said. It sounded as if he was unsure of himself, questioning his every decision leading to where he was right now. I'm gonna ask her to dance again. Squirtle. Squirtle responded happily. Red gave the little blue turtle a pat on the head. He wasn't even sure what Squirtle had said, but it sounded convincing enough. At least one of you is paying attention. It was true. Charizard and Ivysaur weren't paying any attention whatsoever to what was happening around them. The 2 evolved Pokémon were looking off somewhere else. Not too far away, and rapidly approaching them. Hey Red. The voice made him freeze up. Perfectly timed, as if it were from a character in a movie or a character in a book, Leaf made her entrance, flanked by 4 of her best friends in the world. I've been looking for you for a while, Red. The chestnut-haired girl explained. Why you have? Red asked. His face certainly lived up to his name. A hand rubbed at the backside of his head. Weird, because I've been here the whole time. Really? I must have missed you earlier. She mused, rubbing at her chin in a quizzical manner. Oh well. I found you now, and that's what matters. Yeah, definitely. Red smiled. Probably a good thing, too, because I had a question I wanted to ask you. That's crazy, because I had a question for you. Leaf said. Do you want to dance with me? Both trainers spoke the question at the same time. There was a second of silence as the realization set in, but when it did set in, it set in hard. Both of them burst out laughing. Well, now I don't want to, Red jokingly jabbed. Come on, don't be like that. Leaf shot back, hitting Red with her elbow. Count yourself lucky, you dork. You were my first pick. I chose you. First pick. The idea of those 2 simple words made Red happier than they legally should have. He let out another laugh. A giddy, happy laugh, before offering his arm to her. Well? What are we waiting for? Let's just hope Doc doesn't interrupt us again. Leaf's laughter was a sound Red could never get tired of. Ren could suck it. A moment passed while the three Pokémon watched their trainers meander their way out and onto the floor, each awkwardly unsure of what to do with their hands. Red Ivysaur gave Leaf Charizard a look.
Squid is white!
They're hopeless, he mused, shaking his head. Beyond help. Screwed for life, Leaf Charizard responded.
Squid up! Squid! Squid is white!
Hey, at least they can be in the same room together. You do remember what it was like at Mark's house, right? Leaf Squirtle said, remaining positive. Will do. I just like seeing Leaf happy. Will do bye. I guess it's up to them, now. Wanna go get something to eat? Red Charizard proposed. There was still some scraps from dinner, and the 7 Pokémon had endless stomachs. Charizard's proposition was met with unanimous support. Like a stampede of wild animals, the 7 headed toward the garbage cans near the back of the establishment. As they departed, they passed a set of tables and chairs. Zelda, who was not the biggest fan of social events like these, sat. Her eyes were fixed forward, deep in thought, looking at a certain someone. Roy and Marth stood against the wall, talking about something. Zelda couldn't exactly make out what it was that the two were speaking on, but they seemed to enjoy the conversation. Both men seemed fixed on what the other was saying when it was their turn to talk. A right, civil discussion, it seemed. There was a hint of a smile ghosting the edges of Roy's lips, and his eyebrows were upturned and happy. Marth's smile was more forefront, spread entirely across his face. Occasionally, the blue-haired swordsman would brush his hair aside idly. Roy, picking up on this habit of his elder, eventually started running hands through his own ruby-red locks. It seemed so light, fluffy, soft. He'd probably smell. Zelda? Hello? Zelda? Zelda was snapped back to reality in the form of a British accent. Shaking her head rapidly, the Hylian's expression dropped and her crystal blue eyes landed squarely on the face of a young, blonde man. Stare any harder and you're gonna bore a hole into the poor boy, Shulk teasingly remarked. I wasn't staring, Zelda exclaimed, flustered. Ooh, but you were. Ricky jingled. Ricky, see it on your face and in your eyes. I wasn't, Zelda insisted. Please, Zelda, you don't have to lie to me for the sake of your own pride, Shulk told her. In a friendly manner, Shulk placed a hand on Zelda's shoulder, and gestured to Roy. The boy was laughing his adorable laugh, and Marth's smile grew even wider. You can go talk to him instead of being a secret admirer, right? Please don't, Zelda said, taking her hand to move Shulk's off her shoulder. Breathing out a shaky kind of sigh, Zelda pushed her way to her feet. Look, Shulk, I know you saw something, but I've never been good with these kinds of things. I know you're trying to help, but I don't need it. Are you sure? Shulk asked. Shulk had a vision? Ricky wanna know what you see. Ricky insisted. Not now, Ricky. It's personal, Shulk said. A personal matter you shouldn't concern yourself with, Zelda huffed, one hand clutching her heart. You ought to leave it, Shulk. If anything, I'll take initiative when I feel like it. But the vision. Who cares about the stupid vision? Zelda huffed. If I want to dance with him, I'll ask him to, okay? Are you going to? Shulk asked, raising an eyebrow. Zelda muttered, at a loss for words for a moment. Her eyes flashed up to Shulk for a moment, and then over to Roy. Did suppose she'd like that, perhaps. Great. But Zelda, her mind spoke to her. You know that would involve touching, feeling, closeness, skin contact. Zelda's skin crawled at the thought, and she cringed. Suddenly, her heart was racing. Her hands felt clammy, and she thought that she might faint. Shaking, she shook her head. In a minute. Maybe later. I need to step outside for a second. Zelda, are you feeling? But it was too late. Zelda was already rushing toward the door. Passing faces, she caught a glimpse of Roy. For the splittest of split seconds, the two royal teenagers met eyes. Only for a moment did they meet, and in that moment the world stopped. Zelda was rushing out of the music room, and down the hall. Fast. Away. She needed the fresh air. Bursting open the doors at the front of the hotel, she found it. Finally, she could breathe again. No more people closing in all around her. No more closeness. No more touching.
Yeah!
Bending double, Zelda breathed in deeply. She felt as if she might cry. But, like the stoic princess she was raised to be, she managed to keep the tears at bay. Raising her eyes and rubbing the sad away, she began to walk. She didn't know where she was walking or where she was walking to, but she was outside. She was too inside herself to spot Mutuo, who also stood outside. The genetic Pokemon watched the princess go to wherever it was that she was going, but offered no respite or pity to her plight. He sensed the disturbance, but frankly did not care. Instead, his eyes raised skyward. Even in the darkness of the night sky, the looming, purple void stuck out like a sore thumb. And, apparently, Mutuo was the only one who cared about not dying. It is completely asinine that we are celebrating anything with this noose around our necks. Mutuo said, his violet orb staring directly into the violet void. Those two are fools. It isn't healthy to spend your entire life worrying. The voice responded. Letting loose can be just as important as holding tightly. You don't understand. Something could happen. Mutuo shot back. Something can happen while you're monitoring, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Came the response. Mutuo was growing annoyed. Don't act all high and mighty. I'm not. Don't act like you are the sole authority around these parts. I'm not. Then stop being like this, and enjoy your life for once. You could die at any moment and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Go back to the party. Take a day off. You owe yourself that, if nothing else. Mutuo was surprised by the answer. Who are you? A friend, and that's all you need to know. Go. The prospect of the party did, suddenly, tempt the cat like psychic. Like a shift in his psyche, Mutuo suddenly wished to be around those people for the first time for the first time. I suppose you're right. Mutuo said, against his better judgment. With one last glare up at the giant hole in the sky, the genetic Pokemon turned, and floated back toward the reception hall. Faintly, he could have sworn he heard a laugh. It was a surprisingly short float from the front of the hotel to the music room. Poking his nose inside, Mutuo spied something odd. Something he had no frame of reference for. Who's ready to catch the bouquet? Daisy was grinning like the cat who had caught the canary as potential catchers lined up. Though, there was one noticeable candidate who sat where she was. Hey, male Karn said, nudging female Robin. She had her nose buried in a book, as per usual, and was trying to block out the rest of the world. Startled, the tactician rose her eyes to see the one who had rattled her cage. Aren't you gonna try to catch the bouquet? Female Robin let out a short laugh. No, she responded simply. I've never really been the romantic type, and the whole practice is extremely idiotic. I'd rather not make a fool of myself. Karin took a seat beside her, and offered a shrug. I suppose that's fair, then. Missing out on the fun of being at a wedding and all, but hey, it's your life. Robin gave Karin a side eye, before closing her book. Come on, don't be like that. I'm having fun. Looks like it, with your nose buried in that book, Karin teased, poking her nose to add extra emphasis. Please, I've always been different, and you know that. Yes I do, Karin shrugged. If you can find your own path, that's fine by me. Here it comes. In one fell motion, Daisy had tossed the bouquet over her head and into the crowd of potential recipients. It soared over Peach's head. Flew past Luigi. Bounced off of Dark Samus's helmet, and landed squarely on Robin's lap.
How festive!
Well, I'll be. Karin laughed, a hand smacking his own forehead. Look at that. What are the chances? Robin was too on to say anything. Sputtering, she dropped her book onto the floor as all eyes turned toward her. You know what that's supposed to symbolize, right? If she believed in destiny before, this certainly solidified her belief.
I don't know why, but I feel a strange kinship with you.
The party continued late into the night. As the clock neared the 3 o'clock hour, many of the tenants had left, and those who remained were beginning to see themselves out as the reception was beginning to wrap itself up. Sleepy inklings were on the verge of passing out. It didn't matter how much ass they had kicked in their time, they were still children. And children needed their sleep. Got him? Snake asked Samus, who had her arms full with inky appendages. Snake, too, held an armful of sleepy children. Think so, Samus responded. Her arms looked like a pride flag with a number of different colors that persisted within. Lemon, who was still sentient enough to walk upright, held tightly to Snake's leg. Looking to Snake's grasp, she spied 3 of her comrades. Cyan had his arms draping over the side as he snored soundly in the hold of his father. Pink snored loudly and without restraint, nuzzling her head against Snake's collarbone. Lime was fighting to stay awake, but the masked squid wasn't winning the battle. Turning her attention towards Samus, Lemon spotted 3 of her remaining brothers and squidsters at arms. Violet hung loosely like a ragdoll in Samus's arms, draped like a fallen curtain. Sylph clung tightly to the bounty hunter's neck, asleep with her head lolling over the woman's back. Blue sucked his thumb, fast asleep and snuggly fitted under Samus's arm. In addition to the Inklings, Samus toted another member. Pikachu, perched on Samus's shoulder as per usual, bobbed along like a parrot on a seafaring pirate's post. Pikachu dozzily murmured, dreaming pleasant dreams in his state between conscious and unconscious. Running the numbers again through her sleepy head, Lemon came to realize something. Someone was missing. Pulling on Snake's leg, Lemon tried to explain what was plaguing her. But, without translation, Snake was completely lost. "What's up, Lemon?" Snake asked, trying to gather anything from her doozy ramblings. "Mjais, Brummy," Lemon said, before yawning. "Oh. NJ. Orange?" Snake asked. Lemon nodded her head. The sleepiness was radiating. Looking to Samus, Snake understood what she was getting at. "Hey, Samus, have you seen Orange?" "Nope," Samus replied, nonchalantly. "I thought you had her." "I thought you had her." "Well, I don't, so there's the problem," came Samus's response. "We can't leave her here. Come on, help me find." As Snake was beginning to worry, something short and furry bumped against his boot. With the classic Duck Hunt jingle, Hunt held up Orange by the leg. Duck quacked erratically, flapping her wings like a duck possessed. "Ah," Snake mused. "Thank you, Hunt." Hunt let out his chuckle, before tossing his catch back onto his back. Duck flew from side to side, ensuring the orange squid wouldn't fall off and get herself hurt. With the kids collected and a date with his bed, Snake headed out for the night. Into the halls he trod, passing by what remained of the reception party near the entrance of the main lobby of the hotel. The smell of booze was strong, and Snake had had experience with strong booze before. Keeping his nose low, he passed on. "Hey IEE, you two are the new kids on the block, aren't you?" Both pilots brought their heads up at the sound of the, obviously intoxicated, voice. For a moment, neither was quite sure how to respond to what they saw before them. Palutena, who had obviously had a little too much fun at the reception, and definitely underestimated Max's power of mixing, addressed the two professors. Her hair was a disheveled mess and her adornments seemed looser, somehow. Not exactly the perfect goddess she strived to be. Female Byleth responded. "Yes, I suppose we are." "And you're both teachers, aren't you?" Palutena slurred, using her staff more as support for herself than as the weapon it was meant to be. Yes. We are both professors by a trade," Male Byleth responded. "What are you getting at?" "Well then, why don't you come back with me, Miru, and maybe you could teach me something apostrophe tilde." "Oh goddess." Female Byleth's face turned a shade of red, as the implications hit her. Why were there goosebumps flaring up all over her skin? Male Byleth, however, didn't quite understand the angle the literal goddess was working. "It is getting rather late, miss," he told her, "and combat instruction is often better at a more favorable time of day."
"Yes, I suppose."
A jeering voice came to both of their ears.
"Hopefully you aren't actually the dent and just used it as a diversion."
"Oh goddess. Where did the hands find such pretty newcomers?" Palutena asked, taking female Byleth's hand into her own. The woman averted her eyes as Palutena rubbed her fingers all across the soft skin of Byleth's hand. I wonder what these feel like." "Please," Male Byleth said, separating their two hands. "You're drunk, miss, and you don't want to do something like this." Female Byleth was too busy sputtering incoherently to form any argument. This practical stranger was awfully pretty.
"My, aren't you a party pooper?"
Sophis sighed.
"How dull of you. Had I a body of my own? Oh, I would sing and dance until I fell upon the ground. But you... do as you will."
Both Byleths hearing her.
"There's no harm in harmless flirting, you know."
"Please don't encourage her," Male Byleth groaned. SH. "She's pretty," Female Byleth sputtered out. She could feel her temperature rising by the second. Any hotter and she'd explode. "Same tie, aha," came Palutena's voice. Both Byleths jumped, hearing the foreign voice in their heads. Palutena gave them both an eyebrow wiggle. Even in her drunken state, she could still find ways to get inside others' heads. I think you're very pretty," Female Byleth said. Male Byleth gave her a disbelieving look. Sophis laughed. All right. That's enough from you. Don't wanna get to know each other better?" Palutena offered. "Why yeah," Female Byleth shyly muttered. Hey, wait a minute. Taking her hand again, Palutna gave female Byleth a grin. Let me show you the light, then.
Ready when you are.
Tugging Byleth by the hand, Palutna started off toward her room. Male Byleth gave a disbelieving face. Female Byleth shrugged, but went along with it. Oh goddess.
Well then.
Sophis muttered. I warned you this would happen if you encouraged her.
Not my best!
Male Byleth groaned. He could probably stop them if he hurried.
If nothing else, I'll just live in your head tonight.
Not helping. As Male Byleth rushed off to save his female counterpart, he brushed past a group of anthropomorphic animals. Paying them no mind, he continued on his quest. Wonder what's got him in a twist, Knuckles asked, as he, Sonic, and Shadow walked toward the main entrance of the hotel. Being assist trophies, both of Sonic's friends wished to sleep in their own beds tonight, as crappy as they may be. Sonic shrugged, pushing through the revolving doors. Oh, the amount of times he'd accidentally spun himself silly in those things was embarrassing. Donna, but half the time I pretend I don't know what other people do in their free time here anyway, Sonic mused. If there's anything going on in the motel, we hear it, Shadow gritted. You really should put in a request to have that place renovated, Sonic suggested. That, or find an independent contractor to make that place not as big of a dump, no? We have, Shadow said. But we heard nothing back on it. Hey, it ain't so bad, Shadow. At least it's free. Knuckles spoke, trying to be positive. So is sleeping outside. The trio continued to walk out and onto the hotel's lawn. The stars twinkled above and smiled down upon them. It was beautiful outside, despite the circumstances. Turning toward a grassy path, the blue blur stretched his back. You guys think you can handle it from here? My pillow's calling my name, Sonic yawned, rubbing at his eyes. Most likely, Shadow shrugged. As long as no monsters attack us, we'll live, Knuckles joked. However, he did not chuckle. Sounds good to me. It was nice getting to hang out with you guys today. Sonic beamed. He loved his friends. Just as they were beginning to depart, the siren of a squad car bit through the night. Jumping, the three animals prepared their fight or flight. Coming to a stop at the front of the hotel, a larger, mustached man stepped out of the car. The sight made Sonic's heart stop. Crap. Sonic groaned. Turning back towards his friends, he offered them an enthusiastic smile. Well, on the bright side, it looks like I'll be bunking with you guys tonight. What? Why? Shadow exclaimed. I know that guy, and there's no way I'm going back with him snooping around the premises. But we hardly have room for us. Nope. No excuses. Come on, let's go. Grabbing both of them by the hand, Sonic kicked it into overdrive. He didn't want to stick around here longer than he had to. Officer Sherman rubbed at his soup saver, looking down at the assignment he was called for. It wasn't official duty, no, but Mark had called in a favor. He had no reason to deny Mark, especially with all the help the Lord of the Reset Temple had offered Sherman and his family in the past. Luigi, Daisy, Meatball, he read aloud. Glancing up from his pad, he spied three individuals matching their description coming down the steps. Hand in hand, Luigi and Daisy were the picture of being in love, with their child trotting along happily behind them. It was decided that Luigi stay behind. But Meatball insisted on coming.
Hi, I'm Daisy!
Daisy introduced herself to the officer. And this is my husband, Luigi. Luigi chuckled coyly. He could get used to that. Officer Sherman, at your service, the man replied, smiling. He offered them both a handshake that they accepted. Now, Mark says TH2I you need a fancy-dancy escort team Orange Point. Don't you worry none, we's got you covered. Hop on in, we's got your... What was they called again? Yashis, Luigi said, ducking into the backseat of the squad car. He wasn't being arrested at least. Ah, right. Yeah, we's already got your Yashis ready up in there, for your getaway, Sherman continued. Don't you worry none. You'll have yourself a safe trip up north. Heard they's got some nice sportin' up yonder. Hop in, now. We ain't got us all night, no. Luigi helped Daisy inside. Meatball, reluctant at first, was glad to hop up and onto the back seat of the squad car if it meant being with her parents. Closing the door like the astute gentleman he was, Sherman hopped into the driver's seat, opened himself another treat, and started the engine. Now, not to worry you none, but I am a family guy, so I can't quite come with you all your entire journey, the kind officer told them, as he began to pull his way out. Adjusting his hat, and then the mirror so he could clearly see the two lovebirds, he continued. We police force is technically a bunch of mercenaries dedicated to the safety of our communities. There'll be a short stretch of land whereas you 2-3, sorry kitty is unprotected, but it shouldn't be no thing. You'll meet up with another officer when you're further up the path. And what if something happens to us? Luigi asked. Ain't nothing gonna happen to ya. Area's as safe as they come, Officer Sherman reassured. Giving them a glance back in the mirror, he nodded. But don't you worry. In the case that something do happen to the twos of ya, we got folk that'll know where you is and what's happening. If you don't show up to the next officer in 3 hours of being unprotected, we send out a distress signal. Us police'll be diving through the mud and diving under trees to find ya. You're in good hands. The answer seemed to satisfy the two of them. Reaching the road that led to Morton's Point, Sherman gave the duo one last, reassuring look. Now, let's get you two safe and on your way to the honeymoon, eh? Daisy? Where are we headed to? With the wedding out of the way and the reception coming to an end, the newly hitched lovebirds had only one thing left on their to-do list. The honeymoon, honey. Daisy replied, enthusiastically. Yes, I know that. But where's that? And did we have to take this wagon? Pulled by a rainbow of yashas, namely yellow, dark blue, light blue, and pink, the carriage trotted and bumped down a somewhat ominous forest path. Dimly, the moonlight shone through the thickness of the trees. A lantern illuminated the way of the yashas, but every now and then they would hit a bump that could not be avoided. Squabbling to themselves, the yashas pushed onward into the night. They seemed just as nervous as Luigi did on this one. Meatball, asleep and purring softly to herself, rested on Luigi's lap. The cat couldn't bear to be away from her parents. Luigi and Daisy supposed it wouldn't be too bad to bring the baby along for the ride. That's a surprise. It wouldn't be as fun if you knew where we were going, would it? Daisy hummed, using her hands to flatten out her wedding dress. A change of clothes and a good amount of food was stored in the trunk, along with a good amount of money that would help them out when they got there. Noticing her new husband's nervousness, Daisy reached out to poke him on the nose. Come on, Weeg. It'll all be just fine. Plus, when we get there, you'll get to put your plumbing expertise to good use. Punctuating the sentence with a wink, the sentiment flew right over Luigi's head. Oh, Mamma Mia. Don't tell me we're going to a plumbing conference. Mario and I went to one of those back home. It was so boring. No, that's not. Daisy started, but was stopped. She had noticed something. Something bad. Luigi noticed the subtle change in Daisy. She stiffened, as if she had turned into a cat on high alert. Gently, he reached out to touch her on the shoulder nearest him. Daisy? Are you? SHHH. Do you hear that? She all but whispered. Luigi's ears perked up at Daisy's inquiry. He heard the Yasha's footsteps, and their Yoshi noises. He heard the sounds of the night, with crickets and owls. He heard his heart ready to explode in his heart from this new anxiety that was instilled in him. I don't. Then, he heard it. Galloping. It was unlike the Yoshi's footsteps. It wasn't bipedal. It didn't have goofy-sounding strides or worried Yoshi shuffling. It was trying to stay hidden. Out of sight. But it was there. What do we do? Luigi asked, his voice shaker even in his whisper. The whisper was slight, but loud enough to travel a ways. Meatball stirred softly on Luigi's lap, her eyes opening slowly and a yawn escaping her mouth. She had no idea the kind of trouble they were in. Daisy pursed her lips, before sinking back down into her seat. She shook her head, almost as if to dismiss the thoughts she had. It's probably nothing. Just some wild animal or something. But, just in case. Daisy jiggled the reins a little bit. The yellow Yoshi looked back to see the two terrified patrons. And got the message. They needed to speed up. And they didn't need to be told wise. Picking up the pace, the Yashas hurried on their way to wherever they were heading. However, as the Yashas picked up the pace, so did the sound of the ominous galloping. Biting into his gloved hands, Luigi looked over to his wife, who seemed to be equally on edge. If it is a wild animal, I think they might be after us. Luigi shouted. A wild animal, huh? Is that what you take us for? The voice cut through the night like a knife cutting through an artery. Luigi let out a girly squeak, and Daisy let out a shout of surprise. Startled by the sounds, Meatball popped awake, her back arched and eyes wide with sudden fear. At their window was a stranger on a dark horse. The stranger wore a wide-brimmed hat and a black mask to hide his facial features. But even through the mask and darkness one could tell he was smiling a heinous smile. Who are you? Luigi asked, terrified. This man was obviously up to no good. Meatball, jumping from Luigi's lap and onto the floor, let out a scared hiss, ears folded backward and tail fluffed up. "Hey, friend, if you so choose to listen," the man told him. A quick glance upward illuminated his deep green eyes. The kind of eyes that could charm a gator away from a dead deer carcass. "Though, you ain't exactly from around here, now, are you?" "What makes you say that?" Daisy asked, defensive to the extreme. If she needed to whack some sense into this stranger, she would do so without hesitation. "The accent, and the look on y'all," he replied. Lifting his brimmed hat up again, he took a better look at the newlywed couple. Clicking his tongue, he shook his head. "My, ain't you too fancy dog? What's the special occasion? Going to a wine sampling? We're in the mob. You'd best not mess with us," Daisy lied, trying her best to sound intimidating. It didn't work. The stranger laughed like a lunatic. "You? The mob? Yeah, and I've turned myself into a pickle. That's the funniest shit I ever heard. Paul, you hear these two?" Both of their hearts sank as a realization came over them. This guy wasn't alone. "Man, ain't you too smart?" the stranger hummed. "You know, we ain't used to smart folk coming out this way. And these little goons you've got pulling this wagon, what are they?" "Why, Yoshis," Luigi answered, timidly. "Ah, you do got a voice then, huh?" the man asked, his intimidating green eyes piercing into Luigi. "A pussy's voice, but a voice nonetheless." "Hey!" Daisy shouted back. An anger and annoyance was growing within her, as well as a fear. "Why don't you just sod off? We're busy." "I don't think I like your tone, home," the stranger said, his voice dropping to a low growl. "You're giving me enough of a reason to blast you just for being in my territory. And now this attitude. You ought to be more kind to the law of the land." "I don't care if you're the president of Fuckhead Lane," Daisy shot back, her temper rising. "Deep Daisy," Luigi said, trying to cool her off. The stranger clicked his tongue. "Damn. You've got some spice to you, sister. Wish they made more women like that around these parts. Where's you say you were from again?" "None of your business," Daisy growled. She was preparing to sock this sucker right in the face. He wouldn't be such a charmer when he was covered in blood. "Daisy, please, I don't think," Luigi fried again. It did nothing. "You two give off an awful strange kinda aura, you know?" the stranger said. "You wouldn't happen to be a part of that giant Smash tournament thing I keep hearing about, now, would you?" Both Luigi and Daisy went quiet. "And no," Luigi stuttered. We're not, we're from Morton's Point." It was a lie. But it was worth a shot, if nothing else. "Morton's Point, huh?" the stranger mused, a hand resting on his cheek. "Strange. For some reason I don't believe you." "Why?" Luigi asked. "They ain't got Yoshis at Morton's Point. Hell, Yoshis ain't even from this dimension. The only place that has them is the Smash tournament. Because they're imported," the man explained. "So, you either rustled these suckers from them, which, by the looks of you two, ain't likely, or you're with Mark." "How do you know about Mark?" Daisy asked. She was going cold, and it wasn't just from the night. This was bad. "Oh, I know lots of things. Kinda helps when the bastard is married to the bitch that used to be my sister." There was a thud, as one of the wheels of the carriage was taken off. Both Luigi and Daisy screamed, and the Yoshis fled away into the wilderness. Meatball let out a terrified meow, and rolled out into the mud, before hightailing it away. Within seconds of the wheels being removed, a gang of outlaws raided the two of them. "Welcome to Alpha's Mall, lady and gentlemen," the stranger exclaimed with a laugh, as bags were placed over the newly wedded heads. "Home of the Lindberghs. I know you're gonna enjoy your stay. And you're gonna help us out whether you like it or not. This would certainly be a wedding to remember."
"Squirm for me! Feed them to the maggots!"
"You know? It's not fair. I swear, that hotel gets fancier and fancier every time I see it." Isaac was outwardly spoken about his disapproval of the way things were being handled around here. The wedding reception showed him just how extravagant the hotel was compared to the little crap shack he lived in right now. He didn't ask for much, really. Reliable, warm water and beds that didn't leave him screwed in the back 6 ways to Sunday really was it. However, looking out the window on this calm morning made him understand just where the favorites were, based on the hunks of siding that were peeling off the sides of the motel. The favorites weren't here, that was for sure. "Now that you mentioned it, it is a little unfair," Knuckles agreed, precariously placing himself in a rocking chair that he himself had bought and assembled. He had full faith in his own craftsmanship. But something about the rickety old building made him second-guess any piece of furniture that was brought inside its cursed walls. Tiki sure is lucky, Isaac sighed, turning away from the window to inspect the main sitting area. Many of the patrons still sat in their wedding attire. Ties and dresses loosened but not taken off, with shoes and hats tossed all over the place haphazardly. I wish I had a lover in the hotel that I could go visit whenever I wanted a warm bed with quality food. Kid, look at the bright side, Rodan spoke up, his feet kicked up on the counter in the kitchen. His combat boots were a grand juxtaposition to the dress pants that still covered his legs. At least the whole joint's free, and we ain't sleeping outside. If I had to pay for this shitshow, I wouldn't be here, Shadow spoke. The hedgehog rubbed at his head. He had a growing headache that came and went. Man, you guys really do have it rough out here. I don't think I've slept worse in my entire life, and I had to sleep on a pile of dirt for most of my life. And there it was. Sonic stretched his back. Painfully, an audible pop was heard, and the hog groaned in response. I feel sorry for you. You guys really ought to get this place fixed up. At this point, it would be better to tear the whole place down and build a new one, Alucard piped in. The half-vampire was preparing to brew a pot of coffee. As he opened the cupboard, a wild raccoon hissed and swiped at him. Completely unfazed by the animal intruder, Alucard grabbed the creature by the scruff of its neck and pushed it aside, and grabbed the coffee ground. What I wouldn't give to be an actual fighter. Isaac sighed. He knew it was unlikely. But Waluigi had made it, so why not him? Not everyone can be Little Mac, Shadow dismissed. Oh, come on, you guys. This place isn't that bad. Sonic lied, trying to raise the morale of the trophies. At least you've got each other. Dr. Wily's lucky I ain't strangled him yet, Rodan mused, flicking through the morning paper. If each other's all we got, we ain't got much. Aren't you guys friends? Having to live close together like this? Sonic asked. Some are, Rodan responded. But this place houses the meanest bunch of bastards you'd ever come across. Well, and Nikki. Nikki, still dressed in her wedding attire, snored softly on the sofa. Her back sunk into the lumpy cushions. The Nintendo happily rested on her stomach. A door opened from down the hall. Groggily, a denizen of the Smash Motel made her way down the hallway and towards the main kitchenette. With walls as thin as this and the beat of silence that had hit before the creaking of the old doll, the present members awaited the new arrival. Phosphora rubbed at her eyes with one arm as she turned the corner into the main lobby area. Her hair was spiked and jostled as if she had walked through a strong electric current. With a yawn, she assessed the area before her. She started. All eyes were on her. Is this some kind of intervention? Because I didn't even drink that much last night. Paying her no mind at all, the inhabitants returned to what it was that they were doing. Sonic was preparing to leave the stump and return to the civilized world. Rodan continued to flick through his newspaper with no care in the world. Isaac drearily looked out the window and regretted his life choices. Alucard prepared the coffee brewer to get a pot going. Spying her friend and dance partner readying the machine, Phosphora found her feet moving her in that direction. Hey Al, she greeted. Please don't call me Al, Alucard returned, hardly paying her any mind at all. Good morning. Can you get me a cup of that, too? I need something to electrify these old bones. Sure, Alucard said. Phosphora let out a pouty kind of huff. The half-human was being about as boring as bromine in chemical reactions. Extremely. The spunky deity of lightning was growing tired. She lived for action, and she was getting none of it from him. Then an idea struck her. Hey, Alucard? Phosphora mused, her tone somewhat teasing. Mind looking at me for a second? Alucard, growing somewhat annoyed by Phosphora's constant pestering, turned his profile toward her. Quickly, like a shock of lightning, Phosphora bolted forward to peck a little kiss on the side of the spawn of Dracula's cheek.
Good thing you're so cute.
The electric current warmed Alucard's cold feature and sent a shockwave throughout him. That warmth. What was that for? Alucard asked, his monotone tone wavering just slightly. Hardly enough to notice but enough to tell that he was caught off guard. For teaching me how to dance last night, she responded cool. It was nice of you to take me up, even if you didn't want to. Alucard supposed that was a good enough reason. With a gentle shrug, he returned to making the coffee. What's the matter? Never got a friendly kiss on the cheek before?
Oh, you're turning red, that's even cuter.
Phosphora cried. I have, Alucard responded, his tone back to its usual. It just came as a surprise. Bored once more, Phosphora rolled her eyes. Some party you turned out to be this morning. You seem chipper. Me? I do suppose I'm in a good mood today, thank you for noticing. Male Byleth watched his female counterpart carefully. With a mug of tea in his hand and a few deer and subspace-related papers occupying his other, his eyes followed his fellow professor. "You aren't normally a morning person," Male Byleth observed. Sighing happily, female Byleth began to dip her own teabag into her steaming hot cup of water. Deeply, she breathed in, enjoying the fragrance it brought up to her nose. With a shrug, she moved to sit beside her male counterpart, blowing gently on the hot liquid. "I ended up enjoying myself at the party last night. Waking up didn't seem too bad." "Isn't that so?" Male Byleth prodded. His eyes had completely forgotten the papers before him. Instead, he was looking to his other with questioning eyes. "Yes, that is so," she responded, sitting upright with one leg crossing over the other. Once the tea had cooled, she took a sip. "I don't understand. Is something wrong?" "No, nothing," Male Byleth responded. He, too, took a gentle sip of the warm liquid in his cup. A beat passed, as a burning question seared at his soul. "What happened last night?" "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean, don't play dumb with me," he told her, continuing his questioning. "Teacher, look. After the party was over, when you left to be with that green-haired lady, to get to know each other a little better." Female Byleth choked on her tea. Oh, that, yes," she murmured. Clearing her throat, female Byleth refound her composure. "We did just that." "Just what?" "We got to know each other a little better," she responded. "I followed her back to her room, and the two of us talked for a while. I learned she's got a little one that she cares deeply about." "Just talking?" Male Byleth asked. Yeah, just talking," she hesitated. "MMH, alright. I'm glad you're making friends. Maybe I ought to make a few of my own. It could be for the better, you know," female Byleth teasingly remarked, giving her counterpart a nod to the shoulder.
"She's lying, and you know it."
Surface, ever the helpful commentator, contacted Male Byleth. "I know. HMMPH, Male Byleth muttered. He had suspected just as much. Must have been some party. HMMG? King Dedede woke up, faced to the ground in the music room. The large king groaned, rubbing at his head. It was pounding, and so was his gut. He must have eaten enough food last night to feed several countries. He could feel his heartbeat exploding inside of his head, and if he was honest, he didn't much care for it. "And Ness?" the big king groaned out. His little buddy had been by his side most of last night, and he didn't remember the younger boy leaving before he did. "Ness, buddy, where ya at?" There was a muffled sound, and an itch on his back. Scratching backward, King Dedede found Ness sinking into his combination of fat and fur that was his back. It took a bit of pulling on both of their ends, but eventually, Ness was free from his, admittedly, very comfortable, prison. Dedede and Ness both let out a laugh at their particular situation. "Boy, that sure was some party last night. Come on, people. I want to get out of here before midnight." The music room was left an absolute mess after the reception was done and over with. Unfortunately, no one had yet invented a magical charm that would completely remove any and all garbage from the area, so the staff had to get rid of it the only way they knew how. With hard labor while Mark bossed them around. Stooping, Mark picked up a handful of paper plates that had been discarded on the ground. With the gentle sigh of a man who was overworked and underpaid, Mark saw to it that the plates met their demise at the bottom of the garbage can that resided beside the bar. Gently, he poked Dr. Mario, who was still asleep. Instinctively, he checked the doctor's vitals to make sure he was still alive. There was a pulse there. A weak pulse, but a pulse nonetheless. He hadn't drank himself to death yet. "How long's he been here for, Max?" "How would I know?" Mark's snarky brother responded, trying to make himself useful. With his limited mobility, it was difficult to reach the mixing glasses and drinks that were high up. "I spent most of last night in the void." "Was he here when you got here this morning?" Mark asked. Sweeping a mountain of bottles and cans off the counter, they, too, found their way into a garbage bin. Later, he'd make sure some villager got them. They were always making silly little DIY projects. Mark was sure they'd enjoy the gift. "Ever since I've been here," Max responded, stacking the different-sized cups into different-sized piles. Spotting a half-drank fruity drink on the counter, Max grasped for it. Those two must not have appreciated Max's handiwork. Putting the straw to his mouth, Max took a drink. Briefly, he wondered how they were. She seemed a little dejected when he had offered to escort her back at the end of the night. "Wonderful. We just might need a doctor for our doctor," Mark sighed out. At least Doc was still alive. But the man needed some serious help. This was starting to get a little out of hand. No, Max said, dumping out the drink and changing the subject. Your wife and I. We had a pretty good conversation last night while you were playing Kid Wrangler. When was that? Because I felt like that was all night long, Mark laughed, shaking his head. Before you sent her the text. Ah, gotcha, he nodded, grabbing a broom to sweep up some scattered glass shards that littered the floor. What did you two talk about? This and that, Max mused, polishing the glass he had in hand. Falling in love, getting married, having kids. The outlaws that are her family and how she's terrified of them still. The basics. Mark stopped what he was doing. His eyes glanced up at his brother behind thick eyeglasses. You spoke about the Lindberghs? Yes, Max said, pointing a finger at Max and pushing up his glasses with his other hand. Mark began to draw parallels. Max, if there's one thing I've learned from you, it's that if you're talking about something, there's always a deeper meaning behind it. There's always something more there. Mark stopped, and stood for a second. A new fear rushed over him. They know where we are, don't they? No, I don't believe so, Max replied. But I'm sure we don't have much time left. Mark's breathing stopped. If the Lindberghs were around, he and everyone he loved were most definitely on the line. But hey, that was some party last night, wasn't it, Pa? Portals opening again. Smash verse 10 was an odd place. Erratic and ever-changing, the sky itself seemed ready to swallow those poor souls who happened to inhabit it alive. A swirling sky that seemed right out of a painting could change in the blink of an eye to an evil cyclone. Hail and sunshine could exist mere seconds apart from one another. Every wind that blew was a wind of change, leaving those brave enough to live where the sky changed colors as often as leaves rustled in a tree completely at mercy to Mother Nature. But like a tree caught in a windstorm, they persisted. They did not resist. Instead, those who lived continued to do just that. Live. Of course, some were bound to live longer than others. With the sheer unpredictability of the ever-changing realm, lives could often be cut short due to freak accidents. Children would go amiss only to be found strewn across the rocks several miles away. Young men and women alike could find their entire livelihood ripped away from them in mere seconds if the weather just so happened to take it from them. And yet, people continued to live. Some, for years. Secluded and safe, an otherworldly museum sat among the trees and rocks of the Arabic realm. The Museum of Artistry. Lowly and unsuspecting, the place was quite a spectacle back in its heyday. Drawing in crowds from near and far to enjoy some of the finer things in life, the museum boasted quite a few attractions for the members of the Golden Era. Gladly, the museum's curator would guide guests around, speaking on the works that inhabited the halls. With a smile stretching across her face, the Lord of the Arts would point to small details and elements of design the average patron would miss. It was quite a wonder to behold. However, the Golden Era was long gone. A little polish here. A dusting there. While the Golden Era was gone and the halls of the museum abandoned, one thing still remained. In vain hopes, Kakure, the museum's curator and Lord of Art, continued to go about her duties as was given to her so long ago. Fixing her spindly goggles over her scoped eyes, the half-lizard, half-human lord went about the same routine she had gone about since the day the elder gods had gone missing. Wake up. Forge for food. Tends to the works. What were these of again? It had been so long. The paintings and sculptures were completely unrecognizable. Eat. Wait for visitors to come. Tends to the works. Eat. Wait for visitors to come. Feed the. Wasn't there a gallery for creatures? I could have sworn we used to have a. Herself. Wait for visitors. Tend to the garden. Wait for visitors. Eat. Wait for visitors. Go to sleep. Repeat. Day in and day out, Kakure continued to fulfill her duty as Lord. But her motives to do so were slipping, and had been for a very, very long time. As much as she hated to admit it, her memory was not as good as it used to be, and the museum did not look all that great anymore, either. Having caved in at some point. All the precious works. Damaged. Destroyed. And I don't even have any supplies to fix them up. The museum was a far cry from what it had looked eons ago. An inch of water sat lovingly atop the hardwood floors, creating a stench harsh enough to melt butter. Kakure did her best to keep the place in tip-top shape. But if... What was his name? What was his name? What was his name? Any visitors came and saw what the place looked like, they certainly wouldn't leave a good review. Perfect? Good as new. Kakure lied to herself, her curled tail hopping happily along behind her. The green humanoid's eyes flickered up the canvas before her. Mostly blank from fade over time, a splash of color was retained in the far right corner. Her heart hurt, but it had been hurt for a long time. She had accepted it as normal. With a carefree shrug, she turned towards the entrance too. Her green skin flashed white with surprise. Taking off her goggles, Kakure rubbed wildly at her eyes to clear her vision, to make the lie go away. But, after she was done rubbing, she spied that what she saw was not a mirage. "The visitors?" she whispered softly to herself. Like a kaleidoscope in a red scarf and tan button-up, Kakure's skin flashed innumerable colors. It had been so long since she'd been able to give a tour. Oh, she nervously wondered if she was still able to show people around, to explain the artistry on display. Nervously, her hands went up to smooth out her short, brown hair. Excitedly, she took her spot at her podium near the entrance. As the visitors grew nearer, however, red flags began to arise inside Kakure's mind. These visitors did not look like the kind to enjoy a good poem or a magnificent painting. Dressed mostly in black with wide-brimmed hats, each man who was trotting the path that led toward the museum's entrance held something in their hands. Something was strapped to their chest. Some had scars that cut across their features. Rough and mean was the impression they gave. Their visitors, Kakure reminded herself, trying, in vain, to calm the worries that arose within her. And they'll be treated as such. Slowly, as if surveying the land for reconstruction, the Lindberghs approached the dugouts of a museum. Gently, the winds blew against their jackets, tossing the curls of their downs about. 5 were their numbers. 2 women and 3 men, each with a look about them that screamed trouble. But Kakure's longing for companionship made her deaf. "Get a load of this freak," one of them said, not loudly enough to be heard by the lizard lady that ran the operation. "Shut it, Wayne," another spoke up, giving his fellow boy a shove. "Let me do the talkin'." "But you always do talkin', Slick," the biggest boy in the back of the pack whined. "That's because I'm Pa's favorite, and he put me in charge," the one called Slick hissed. "Now, shut it for I make you shut it." "Please don't fight," one of the women said. "You hey." Kakure winced out. It was quite obvious that the girl hadn't had any practice before this opportunity arose. Welcome to the Artistry Museum, the Museum of Artistry. All eyes were suddenly on Kakure. The feeling of the judgmental eyes staring at her made her wince aloud again. Something about this situation felt wrong. Entirely wrong. But she persisted. It was what she was meant to do, after all. The one called Slick rested his arm against the podium that Kakure resided at. The young man was pushing 30. With long, brown hair draping down to his shoulders and a horizontal scar running across his cheek, the man was deceptively handsome. Glinting a golden tooth in his crooked smile, he began to speak. "Hey there, little lady," came his voice. It made Kakure shudder slightly. But she pushed the worry away as nothing more than jitters. It was her first time in a long time, after all. "You said this place here's a museum, didn't you?" "Yep," Kakure enthusiastically replied. "The Museum of Artistry." "Scorn." The big one grinned. "Shit it." The one called Wayne hushed. "You give tours?" Slick asked, tilting his hat up to stare the freak so in the eyes. "We's come from such a long ways away. We'd love to see what kinda art you got in there." "Of course." The lizard girl cooed happily. Her worries were fluttering further and further away, as she continued to push the red flags under her optimism. "We've got all kinds of one-of-a-kind art." "One of a kind, you says?" Slick mused, throwing a small glance back at his lackeys. "We'd love to see 'em. Mind showing us around?" Kakure smiled, her skin flushing pink. "Oh, it was just like the good old days." "It was not like the good old days. This place is a dump," one of the women mused, her boots sopping wet from the water that flooded the ground. "I thought you said there was all kinds of unique items in here." There is," Kakure protested. "It's just been a long time since we've had anyone in here, and, well... Is this some kind of modern art?" the large brother asked, pointing at one of the empty canvases on the wall. A sinking feeling hit the curator. While she couldn't remember what that painting used to be, she remembered fond memories of it. As vague as they were. No. Quite. The opposite. "Listen," Slick spoke, sending another chill through the lizard, which was shown on her skin. "Do you have any intact art? Or are we wasting our time here?" "And no. I mean yes. We've got statues. Old statues. Some from the Golden Age." Kakure interjected. The blank looks she got confused her more than anything. You do know what the Golden Age is, right?" "Alls I care about is the gold part," Wayne said, his voice gruff. Something pressed against the Lord of Art. Something cold. "Show us." Aye, Kakure started. Listen, Slick started again. A hand was on his belt. Something metallic was protruding from a holster on his waist. I didn't think it was possible to be as dense as you are, girly, but here we is. You's getting robbed, and I don't want to hear no bellyaching about it. Robbed? The first visitors she's had in Lithuanians and they're robbing her? Kakure's skin turned icy blue. Right this way, she muttered quietly. Trudging through the swampy waters of the flooded museum, Kakure led the assailants toward the last well-preserved artifacts she had. A few relics of an era long past, a self-made sculpture of herself, a few busts of visitors from long ago, a small. I think we've just gotta cut our losses. And take what we can, Slick's voice came. A greasy hand made contact with Kakure's red scarf, and another gracing her neck. Oh no. Wayne, Annie, grab as many of them trophies as yous can. Connie, Brick, take care of this freak. Maybe we can sell her to a circus for a few bucks. Oh no. Slick pushed Kakure forward. The Lord of Art stumbled over something in the water, and splashed down. Crying out, her goggles toppled from her head to cover her eyes, obscuring her vision. Hands were suddenly all over her. Struggle as she might, Brick's gorilla-like hands were too much for her, and Connie's delicate hands were perfect for tying rope. In a matter of seconds, she was unable to move. No. You can't. She protested. Emotions of all kinds were bubbling over the Lord. Please. Shut it, Connie hissed, before socking Kakure right in the face. Pain. She felt pain. She hadn't felt physical pain in such a long time. Immediately, tear droplets began to funnel out of her eyes and fog up her goggles. Struggle as she may, she was unable to escape the bind she was now in. The one called Brick tossed her over his shoulder like she was little more than a ragdoll. What are you gonna do, Slick? Brick asked. Me? Slick mused, a devious smile on his face. Reaching for his bag, Slick took pleasure in removing a couple sticks of dynamite. With sadistic pleasure, the robber rolled the tube in his hand. I think I'm getting a little sick at this dump, ain't you? I sure am, Annie replied. In full view of the Lord of Art, the woman dropped one of the few intact sculptures, smashing it to smithereens. Oh oopsies. And no. Kakure screamed. Why yes. Slick called it back, before laughing in her face. I'm bound to make this joint into a work of art, all its own. Slick's face glowed in the gentle light of a lighter, as the leader of the pack ignited the first fuse. Mark. Mark, wake up. Wake up, Mark. Jolting awake from his makeshift cot, the hotel manager rubbed wildly at his eyes. He was in his office as he was most nights. He was required to spend the night at the Smash Hotel. With disdain for the waking world, Mark turned his eyes toward the alarm clock that sat off to his right. Max, Mark grunted, rolling over. It's 4:52 in the morning. I don't need to be up for another hour. Please shut up. Mark, it's important. The younger brother hissed, his voice absent of the usual sarcasm. We've spent too long avoiding the growing problem and now it's at our doorstep. Did DK clog the toilet again? Mark sleepily asked. Not it. No. Max groaned. Squeaky, Max wheeled his chair to Mark's bed. The Lindberghs, Mark. The Lindberghs. Mark's eyes were open now. Groggily, he sat up in bed, rubbing away to sleep. What? What about him? They've got Luigi, Max started, before seeing Mark's blank, unconcerned face. Daisy. The newlyweds. The ones who left for their honeymoon, like, a couple of chapters ago. Impossible, the Reset Lord told the Knowledge Lord. Sherman was in charge of them. They're fine. I would have heard back by now. It's a crime family, Mark. They've paid off the police, Max told the other. Sherman isn't corrupt. I've known him for most of his life, Mark adamantly denied. The other police. The ones beyond Alpha's Mound, Max continued. Mark. We can't let them keep at it. They've captured Kay. Mark wouldn't remember her. He hardly remembered Max. An old friend of ours. We've got to move. We can't stay asleep forever. Mark pursed his lips, deep in thought. His eyes lingered on the rising sun on the eastern horizon. Gently, he sighed. He'd known about the Lindbergh gang for a while now. A long while. He was married to the princess of the crime syndicate, after all, even if she had renounced her ways. I trust you, Max. You've never been wrong before, Mark muttered. Comes with a job title, Max said, sarcastically. It might be time to pay the in-laws a social call.
Can we have Mario come to the resident service office, please? As soon as possible would be nice.
Silence fell over the room as the weight of the situation sank in. The plush of the chair Mario sat in felt hard as stone, as the information began to settle itself in. Mark and Max sat across the desk, both men holding concerned looks on their faces. Shooting a glance at his brother, Mark was deeply concerned as to what Mario might do. The red plumber's face had dropped to the floor with 4 simple words, uttered by Max himself. "Your brother's been taken." Gritting his teeth, the hero of the Mushroom Kingdom looked away for a moment, trying to process the 4 words. If what was said was true, and it had no reason not to be. If this was a joke, it wasn't funny, he had another kidnapping on his hands to deal with. It was nothing new. Every other day it seemed that Bowser would kidnap someone and Mario would have to fix it. But the difference here was that Mario didn't know who did it. Mario knew Bowser. He knew Bowser's general mantra and how he did things. He knew the ins and outs of Bowser's scaly head and how to outthink him. But now? In this dimension, Mario hardly knew what lay beyond the hotel walls. "Who?" Mario asked, his eyes rising to the 2 across from him. "Who took my brother? On the day of his wedding, who took my brother? We have reason to believe it was the... Mark started, but found himself stumbling. He gave a glance at the name plaque that shone unceremoniously at the head of his desk. Mark Lindbergh. The fact that he held that last name. We believe that it's a deadly gang of outlaws that live up near Alpha's Mount. The Lindbergh Gang. Lindbergh Gang? Mario repeated, blinking not in anger but confusion. You. Distant relatives, Nora's side, Mark dismissed. With a sigh, he continued, adjusting the lenses on his eyes. Maybe. Not so distant, but that's honestly a story for another time. The important thing is that they're dangerous. They're killers. And that this is obviously a trap. They don't go around kidnapping just anyone. Luigi and Daisy's carriage must have tipped them off in one way or another that they were with us. And if they're with us, they know where their long-lost princess of the crime ring went, Max continued, with a scoff. Imagine that. Knowing where someone is at any given point but instead going through someone else to get there. The whole thing has convoluted written all over it. What evidence do you have? Mario asked. Mark and Max gave each other another look. Well, Max muttered. Wheeling his chair out from behind the desk, Max revealed a sleeping cat on his lap. Meatball? Zelda and Roy found her on a trip to Smashville, Mark explained. She's a little worse for wear. And I don't think she'd just abandon Luigi and Daisy like that. Mario finished. Gently, he scooped the hurt cat up and off of Max's lap and placed her in his own. Tense at first, Meatball's body softened as she realized it was just Mario. A familiar hand in this harsh world. This is a serious matter, Mario, and I'm sure you understand, Max mused, pointing at the other with his cane. The red bulb reflected faintly on the plumber's face. This shouldn't be a matter you're wrapped up in, but there's no need wondering what life would be with no plot. You're obviously well liked among the roster. And if we're to save your brother and his new bride, we're gonna need an army, Mark finished. Those Lindberghs. From what I've heard of them, they're bastards. Evil ones. If they've captured your brother, I can only imagine. I understand, Mario said, nodding ever so slightly. He didn't wish to disturb Meatball. The poor baby had been through enough already. Once more, Mario's blue eyes lit up with determined fire. You said they're at a place called Alpha's Mound. How are we gonna get to that place? Drive, obviously, Max said. We've got that big, dimension-hopping van we can take. You aren't coming, Mark told his younger brother. What? The red-suited paraplegic exclaimed. Oh, yes I am. You. No, you're not, and that's that. You're unfit, Max. You're wheelchair-bound. That's bullshit. Max shot back. I've done worse with less. I'm not letting you get into the line of fire like that. Your legs. Does anyone know how to get to this mount? Mario interrupted. The two temple lords went silent. Neither had ever been to this place. In terms of directions, they knew that it was out somewhere in the woods somewhere west of Morton's Point. Nora would know. The sudden realization hit Mark like a ton of bricks. His wife. The one who had spent her entire childhood in at Alpha's Mound. She deserved to be there. To come with. She was the only one in quick contact that would know the precise direction to these bastards. The only question was whether or not she'd be willing to go back and face those demons. I've got to go consult with her, Mark suddenly said, standing from his spot. Grabbing a light jacket, the hotel manager hastily prepared his exit. Mario, I need you to construct a team, and fast. I plan on leaving tomorrow with or without you. This has been going on too long. Mario nodded, knowing. As Mark left, he nearly bumped headlong into Ren. The teen, who had been awkwardly shuffling papers in the back of the office while the adults talked, had heard it all. Standing behind Mario, the Phantom Thief spoke. If Mark is going, I'm going. Pain. Oh goodness, the pain was everywhere. Shaky and red, his vision slowly came back to being from where he had been strapped. Coughing, Luigi tried to move a hand to wipe away the blood that had begun to pool at his bottom lip, but found himself unable. Woozy and weak from the nearly week-long torture session, Luigi hardly struggled against the reins his arms were in. His breathing was hard and heavy as he struggled to not pass out again from the immense pain he was in. Muffled, he heard footsteps coming toward him. Where do you want this freak, Pa? There was some shouting, but Luigi couldn't make out any of the words. Put him in a cell with the other lizards. God damn it, how many damn frog bastards are you gonna bring me? That voice. It was older. Scarier. Authoritative. Who the hell buys these fucks anyway? Exotic enthusiasts. Poachers. Rich people who'll put food on the table. Do as I say. I'm gonna go ask our prisoners a few more questions. Luigi felt his heart drop. I'm not going, Mark. No way in hell. It wasn't often Mark and Nora fought. The two of them shared similar views on most things and were often just happy to spend time with one another. With Mark's job as the hotel groundskeeper keeping them apart for long periods of time, it seemed frivolous to spend the few moments they would have with one another locked in a heated debate. When the two would butt heads, it was usually over things that didn't mean much in the long run, and often the argument did not last that long. However, there were some tender spots that were not prodded. Spots that should be avoided at all costs. Mark had dove headlong into one of them. But we need you, Nor, Mark more or less pleaded. You've been on the inside with them. Without you, we're taking a stab in the dark and hoping we don't puncture our friends. We don't even know where Alpha's mount is. Or just what it is we're up against. No, and that's final, Nora firmly stated. A hand went up to her frizzy, auburn hair. The tangled mess seemed to be even more chaotic than usual. It certainly didn't help that the mere mention of her old family sent shockwaves of anxiety through her. You need to quit playing hero. There are some battles not worth fighting, and this is one of them. Exasperated, the woman sat down on the bed. Their bed. Her green eyes turned up to him. A storm of emotions bubbled behind them. Sadness. Anger. Fear. Regret. A hand reached for his leg. Forget about it, Mark. It isn't worth it. It's obviously a ploy to get you or both of us out there. What if they already know where we are? They obviously know who you're affiliated with, and they obviously know that you're affiliated with me. I know it's a trap, Mark retorted. One hand snuck down his leg to rest upon her own. Gently, he gave it a squeeze, but it's a trap that needs to be diffused. Daisy. Anne. And her husband. They're good people, Nora, and they're just kids. Mark moved, coming to sit down beside his wife on their bed. Nora's apprehension to return to her old way of life was almost infection. The aura she gave off when thinking back upon them. What had really happened? Mark had never pried into her past too deeply. He knew the basics, and that was about it. What had happened? Could you imagine the fear and pain they must be in right now? Someone has to do something. And we can be that someone. You don't know them the way I do, Mark, Nora huffed, standing. Walking away from the bed, she walked to the window. Her emerald eyes were far away. Looking past the lush, green fields of their backyard. Beyond the countryside. Beyond time. The things they did. They're monsters in the most literal sense. Worse. Worse than that temple guardian, worse than the orange worse than animals. The things I'd see them do. The things they'd make me do. She turned back toward him, her teeth grit. They'd kill me for escaping that life. They'd kill me and you, and everyone if I ever went back. They'd kill us and then they'd come for the kids, and I can't risk that. Mark let out a small sigh, his eyes downtrodden. Nora's fears were entirely legitimate. A gang of deadly outlaws deep in the woods, and he was married to their princess. That was a life one didn't often escape from, and yet, here Nora was. In a cozy home surrounded by loving family. The past always found a way to come back. You're right, Mark spoke finally, after what felt like ages. Taking his glasses off of his face, the Temple Lord rubbed at his eyes. He seemed older. It was as if his millions of years of life managed to finally find their way to his face. As he continued, his voice was low and soft, but with raising hope. I don't know those monsters like you do. I never could, and frankly, I'm happy I never had to. But I know you, Nora. I know you, And I know the people that are being held captive by those deranged individuals. I know you've got a compassionate heart. And I know you know the lengths at which those monsters will go. You've seen what they do. These two. They've got family, too, and if no one saves them from this mess, I'm afraid they'll never get to see them again. Now Nora, I know I'm asking a lot. A lot more than anyone should ever ask. I know how against the idea you are. But they need you, Nora. The past is past. But if we don't act fast, I fear for the future. When Mark had finished speaking, there was a pause. A long pause. Nora's eyes continued to stare outside into the great beyond. Loosely, her arms hugged around herself. Her lips pursed. The aura she gave off was unreadable, as she fought within her demons that she thought had been long dealt with. Go back. To Alpha's mound. She had sworn that she'd never set foot on that unholy ground ever again. It had taken so much effort to get out of that dark place. The dark place that her life had started. She was free now. She was free. But, this is proof that I can never outlive my sins. Nora sighed deeply. The past found a way. The dirty deeds were back with a vengeance. Turning, Nora returned to the bed. But did not sit beside her husband. Crouching down, Nora retrieved a box from under the wooden piece of furniture. Maybe, Mark told her. But, this can give you a chance to reconcile with them. Nora offered no response. Instead, her fingers wrapped around the opening handle for the box before her. Gently, she blew the heavy dust off the lid. 40-odd years of sitting around doing nothing caused a lot of dead skin particles to build up. Her hands, as if worried that a snake would jump out and bite her, dipped into the box. And retrieved 3 guns. 2 pistols in their holster and a repeater. The weapons felt so foreign to her. But unfortunately familiar at the same time. I didn't know you kept guns, Mark remarked. He'd lived in this house for how long and never thought to check under the bed. There's a lot you probably don't know about me, Nora muttered, solemnly. A lot I wish I didn't know about myself. But, I'm afraid you're about to find out. The clothes in the box were much too small for her now. And she had no intention of putting them on, anyway. They would have fit a fleeing 15-year-old. But now, they were just another skeleton in her closet. A sudden thought struck Nora, as her eyes turned toward the door to their room. Wearing the guns on her hip, she returned a concerned look to her husband. Who'll watch the kids while we're out? Nora asked. We can't leave them here alone. If they come. A part of her knew the answer already. Standing, Mark adjusted himself. He'd have to return to the hotel and suit up himself and gather the team Mario had put together, anyway. Plus, he had an exciting new venture for his younger brother. Max'll do it. He's great with kids. That was a lie. But a lie that landed. Daisy spit on the ground. How much was spit and how much was blood was not in her immediate knowledge. Nor was the tooth content. Her breathing was heavy and her stomach was growling, but she remained strong. Or, as strong as she could. Now, Missy, I'm done kin nicely, the creep in front of her drawled. Flicking a cigarette up and into his mouth, the man in the long duster coat's face was briefly illuminated. An older, shorter man sat before her. A gun was at his hip and a switch was in the hand that held his lighter. Scars danced up his right hand and arm, veins old and wrinkled from time just barely missing being slashed open. The gray of his eyes were briefly shown in the light of the fire. Dragging in deeply, the man let loose a whirlwind of tobacco smoke into Daisy's face, causing the already malnourished and pained princess to wheeze heavily. What's all this nonsense with the hole in the sky about? I knows you and them freaks at the hand hotel's got something to with it. I told you already, Daisy groaned, trying to get the smell out of her mouth. I don't know anything about it. I don't know where it came from. Don't know how to stop it. Daisy was cut short as the cigarette the threatening man held was pushed hard into the exposed skin of her collarbone. Surring at the flesh, the great assailant held no remorse as he twisted the butt into her. A crooked kind of smile spread his face as he drank in the sound of her screams of agony. That ain't the answer I wanna hear, miss, he hissed, his face mere inches away from her own. His yellowing teeth shone against her, the stink of his breath nearly causing the woman to faint. You knows something, and I ain't gon' stop till you tell me. Shakily breathing, Daisy could hardly focus. How her romantic getaway with the man of her dreams had turned to this was unthinkable. Uncomfortably, she tried to shy away from his breath, but no matter how far she turned her head, the fire was still on her. What do you even want with that stupid tear? The grizzled man huffed something between a chuckle and a cough. Why, I thought I'd already told you. We's Jew a bunch of concerned citizens thinking we could bank off the knowledge of bastards who caused the damn thing in the first place. Now, me and my boys. We're well traveled, no? Been all across this crazy multiverse. Really helps when you's got the means of going about it right here in your own yard, right? The man leaned forward again, his eyes glinting fire, but that damn hole you's got in the sky is everywhere. In this world. In the next world over. Hell, my boys even saw it in the sky where they caught the damn frog that cries all the time. You's playing with shit you don't know the first thing about, and we thinks it's bringing about the end of days. The whole damn multiverse is ready to collapse, and you's just sitting here pretending you don't know a damn thing about it. Makes me sick. I don't know nothing, Daisy professed again. Angered, the grizzled older man landed a strong kick to Daisy's side. Again, she cried out in pain. To add insult to injury, he hacked a loogie onto her face. You'll talk, he told her. I ain't never met no one who I can't break. I don't know if you know who I am, miss, but I'm Garth Lindbergh, and you's in my town. We'll make you talk. I can talk, Daisy told him, but I don't have what you want. Garth huffed. If you ain't got it, soon enough them bastards from the hotel come, and they'll have it. And once we're done with ya, we'll bring ya out back like a bunch of sick dogs. Head count. Standing in the hotel's garage, Mark assessed the small army Mario had put together. The eldest Mario brother had gone out of his way to recruit as many people as he could. It might be overkill, as he didn't know exactly what it was that he was up against, but he figured that the more the merrier. And there were a lot of friends and colleagues of both kidnapped parties who were willing to risk it for Mario. I''M.M.A. Here, Mario responded, with a little wave of his hand, and I''M.M.A. Ready to get my brother back. That's the spirit, Mark smiled, before gesturing toward the I-van. Nora sat in the driver's seat, reevaluating everything in her life that had led to this point. Max, more disgruntled, sat in the passenger seat. How had he allowed himself to get talked into babysitting duty? He was awful with children. Find a seat. We've got a long road ahead of us. Okie dokie, Mario nodded, making his way to the side of the van. He hesitated, however, letting Mark continue on the list. Princess Peach? Also here, Peach responded. It was a little strange for Peach to be on the rescuing side rather than the kidnapped side, but she was more than willing to go if it meant saving her friends. They had done it for her in the past. Thinking of it now, it was somewhat sad that this was a recurring event. Peach, too, made her way toward the I-van. Her oceanic eyes met the plumber in reds, who assisted her up and into the seat of the van. A true gentleman, Mario was. What a sap, Wario commented, picking his nose with his pinky. Having struck gold, the greedy yellow beefcake popped the boogie into his mouth. For this adventure, Wario had swapped his usual biker attire and opted for his more casual purple overalls. The idea of an adventure tickled his fancy for some odd reason. Why hadn't he gone on one in so long? Say that again. Waluigi chortled, dorkishly elbowing his comrade. Waluigi had absolutely no interest in saving the green weenie. No sir, for all he cared Luigi could be fed to a guard bear or executed for war crimes. However, as much as he despised it to admit it, he did have a soft spot for Daisy. She was nice to him once a long, long time ago and he hadn't forgotten it. Perhaps it was time to return that favor. If nothing else, he could laugh at Luigi's misfortune. Be nice. It whispered yelled at the two. Mario's a real, upstanding guy. You both could learn a thing or two from him. And, I suppose he could learn a thing or two from you guys, too. Wario? Waluigi? Present. Wario called. Also here. Waluigi gleamed. Mark looked down at his list again to make sure no mistakes had been made. He didn't exactly expect the two of them to be the rescuing type. Nevertheless, Mark shrugged, and gestured to the van. Try not to stink up the I-van too much, please. I just had it clean. No promises, Wario grinned, before rushing forth. He and Waluigi got into a heated scuffle over who got in next, but in the end Wario shoulder bashed Waluigi's skinny form out of the way and crawled inside. Muttering disgruntled under his breath, Waluigi was soon to follow. Bowser? Another surprise. The hulking mass that was the Koopa King claimed loudly and publicly that he despised both Mario brothers. However, if anyone was going to dispose of that green weenie, it would be him. Who's taking care of your kids? Mark asked, suspiciously. While he was all aboard this rescue mission, he was also the hotel groundskeeper, and the Koopalings could be, and often were, the bane of his existence. Don't worry about it, I've got it covered, Bowser told the other, tightening the black, spiked restraints on his arms. The dad squad's on it. They've got it handled. Handled was not quite the word for it. Junior. Put that down. You're gonna hurt someone. Wendy, that is not okay. You'll poke your eye out. A loud explosion was heard behind the dads courtesy of Lemmy. The dads would have their hands full. King Dedede? Ness? You're in here. King Dedede exclaimed. Holding Ness by the hand and his giant hammer in the other, the king and the kid boarded the rapidly filling van. The duo found a spot next to Chad and Chelsea, who were concerned about their sports partners. Kidnapped right after their wedding. It was enough to spark a pair of trainers into action. Sonic tapped his finger against the windowsill, looking out into the rest of the garage. The blue blur was beginning to get impatient. It was, after all, his signature attribute. Are we gonna get moving, or what? If we don't hurry, we might be too late. Don't talk like E-Gadd, Mario instructed the other, shooting him with a glance. In the plumber's lap sat his brother's prime protection. The GOO. Will be a fine, and so will Luigi. And Daisy, too, Peach added, her hand gently massaging at Mario's shoulder. The red hero was tense, and she could sense that. Her lips pursed. We'll be there in time. She wasn't as confident as she sounded. Yoshi? The list was wearing down. Only a handful of fighters remained for the roll call. Mark flipped through his notes and his pre-rescue mission procedure packet. It was sad that this happened enough to require one, and marked off the ones who had boarded. While preoccupied, two small heads poked their heads into the garage. You should go ask him. It would be good for the both of you. Nana looked to her brother, and then to the man that she hated so much. The man who, all those months ago, had caused her so much pain. Who cared about godly obligations or whatever he called them. He had still led to the death of so many. How could there be even a shroud of goodness within him? Popo sure thought there could be. And Popo hadn't ever been wrong before. Pit? Friend? Pit looked up from his communicator. Tiki had been contacting him, worried about this new expedition he was about to head out on. Of course, she trusted him, but based on track record. We're here, Ren spoke, catching Pit off guard. That voice. That guy. Why did the sound of his voice send Pit tumbling? Alright. Pit, flustered, blurted out. He felt weird. As if he wasn't himself. His mind felt like an unlit cavern, shrouded in the feelings of someone else. Ready to go, Mark. Fantastic, Mark said, crossing off the last two names off of his list. Find a seat, we're about ready to head out to Morin's for a quick pit stop, and then we'll head towards Alpha's Mound. And next to him? Pit exclaimed, a bit too shocked. Mark and Ren gave Pit a strange look. I mean, Mark replied, rubbing at the backside of his head. You don't have to sit by him. Just find a spot, Angel Boy. What's the matter? Suddenly hate me? Ren jokingly quipped, flicking at Pit's nose before meandering his way toward the van. And no, it's nothing, Pit shyly responded. Suddenly, he wished he could disappear. With the team all accounted for and packed into the I-van, the Lord of the Reset Temple began his final, exterior inspection. If this suicide mission was going to be any kind of success, they'd need to have a working vehicle. Hopefully, no dimension hopping would be needed for this expedition. In and out. It should be fast. But Mark knew deep down it wasn't going to be so simple. It never was. As he fidgeted around with the hood, Mark felt a tug at his slacks. Turning his head and adjusting his glasses, the manager spied a young girl in a pink parka, who didn't seem too happy to see him. We're gonna come with, Nana bluntly informed him. Nana, Papa lightly chastised. That's not how we practiced. Nana let out a small, annoyed sound, but agreed. Taking a moment to breathe, Nana's eyes lifted towards Mark's. Papa and I think it would be a good idea if we came with, too. You could use our IC skills and it would help me, I think. The older man looked from the girl, to the boy, and back to the girl again. Papa nodded his head in agreement to what his sister had said. It was a pleasant surprise, really, to see Nana look at him with something other than murder gleaming in her eyes. Mark placed a hand on each of their shoulders, getting down to their level. I appreciate the offer, kids. And I think we're going to need all the help we can get. I don't want to discourage you, but you've got to know this mission is really, really dangerous. Believe me, I've been through danger before, Nana spat back at him. Then be my guests. With Mark's confirmation, the duo of ice-climbing children found themselves a seat in the I-van. With a few more things checked off his list, Mark, too, crawled inside of the white van. Ready? Nora asked, glancing to her husband from the driver's seat. Her voice sounded hollow, as if she, herself, was unsure if she was ready to go or not. "Ready," Mark reported. Sensing her nervousness, Mark laid a hand on her shoulder. "It's going to be alright, honey. Max'll take care of the kids, and we'll make quick work of this." "Sure," Nora muttered, confidence nowhere to be seen in her voice. After all this time, she was going home. Checking the rearview mirror, Nora tossed the I-van into reverse, and headed toward the place she built her new life for what she assumed would be the final time, entering some real unfamiliar country. The I-van bumped and bumbled down the, oddly well-kept, dirt road. Holding his large sword on his lap, Mark's fingers ran across the blade. Having stopped at Morton's point to drop of mags, Mark thought grabbing the weapon bestowed upon him all those years ago would be quite handy. After all, if worst had come to worst, which, to be frank, happened all the time, being armed would be much better than being unarmed. Nora let out a small sound, her eyes focused entirely on the road before her. The tree covering was getting worse. Despite being midday at the latest, the headlights flicked on to illuminate the path before them. This part of the woods was beginning to freak her out, causing her anxiety to spike. Unfortunately, not for me. Taking a sudden right, the van found itself bending up a path that was more out of the way. A path that any normal traveler would have completely overlooked, and flew straight past. The off-the-cuff path was slightly less kept than its mainstream brother in an attempt to dissuade any potential visitors, but not so bad that it was completely untraversable. Obviously meant as a horse trail, the I-van found some difficulties keeping on the straight and narrow, but Nora managed to keep it decently straight. "We've gotta be getting close, now," Sonic mused aloud. The hedgehog was getting antsy. Sitting in cars for long periods of time made him claustrophobic. It felt like the inside of one of Eggman's badniks in here. His eyes scanned the trade line, looking for anything that might cause trouble. Something was looking back. Between the path and the van, Sonic swore he saw someone or something move. "Someone's out there," Sonic said suddenly. His sudden announcement got the attention of those in the van. In an effort to confirm for themselves, eyes flew to the windows in an effort to see what it was that Sonic had. "Multiple Summon," Ness added. The PSI user was right. The tree line was alive with movement. Stealthy in execution, every now and then the naked eye would catch a glimpse of something darting behind the wood of the old branches. No one knew for certain if there were people, creatures, or paranoid delusions, but those in the van certainly saw something. "Doesn't surprise me," Nora sighed aloud. She had expected this, after all. Back when she lived here, her father seemed to know every single blade of grass that surrounded the barren lands he lived on. "They'll know we're coming. If their scouts are any good, that is. A lot can change in 30 years." Real reassuring, Waluigi mused, his hands sliding behind his head. "Maybe they'll kill us all before we get anywhere near that puke-colored punk." "No. No casualties." Sonic shot back at the other. His voice was serious. "Hurt. He couldn't have any more blood on or near his hands." "We'll be okay," Mark reassured, "but something tells me stealth is out the window." Mark Nora started, her voice trailing away. After a moment of thinking, she came back, her voice synced with fear. "There's still time. We can turn around." "And leave my brother?" Mario objected from the back seat. The plumber, despite Peach's gentle suggestion to keep calm, sat up. The GOO was still clutched in his lap. "Listen. If you want to turn around and run away, that's okie dokie. But I'm either leaving here with my brother and his wife, or I''M.A. Leaving here in a body bag." "They won't be so kind as to give you a body bag," Nora returned through gritted teeth. Just seeing this stretch of woods again sent a primal fear through her. It felt as if the trees were reaching out to grab her, to choke her. She gave Mark another pleading look. "I want to see my children again, Mark. I can't die for this stupid rescue mission." "You'll see them again, dear. I promise you that," Mark told her. A hand of his slipped into one of hers, gently squeezing it. Nora returned the touch with a vice grip. "Do you think they're alright? With Max?" "I do," Mark affirmed, nodding his head lightly. His eyes turned to the tree line to confirm himself that there was something out there. "I trust him with everything I've got. Don't you?" Yeah, I trust him," Nora muttered, taking another turn along a winding path. Rock after rock, tree after tree, they were approaching her dreaded hometown. But you know how he gets. "So, what are you little schmucks hungry for?" Max wheeled into the kitchen to find Kevin and Carl seated at the table. The two young boys looked at their caretaker for the time being apprehensive. It was strange. "Where did Mama and Daddy go, Uncle Max?" Kevin suddenly asked, disregarding the previous inquiry. "Uncle Max. It was the first time he had heard the term used. He had to admit, it had a pretty nice ring to it. On a little social call, that's all, Max dismissed, waving his hand slightly to dispel any worries the two boys might have had. They'll be home soon. They just had to do a little errand for your dad's work, is all. What's a social call? Carl asked. The 10-year-old tilted his head off to the side, taking in the sight of his uncle before him. Just a few short months ago, Carl had been content with accepting the family that he had. The only family he had ever known had been his mother and father. But now, with this odd man claiming to be his dad's brother, Carl's imagination was working. What other family members could he have out there? Hopefully they were nice. Max let out a small laugh, in spite of himself. Sorry, that was inappropriate, but ignorance is bliss, my boys, Max mused to seemingly no one. Both young boys exchanged another glance. Max tapped his cane to the ground twice, before leaning forward on it. Through his sunglasses, his eyes were drawn to Kevin. He could definitely see his brother in his brother's son. A social call is just that. A call one makes. Socially. In person. More or less. Your parents are going to meet an old friend, who's been camping out in the woods. That sounds fun, Carl exclaimed. You'd think that, Max returned, his humor dry. The Lord of Knowledge turned his attention toward a window that faced the west. Hopefully they managed to have a little fun. But not too much. Is there such a thing as too much fun? Kevin asked. You boys are full of questions, aren't you? Max laughed, before giving Kevin an affectionate noogie. The brown-haired boy squealed, before issuing laughter. Of course there's such a thing. Too much of anything can be a bad thing. Except food. What do you want to eat? You sure know a lot, Uncle Max, Carl commented, pushing his uncle away. Max flashed his $1 million smile. That's my thing. The gate. Nora had seen that gate so many times in her life. She'd wander to that gate and stare out, looking into the untouched wilderness. It was always closed, and the wall that surrounded the living ghost town kept her inside. Tall, dark, and wide enough to fit a semi-truck through, the gate always kept her away from the true freedom she didn't know she needed until she left. Seeing it again was like seeing an old friend in the nursing home. Well, we've made it, Nora dryly mused, before dramatically gestured to the gate before them. Slowing the van, she sighed aloud. Alpha's mounted. Someone's going to need to get out and open the gate, Mark told the van, turning around slightly to spy who he had in the back seat. The welcome party must not have gotten here, yet. I've got it, Bowser offered. The big brute, after muscling his way through the mass of people around him and out of the van, stomped his way toward the rusty gate. Eyeing it seemed as if the gate hadn't been open for quite some time. Rusty and old, the gate reminded him of some of his own architecture. These people were obviously bad. Bending, the Koopa King grabbed the bottom of the metal and gave it a good tug. Nothing. A bit taken aback, Bowser gave it a harder tug. Still, the metal of the rusty thing remained unmoved. Tough sumbitch. Bowser asked no one in particular. Puffing out a nose full of smoke, the turtle cracked his neck and then his knuckles. If you want to see a tough guy, I'll show you a tough guy. Breathing in deeply, Bowser gripped the bottom with all his might. Growling, the Koopa King ripped the gate out of the ground and off its hinges before hurling it out into the deep trees of the surrounding forest. Huffing and puffing, he straightened out his back and looked back at the van with a thumbs up. The van looked on in disbelief. Anger can be a good motivator, Chad spoke, breaking the silence. Nora grit her teeth, before putting the van into drive again. You don't know the half of it. Pa, I think we've got us a problem. Garth looked up from under his brimmed hat. There was no sun this deep in the woods, but the hats had become mainstay within the Lindbergh gang. Garth's calloused hands rested comfortably against his chest, dried blood caking under his fingernails. Leaning back in his rocking chair with a creak, the leader of the Lindberghs spied just who it was coming to greet him. He lazily responded. We got company, Pa. Down in town. Slick informed his father. Hopping down from his sleek, black horse and hitching the animal to the hitching post, the young, greasy thug hopped up the stairs. I saw him coming, I did. They's in one of them fancy metal horses. Looks like they's got a big company of folk. Garth grunted. We've had plenty of folk round here. Stumblers, I calls them. Don't think they was stumblers, Pa, Slick continued. A hand played with his gun, which was holstered at his hip. I can guarantee it's more of them smash freaks. They had a big damn turtle bastard rip the gate off in town. This caught Garth's attention. A devious kind of smirk stretched over the old mobster's face, as he softly shook his head. Looks like they's come and take what's ours, eh? Hell, maybe I'll even let them. These two are pretty shit, information-wise. But how will we fix TH hole? Garth huffed angrily, before smacking his son on the cheek. Scowling, Garth pointed a scarred hand at his son. This is why we kidnapped them dumb bastards, you dumb bastard. It was a trap for them smash freaks. Gods, I thought being an idiot was Carson's thing. Slick rubbed at his cheek, dejected. He opened his mouth to say something, but found nothing coming out. Then, after a pause, he spoke again. Should we turn them townsfolk out on him? Not yet. Garth hummed. Anyone of real importance you see riding with him? Slick began, rubbing at his chin. Let me think. Well, there's that big un, the turtle fucker. Thought I saw a blue mouse in there, too. Who's driving? Couldn't tell whose passenger was. Some man. Kinda Poindexter while looking. Not our type, the greaseball responded. It took a second of thought before he responded again. I think the driver was a woman, though. A real looker, she. Brownish hair, average build, freckles. Garth huffed a breathy laugh, before reaching for a cigar. Flicking the match, he lit the tobacco, before pressing it against his chapped lips. Faintly, his gray eyes were visible under the shade of his hat. Looks like my little princesses came back for another dance with Daddy, he said. Crushing an old cigar stump in his hand and tossing it aside, he took another drag of his fresh one. She's gonna regret it. Wait. Stop the van. Stop the van. Nora's foot, like a block of lead, hit the brakes. The I-van skid across the dirty road of Alpha's Mound. The town felt empty with little signs of life here and there. It gave everyone on the expedition the chills, as if they were observing a corpse that had been reanimated and forced to run a ramshackle storefront. Why Wario's crass voice called out for them to stop was beyond them. What could you possibly want? Mario asked, completely dumbfounded by his less-than-intelligent cohort's exclamation. I think there's people in those shops. Wario explained, moving his, quite voluptuous, backside over Peach, who was disgusted by the atomic weapon pointed at her. Wario pressed his face against the window like Donkey Kong trying to see who was outside his shack. Two greasy hands pressed against the windows, with a pink nose in the middle to complete the art. Tickled, Wario clapped his hands. There are chumps running those places. All eyes followed Wario's grubby pointing. And he was right. The lights were on in the handful of shops that line the streets, and there was movement on the inside. Every now and then, a face of indiscriminate origin would poke out from behind the curtains, before catching a glimpse of the intruders, and dart back behind the curtains. There was life here. Okay? Ness asked. What does that have to do with anything? We're on a mission to save Luigi, here. Bah, while Luigi spoke, dismissing the little squirt's concerns. Sitting up, the lanky purple trickster gandered out the window to see what they had. General store. Saloon. Post office. The green weenie can wait. He's made it this long, hasn't he? Did you think I'd come out all this way and not get a souvenir? That's what this is to you? A field trip? Sonic asked, exasperated. There are lives on the line, here. Yeah, something like that, while Luigi shrugged. Are you suggesting you break off from the group to go thrift shopping? Mark asked, his voice conveying his absolute disbelief. We won't be long. Wario bartered. He held up 3.5 fingers. Let me go check out, 3 stores. There might be something worth sweet, buying in there. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Pitt, of all people, piped up. His voice was obviously uncomfortable, and he was fidgeting as far away from Ren as possible. Less people make us seem like less of a threat. It could weave away worries that the others have. I mean, we do have a giant, fire-breathing turtle with us. Is that not normal? Bowser asked. When no one responded to him, the Koopa King crossed his arms and puffed out a nose full of smoke. Fine. I'll allow it. Remember what happened last time we split up? Chad asked. His hand held tightly to his wife's. Both trainers stared Pit down, which made the fidgeting angel fidget harder. All too well, Sonic muttered under his breath. Yoshi and Nana looked to each other for a moment, before looking away. Mark was silent. Yes, he remembered, and while he did not regret fulfilling his godly duties, he regretted the relationships he had severed or injured because of it. We'll be quick, promise. Just let me get them goodies. The way I see it, we're all out manned and out gunned, Wario explained, drawing a hand in the air to prove his point. Those chumps have gotta have this whole place on lockdown. If AU posers go in and they cause a distraction, I dunno, dress in Dragon Day dance or a something me, Waluigi, and a pit could come in with some of their own weapons and take them by surprise. Silence followed Wario's suggestion. Glances were exchanged as those present seriously took the greasy biker's idea. Did Wario seriously make a plan? King Dedede asked, completely in disbelief. The penguin scratched at the backside of his head. Huh. I'm all for it if it helps us out in the long run. And if you get caught? Nora asked, leaning on an arm to look back into the back seats. Her emerald eyes stared down the three amigos like a hawk. We're here to save 2 hostages. We don't need any more. We won't get caught. Pit promised. Clumsily, he reached for his blades. But if we do, I've got my blades. I've got enough garlic on me to level an entire city block. Wario exclaimed. And I've got my charisma and good looks. Waluigi grinned, plucking a rose from seemingly nowhere to place between his teeth. We'd be okay without him, Wario whispered to Nora. She didn't think it was funny. You're doomed if they turn the town on you, Nora warned. But she threw the van into park. Get out. You've got an hour or less to meet us at the Lindbergh Manor. Thank goddess, Pit gasped, before scurrying out of the van. He could not breathe in there, for some reason or another. Wario and Waluigi were out after him in no time. Closing the door to the van once again, the three were left standing in the mud. The van bumped and bumbled out of Main Street and out of sight, climbing a steep hill shrouded in thick forestry. The trees cast an ominous shadow on the entire mound. Pit let out a sigh of relief, before shaking himself off. Good idea, Wario. I saw you were a bundle of nerves, kiddo, Wario told him, patting him on the shoulder. Why you did? Was I that obvious? No. I just noticed now, Wario chortled, before scratching himself. Clapping his hands in front of himself, he rubbed his fingers together. So, what's first on the agenda, choppers? Pit's eyes scanned the buildings before him, but one caught his attention right away. Why? Why would a bunch of cowboys have a salon? Where are you from, Uncle Max? Uncle Max. There it was again. The sharp-dressed man's eyes rose from the fireplace to spot his 2 younger nephews eagerly looking up to him. Both boys held so much wonder behind their eyes that it was hard to believe they were over 30 years old. Oh, what he would give to have that kind of innocence again. Far, far away, Max began, leaning back in his wheelchair. His cane hung loosely at his side. To illustrate his point, the Lord of Knowledge picked it up and drew in the air as if it were a magic paintbrush. Farther than the sun no can reach. Further than an ocean of this world can expand. More gone than. Well, more gone than that sandwich you ate earlier. Max ended his last point by poking Kevin, the younger of the 2, in the stomach with the end of his cane. The child giggled at the prodding. How far is that? Carla asked. The boy was growing to be extremely smart for his mental age. It made the Lord of Knowledge chuckle. Extremely, Max mused. I'll spare the 2 of you the existential truth of your existence and give you the canonical explanation. I'm not from this universe. I come from a twisted place that started as a joke and derailed the entire fabric of your world. What? Carl exclaimed. So you're, like, a space alien? Or a shooting starman? Kevin added. I suppose. Technically. I guess I am an alien to this grounded reality, Max laughed. It was a silly thought, but a true one. While he wasn't green with big, bug eyes, he was, technically, not of this world. Letting out a sigh, Max twisted his cane in his hands. Truth is, boys, I'm not certain of what's real and what isn't. But what I feel about you 2, and about your parents, it lets me forget that looming dread for a moment. Wait a minute, Carl mused, scratching at his chin. The kid was cute in a dorky kind of way. It reminded Max of the kid's father. If you aren't even from here to begin with, how can you be my dad's brother? Yeah. Kevin piped in. I've spent my whole life with Carl. How can you be my dad's brother if you're not from here? Good questions, boys. Gold stars for the day, Max joked, poking them affectionately on the head with his cane. He made note not to get it stuck in Carl's curls, a physical trait he had no doubt inherited from his mother. I used to spend a lot of time with your dad. Lots and lots and lots of time. I'd come over to this dimension every chance I could get, though that wasn't typically to visit your father. We were born of the same creator. Made from the same material. But I shouldn't fill your heads with those silly stories of the good old days. Hell I mean heck, don't tell your mother I said that your dad doesn't even remember those times anymore. In all honesty, Max was jealous of his older brother. Mark had gotten away from his godly responsibility. Married the love of his life. grew a family. It was an opportunity Max had never had himself. Kevin and Carl were the embodiment of that. And being a good uncle to them was a way he could get at least a little sliver of that fulfillment for himself. A hand had gently pressed against the dead rose he held in his breast pocket. "That's really confusing," Kevin muttered. "Oh, believe me. It'll get even more confusing when the reboot comes out." "The what?" Carl asked, tilting his head to the side in curiosity. Max chuckled, before waving his hand. I'm only needling, boys. They're still brainstorming. But in the meantime, I think it might just be about time to send you two to bed." The two let out sounds of dismay. Typical 30-year-olds, Max thought, inwardly laughing. Sometimes he was so clever he amused himself. That cocksure son of a bitch. "Hey, I'll have wine." The van once again pulled to a stop. She wasn't sure if it was the clouds above the tree line or the hole in the sky, but an ominous feeling was cast over the house she had grown up in. It had fallen into a small state of disrepair since she had last been here. Siding had been chipped and fallen off. The paint needed to be redone. Other aspects needed some touching up, but it wasn't unexpected. If another incident happened with the portals. With a deep breath, Nora placed the vehicle into park. Without saying a word, she grasped her gun belt and exited the van. A lone, elderly man sat in a rocking chair at the front of the Lindbergh Manor. High and wooden, the manor screamed luxury. A mansion suitable for a bunch of no-gooders who had evaded retribution for so long. Back and forth the chair rocked. Back and forth the man who had raised her rocked. In his hand was another goddamned cigar. Why the cancer sticks hadn't put an end to him was beyond her. Nora's eyes were downcast as she walked the muddy path. "Nora." Mark's voice called out, but his call fell on deaf ears. The rest of the team was dismounting the van, but Nora was rapidly approaching. When she stood but 15 feet away, she stopped. Garth's eyes lifted from under his hat. His signature, ugly grin stretched his scarred and elderly face. Years of smoking had left his teeth less than desirable. Inhaling with his nose, the old man hacked a loogie out and off toward a Splatoon. "Been waiting on you, pumpkin," Garth mused. "How long's it been since you last seen your old man? I thought I'd drop by. Give you a bit of a social call," Nora responded. Her hands hung limply by her side, hovering over her holstered guns. Inwardly, the ex-shootist hoped shooting a gun was like riding a bike. She looked the part. But it had been so long since she'd had to pull a trigger that she didn't know if she still had it in her. "I feel like you know why I'm here. Why we're here." "Course I do," Garth responded, casually. As opposed to his daughter, the old coot wasn't tensed at all. He seemed relaxed, despite the group growing in front of him. More and more, those who had made the trek to this hilly piece of the forest began to exit the I-van. Garth hardly paid them any mind. Deeply, he took another drag of his cigar, tapping some of the soot and ash off the end of the bit. "You know we aren't leaving without them," Nora continued. She felt numb. Returning here, facing her demons. It was supposed to be a moment of empowerment. Of triumph over the bad things one had done in their past. But she felt none of it. Perhaps it was Garth's unflinching delivery, or the fact that it was jarring to be back at her former front door. A hand twitched for her pistol. "Wouldn't have thought it no other way," the old man retorted. His cold, dark eyes had retreated back under the brim of his hat. He let out a small chuckle. "What do you want with them, Garth?" Nora bluntly asked. The other stood back, watching. The tension was felt in the air, and not a single smasher dared to take a single step closer. It was like standing on the pin of a grenade. "Nah, that ain't no way to grate your paw," Garth returned. His tone sharpened, making Nora flinch. The simple show of fear was enough to make a smirk tease the edges of the old man's face. "You know, princess, this reminds me of your first stage robbery. You remember that? All them years ago, when we rode on them folk headed toward Shafton." Nora grit her teeth. Her eyes turned away from the one before her. "Ah, you do, don't you? As much as you try and forget the way you was, you still remember," Garth chuckled. Bringing the cigar to his mouth again, the king of this castle took another drag. With a hum to his voice, Garth released the stream of cancer vapor. It was a shame he hadn't died of it yet. "Your ma never was the kind for those robberies. But I thought you girls could take it just fine. If you weren't so nervous, Ma might still be around." "Don't talk about Ma," she demanded. "Why?" Garth asked. Standing, the old man's duster coat flipped in the wind. Lowly it hung, the gray fabric reaching only inches away from his worn boots. "Don't like thinking about her more than 3 us, do ya? Don't like being responsible for th death of the woman who raised me? Hell, if you'd just taken that one fella out. Quick as the wind, Nora had drawn a firearm. The worn pistol needed a good cleaning, and her shaky hand didn't help matters any. Her teeth were grit hard enough to break. Stop talking. Garth looked down the barrel of the gun and smiled. Now, honey, you know that ain't the best idea. Garth taunted. Taking one last drag of his cigar, Garth tossed it aside. Do you want to be responsible for your father's death, too? After all these years are running from your past, that's how you wanna remember it? Nora squeezed her gun, but not the trigger. He knew where to hit her where it hurt. He always had, in more ways than one. A sly bastard, Garth Lindbergh was. And the bastard part couldn't be emphasized enough. Knowing that she wouldn't do anything, Garth smugly looked onto the rest of the rogues gallery she'd brought with her. Those smash freaks really weren't the kind of company Garth had pegged her as keeping. A giant turtle who seemed like he broke skulls for fun. Some extremely white average humans who wore confangling new age clothing. A blue rat. Ain't you gonna introduce me to your friends, kiddo? Nora, what are you doing? A voice asked. Mark's voice. But Nora hadn't recognized it. Instead, she did what she had wanted to do all those years ago. She squeezed the trigger. The sound of a bullet failing to fly hit Garth's ears, and made his head turn back to the woman before him. Shocked, Nora clicked the trigger again. And again. Looks like you do got a spine anew, Garth caved. The old man shook his head. Shame. And I was gonna play nice. Boys? Joker drew his own gun and fired, only for the same result to become known. No bullet. Mark drew his large sword from his holster, only to have it knocked out of his hands by an invisible force. Mario, shocked, readied himself into a fighting position, only to have Bowser's weight topple on top of him. We've been set up. Sonic shouted. Course you have, Garth coldly explained. The sounds of panic and struggle filled the old man's ears, and it was delightful. We got a deal to make, don't we? I don't understand it, Wario. It's so weird. When I look at him, he makes me feel. I don't even know how to explain it. Pit was blissfully unaware of all the eyes on him as he, Wario, and Waluigi walked into the, surprisingly well-kept, saloon. Patrons of many different races, species, and gender filled the place. The diversity was off the charts. A half-wolf woman sat beside an eagle. Man and beast seemed to be one in this bar. And all eyes were on the angel and the plumbers. I can't even be near him without sputtering like an idiot. Pit groaned, following Wario to a spot at the bar. Taking a stool, the angel found his hand on his face. Hey, what's new? Wario shrugged, a finger going to pick at his nose. Waluigi sat on the other side of Pit. For once, all attention was on him. And he hated it. Barkeep. Barkeep. Gimme 2 of your hardest liquors and a juice box for the boy. The bartender said nothing. Instead, the one-eyed Frenchman grumbled something under his breath before going to fulfill the request. Pouring 2 hard liquors, he gave the alcohol to Wario and Pit, and gave a box of juice to Waluigi. Gleefully, Waluigi stabbed the straw through it. It's just something about the way he is. Pit continued on. So suave and inconspicuous. His voice. I don't. Wario grabbed the shot glass and ate it whole, before pounding his hand on the table for another. What's so great about this punk? He's just some messy-haired dweeb with a thing for knives. He makes me feel like my skin is melting, Pit groaned, his head hitting the table. And it's only recently that I've felt this. For a long time, I thought he was neat and all, but I dunno, it's weird. Ah, shut up, will you? Waluigi complained through a mouthful of juice box. Just to get a room, already. WH. Pit gasped, straightening straight up. Why would I get a room? I have a room. That has nothing to do with Joker. Take him there, then. Waluigi spat out. If you love him so much, just marry him. Marry Ren? Pit exclaimed. The amount of shock in his voice would have killed a small sea-dwelling creature. I have a girlfriend. I love my girlfriend, a lot. I haven't heard you say a thing about her since we got here, Wario shrugged. Again, he ate the entire shot glass whole, much to the barkeep's dismay. Sounds to you've moved on. And no way, Pit said, shaking his head. Tiki is. She's my life. She's my. Ow. Pit, Wario, and Waluigi turned toward the sound of the voice. It was gruff. Forceful. Scary. Beside them, a scary-looking forest dweller with a beard infested with woodland creatures stood. Oh yeah? Waluigi piped up, puffing his chest out. He hardly seemed intimidating. What you gonna do if we don't, Waluigi, Pit started, but Wario was up next. Yeah. Wario retorted. What you gonna do, bub? Build me a house and let me live in it for the rest of my life. The forest dweller held up a large machete. We were just leaving, Waluigi smiled. And no hard feelings. Pit sputtered, all but falling off of his chair. Why yeah. We're just a bunch of tourists. Wario grinned. Taking a camera from seemingly nowhere, he pointed it at the scaradine of the dense forest. Say cheese. The forest dweller wasn't happy, but the stun from the camera flash was enough to buy Pit, Waluigi, and Wario some time to exit the scene before a true brawl could break out. Once more, the trio were outside in the dirty path that led around the town. Good day thinking, Wario, Waluigi said, patting Wario on the back. That'll look good in the cringe compilation. Bah, what can I say? I''M.M.A. Regular genius. Wario proudly proclaimed. What do we do now? Waluigi asked, his eyes scanning the rest of the town. In his gloved hand, Waluigi held the juice box he had taken from the bar. Hopefully they didn't expect the tab to be paid anytime soon. Let's go to the trinket shop, Wario suggested, scratching his backside. I stole that guy's wallet. Wonder how much I can get off of his card before he cancels it. What I say, pity? Sound good? Pit had no answer. His mind was elsewhere. On the words in the bar. Just marry him. A world of hurt. A heart of longing. Eyes full of tears. Kakure rubbed away the sadness from her eyes. If she continued to sob like this, she would be dehydrated in no time. Gods knew these bastards weren't feeding her well enough. A heavy breath entered. A heavy breath exited. The cell was cold. Her heart was empty. Wiping her eyes once again, Kakure noticed something that the blur of tears hadn't allowed her to see before. There. A set of keys dangled across the wall. Gently, she scuttled toward the edge of her cell, and stuck an arm out. Nothing. Gasping, she reached nothing but air. Freedom so close, and yet so far away. When the hopelessness began to set in again, an idea warmed itself in her head. Tongue. Opening her mouth, the Lord spat out her long, sticky tongue. Much like her arm, the first attempts got her nothing but air and the taste of the dirty floor in her mouth. The fifth got her a taste of the wall. The seventh, cold metal. Gently reeling in like a fisherman with the catch of a lifetime at the end of her rod, Kakure brought the keys closer to her until, finally, the cool metal was stationed firmly in her hands. Liberation. Something stirred in a cell adjacent to her own. But friend or foe was unknown in this strange new dimension. All I'm saying is that I feel this weird kinda connection with him. Pit was still in a tizzy. Feelings of this sort were always confusing. They always hit the special place in someone's heart that nothing else could reach. They were especially confusing when the feelings he had weren't even his own. And what I''M.M.A. saying is that I don't care, Waluigi huffed in retort. The purple plumber was growing more and more annoyed of the same exact rhetoric being repeated into his oddly pointy ears. Rummaging around the shop, Waluigi stumbled upon something of great interest. Reaching deep within the bin, the prankster pulled out a long, shiny sword. Wah! Looky here, chums. Don't I look like the most charming prince you've ever seen? To demonstrate his point, the lanky lunatic swung the sword around the air, knocking off random sets of armor and furniture. Again, just like the saloon, all eyes of the intensely diverse Alpha's mound were on him. Sorry, he apologized, before clumsily mashing the sword back into its holster. Look, kid, I getcha, Wario mused, rubbing his greasy fingers across his butt chin. His eyes were focused entirely on a motorized battering ram that sat in the back lot. The thing was practically calling his name. But you're gonna have to swallow them feelings, punk. We've got us some chumps to save. One of which is your boyfriend, remember? He's not my boyfriend. Pit shuddered like a shy schoolgirl. But would you mind if he was? Pit had no answer for that question. Dejectedly, he turned his vision away from Wario and Waluigi, who was currently sticking his fingers into a rock that any sane person would not stick their fingers into. Instead, Pit turned his eyes toward a handful of trinkets that day before him. An ember amulet with something still inside it. A rock carving that depicted something. Picking it up, Pit noticed 3 figures, 2 female and 1 male, standing atop a cloud. All of their faces were scratched out. What are we even looking for, anyway? Pit asked Wario. Wario asked, placing a Viking helmet on his head. For some reason, the helm fit snugly and seemed familiar. I don't know, really. Anything that'll help us destroy those Lindbergh bastards. Suddenly, the entire store fell to a hush. It was sudden and sharp. Waluigi stopped shoveling strange amulets and potions into his back pocket to look around. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with dark skin and a missing eye, had slammed a knife into the table he stood behind. "You ain't from around here, are you?" the shopkeeper inquired, a golden glare glinting off of his good eye. "Yeah? So what?" Waluigi puffed. "We're here to set you all free. You'll build big statues of us and praise the day we did you of those cowpunks." "Those cowpunks is the only thing keeping my family fed into me in business," the shopkeeper huffed. "Mr. Lindbergh looks after us. Hell, he sells me all the stuff he gets from his portal to make sure I's got business." "What? Portal?" Pit asked. "Oh, yous really ain't from round here," the ratchety old man continued. The other patrons of the shop had meandered their way outside, not wanting to evoke the shopkeeper's wrath. "You boys ever hear of something called the Elder Gods?" Wario and Pit shared a glance with one another. Waluigi, on the other hand, had seemed to use his powers of being extremely unremarkable to disappear from the room. Where had he gone? "Passing," Wario responded, waddling his fat ass toward the counter. His pockets were full of stolen goods, and his back held weapons of all sorts. He looked like a regular dwarven Wario. Got a. What is he, a friend? Got a friend who won't shut up about the Elder Gods and whatever. Is he a god of thunder himself? I might know this man, the shopkeep asked. No, Wario responded. If anything, he's a color swap of another friend. Interesting, the elderly man mused. He seemed to have relaxed a little around these newbies, taking his carved knife back up again to polish it. The clean blade depicted a scene. A great battle, with many combatants. From the looks of it, those fighting were not of this realm. What about the Elder Gods? Pit asked, curious. He, himself, held only a few trinkets. An amulet with a jade center. An old map of an area he was unfamiliar with. A handful of scrolls. Yes, excuse me, the old man returned with a cough. Alpha's mound. It's got a connection to them old gods. Hey, hold up, buddy, Wario interjected, pointing a stubby finger at the man expositing to them. I thought they were dead. They are, you piglet. I was getting there. He shot back. He continued to clean the knife in his hands. The battle shown was gruesome indeed. It depicted a man with a missing eye plunging a lance into a demon? It seemed woman-like. Pit couldn't quite make it out. The old man gestured you the knife they had already been ogling. Alpha's mound. What's that name all about? I'll tell you what. This here place is the gravesite of one of them old bastards. Don't know which. Don't know how. But this here place is awful unstable because of it. That's what you mean, Pit muttered. With the portals. We get some weird portals too where we're from, but this place. The old man nodded. Built a whole room for harnessing them in the Lindbergh Manor. It is possible to harness them. But I'm sure you're well aware of that. Damn portal jumpers. Pit and Wario weren't sure what that last bit was supposed to mean. But they figured not to get too offended by the called name. Shit's been real unstable since that big old butthole in the sky showed up, the shopkeeper continued, a hint of worry in his voice. Garth promised he'd do his best to fix it for us common folk. The kind old man muttered, before his head turned toward the counter, but if you's askin me, I don't think he's got a damn clue on what's going on. He's just a man, no? That's why he kidnapped the green bean, Wario concluded. It made sense, really. If he was a commoner of this realm, a giant black sphere in the sky would scare the Wario waft out of him, too, especially if he had a community to take care of. He kidnapped a friend of ours. It's not right. Pit exclaimed. Garth's always been a man who didn't care how far he had go, the shopkeeper countered. A glint was in his good eye again. You two wouldn't have nothing to do with the floating death sentence above us, would you? Wario and Pit gave each other another glance. Worried. Would you? Suddenly, the entryway of the shop was slammed open. But not by someone entering. A giant, wooden metal contraption crushed the opening of the store. Waluigi sat behind the seat of the mobilized bartering ram. Get in, losers. We're going a-robbing. Waluigi chortled. Pit and Wario didn't need to be told twice. Especially because the shopkeeper began shooting at them. Keep walking, you good-for-nothing trespasser. A rod plundered into Bowser's side. Letting out a bellow of pain, the Koopa King continued the shameful walk he and the rest of the party had been forced into. With his hands tied and extremely well for that matter, Bowser continued to walk the chain. Mario and Peach weren't too far ahead of him. It was strange to see Mario with the poltergust GOO on his back rather than his cowardly brother. It seemed so out of place. Peach sighed. It really was just another Tuesday, wasn't it? I told you we'd get him, Pa. Connie smiled brightly to her father. Holding up a small beacon, she let out a whistle. I told you we'd better bring this sucker around. Shoulda known Princess woulda tried to shoot you. Good for nothing traitor. HMMN, Garth grunted. They're lucky I care enough to question them. Coming on my property and all that. The inside of the manor was much more impressive than the outside. Well kept and well groomed, the main area could have rivaled the Smash Hotel's new design. Wealth was no shortage here. Especially when they owned everything in the surrounding area. Where'd you want them, boss? A small man asked, tugging on the roll rope that held Chad, Chelsea, and Joker. Holden Cell, Garth grunted, scratching his chin. A good, clean, 5 o'clock shadow was gracing his jawline. Suddenly, a ringed finger pointed out. Kept them too. They's mine, keep her moving. We ain't got all day. Another painful jab of electricity was poked into Bowser's neck. The Koopa King roared out in pain, as the jolts ravaged his skin and shook him to his core. I am moving. Bowser growled back. It's the other idiots you have to keep pace with. With a chain gang as long as they were, slow movement was inevitable. From King Dedede to Chad and Chelsea, the entire posse of rescuers seemed in need of a rescue themselves. Trudging slowly and chaperoned by the scariest lackeys the Lindbergh gang could spare, the dejected, beaten, and captured Smashers were paraded through the Lindbergh Manor. Don't you think it's a little dubious? Brick asked Danny, overseeing the escort from atop a balcony. What did Pa tell you about using words like dubious and amoral, Carson? Annie said with a roll of her emerald eyes. Loosely, the cowgirl mobster held a shotgun atop her shoulder. Her jaw danced as she chewed on something. Chewing tobacco or bubble gum was yet to be determined. Carson muttered, scratching his short, blonde hair. Smarts and memory were not exactly his strongest suit. The big boy continued to watch the escort of the prisoners for a moment, before shaking his head. Pa always says he's got reason for what he does. But they's got cheering down there. That can't be for the betterment of us. Annie spat on the ground, before taking her free hands to smack her older brother upside the head. Oh, Juku's princess is back. You think you can go all soft again? Grow up, brickhead. That was 30-some years ago. Carson rubbed at the backside of his head. Damn, that little woman could hit. I told yous it was an accident. Ma told me T. Another smack on the backside of the head. And another groan of pain. Don't you say nothing about what Ma told you, Annie hissed, venom in her voice. If you screw this one up too, we could lose our whole world. Our whole universe. Our whole universe? Brick repeated, stupefied. Yeah. Them's the bastards that opened the hole in the sky. They's the one who's gonna tell Pa how to fix it. Annie explained. Her faith was entirely in her father. In her eyes, the man could do no wrong. Which included kidnapping little children. I told you this was a bad idea, Papo, Nana muttered to her brother, who walked in front of her in the chain gang. The ground of them continued past a massive wooden door, engraved with markings the young girl could hardly comprehend. A great battle. A death. A reset. The idea threw shivers down Nana's spine and then, nothing. Her mind briefly wondered what hid behind that door. Only to be prodded ahead by Yoshi's overly big nose, who walked directly behind her. Now's not the time for I told you so, Papo muttered back to his sister. He was wary of the scary men, women, and others that watched them as they walked. Each one of the guards seemed as if they ate nails for breakfast and made kittens cry for fun. The blue Eskimo boy did not want to get on their bad side. But something told him he was already there for a crime he did not commit. Why not? Nana asked. I knew this was gonna be stupid and risky, and look where we are. When has one of Mark's plans ever worked out how it was supposed to? Never. You still came, Papo reminded her. Besides, I'm sure Mark'll get us out of here okay. He's good at fixing stuff. You really trust him that much? Nana asked. She was prodded forward by Yoshi again, who seemed even more afraid of the guards than Papo was. After everything? Of course, Papo told her. Why else would I come on a stupid mission like this? We'll be okay. We always are. Nana didn't say anything. Instead, her eyes drifted to the floor. Lost in thought contemplating what her brother had just told her, she began to inspect the very tile on which they walked. The hardwood of the manor was immaculately kept, which was impressive due to the size of the archaic building. Had the Lindberghs made this place? Or had they simply moved in after the last owner decided they no longer needed it? Keep moving. Another jolt, this time into the backside of King E-Gadd. Hey! You watch where you's pointin' that thing. King E-Gadd loudly shouted. Oh, if only he had his hammer, he'd. The guards were ruthless. The chain gang hadn't slowed down whatsoever since they had entered the building, and yet, the guards continued to harass and dehumanize the prisoners. It was a regular occurrence, after all. These hadn't been the only freaks they'd kept within these walls until they outlived their usefulness. These lot would just become another case of disappearing people. PSST. Mario. Mario's eyes rose at the sound of his princess's voice. There was a quiet, underlying panic that laced her voice. Her baby blue eyes were infected by the same, subtle illness as her voice. This wasn't a regular, Bowser kidnapping where they'd be in and out within an afternoon. This was serious. Yes. Mario asked back. Being at the back of the chain gang, Mario kept his voice low. He didn't need the guards overhearing his sweet talking. We need a plan, Peach whispered back to him. If we don't think of something soon, I'm afraid that we won't see the end of those jail cells. She was right, and Mario knew it. Spying the bunker they were all being funneled into, a jailhouse rock-type musical didn't seem to be the ending they were headed for. Guard after guard, the chain gang continued to plug on. Each guard looked on under the brims of their hats, a smug sense of superiority to their glands. One guard, however, managed to make himself stand out in the wall of facelessness that was the Lindbergh's privately funded army. His bald head reflected off the candlelight. Suddenly, Mario had an idea. Nobody captures Super Mario, Princess, Mario hummed nonchalantly to the princess in pink before him. Usually, I''M.M.A. The one saving the kidnapped. And today's gonna be no different. But how? Peach asked, quietly and hopelessly. They took all of our weapons. Almost all, Mario mused, a grin growing over his goofy face. He looked up to his cap, who looked right back down on him. Cappy? On your mark, Mario. Wahoo! Mario exclaimed, whipping his head to the side quickly. Cappy flew off of Mario's head and directly onto the head of the bald guard. The poltergust GOO clambered to the floor as Mario was transported into the body of the poor chap who had forgotten his signature cowboy hat. Confused as to where the portly Italian at the back of the line had gone, the remaining guards began to bark out orders and point their weapons around. Waha! I''M.M.A. Big a dumb guard, zapping people for no reason. Mario mocked inside the guard's body. Quickly, he took out his zapping stick and stunned the two closest guards, before reaching for the bundle of keys at his hip. Sonic! Mario shouted. Catch! My hero! Peach whimsically exclaimed, as the guard with the red cap and mustache tossed the keys to freedom to the little blue rodent. Oh! Now that's what I'm talking about! Sonic gleefully exclaimed. Quickly, the hedgehog stooped down to free himself. In one swift motion, Sonic was free. And, in what seemed like another swift motion, the blue blur used his super speed to free the rest who were caught up in cuffs and ankle braces.
Ah shit, here we go again.
Annie muttered, as her payroll was freed by a wisecracking rat and a fat sewer diver. Readying her shotgun, she knew of the shitstorm that was about to hit the fan. Spitting again, she motioned to her older brother. Get your dumb ass out of here. Go tell Cooper we's got a situation on our hands. Don't you want my help? Carson asked, only to be hit again. Get. Hopefully by the time you's back, these bastards ain't nothing more than a pile of corpses. Luigi groaned as a hand grappled him once again. The poor man had definitely seen his better days. Malnourished and beaten, the plumber would have definitely squealed already if he had had any useful information to squeal about. Alas, his captors did take I really don't know anything. As an answer. The hands on him, however, were different. Unscarred. Kind. Scaly. Luigi opened his blackened eyes as well as he could to find a lizard woman before him. She, herself, looked as if she had been through hell and back in her time at this ungodly place, but she was in much better shape than he or his beloved were. Who? Luigi croaked. Kakir wasted no time with small talk or instruction. She had spotted a creature in dismay, and something within her lurched. Perhaps her desire to help for so many Aeons had made her weak. It would be so much smarter to run away, flee into the wilderness far, far away from here. But she didn't. Not yet, anyway. We've got to leave, Kakir told him. That much Luigi could agree with. But consciousness was getting harder and harder to keep around here. Daisy, Luigi weakly groaned, struggling to support himself even with Kakure supporting him. We've gotta help. He couldn't finish. But Kakure knew her work wasn't quite over yet. Another cell needed to be raided. Gods help her. Why did she want to play hero all of a sudden? It really has been a while, ain't it? Garth Lindbergh. The man responsible for countless disappearances. The man responsible for the crime empire that allowed Alpha's Mount to function. The man who was hardly a father figure at all. The figurehead of the entire operation. Sat. The crotchety old man hardly seemed intimidating in his current state. Old as the wind and crooked as the trees it blew, Garth simply sat in one of the many chairs that decorated the Lindbergh's centerpiece. The room that really drew the entire mansion together. The portal room. With a ceiling high enough to praise the elder gods who had died for Alpha's Mountain's namesake, the room's velvet tint expressed exactly what the Lindbergh family treasured above all else. Luxury. Even if that luxury came at the cost of a little redness along the way. For good reasons, Nora returned, her voice as cold as the ice in winter. Handcuffed and bound to a chair of her own, the curly-haired ex-criminal was about as happy as a snake stuck under a boulder. Mark, to her right, was kept in his seat in a similar fashion, his eyes downcast. There was history here. History he was about to learn, he supposed. Garth's hardened hands rubbed gently against an object of great importance. Gently, as if touching flesh instead of some undiscernible metal, the old man massaged the blade Mark had brought with him on this grand adventure. Tinted blue and sharp enough to slice through brick, if not more, the blade of the Temple Lord sat squarely in the lap of his father-in-law. "I missed you oh so dearly, Princess," Garth continued, as if he hadn't heard her last objection. His fingers met the tip of the blade and poked his skin lightly. It pierced. "You're all grown up now. But a little less grown than the rest of us. Must be on account on this fella here, MMH?" Neither said anything. Garth clicked his tongue. "Shame, really," the old bastard continued. "You run off and get married to an actual temple lord and you don't even invite your old man to the wedding." "How did you?" Mark began. "No? Pshaw, we know a lot about you, Marcus. Creative choice, might I add," Garth hummed. His eyes glinted under his brim, darkly. "Don't you know daddies get a little protective of these doubters? I ain't no different." "You don't care for none any of us." Nora barked back, fiercely. "We were always just numbers to you. Means to an end. You didn't even give Johnny a funeral." "I'm Jew trying to support my family. Always have been." Her father returned, just as fiercely. "That's what I did back then, and that's what I is doing now. I don't give a rat's ass about you coming back, Nora. You died that day you tricked Carson into opening the gate for ya. Yous ain't the family I's looking after no more. Yous got one of your own to look after, don't ya?" Both Mark and Nora's skin froze at his comment. For a fraction of a second, Mark made eye contact with his wife. "If you so much as look at Carl or Kevin," Nora started, threateningly. Yeah, you's tough, I get it. Getting a family really makes you worried, don't it?" Garth laughed. A dry, humorless laugh that almost sounded painful to the old man's lungs. "Now you knows a fraction of my pain. Imagine them two little bastards but they's a whole town. They's always looking up to you in the skin for advice. They's a skin me on how I'm gonna fix that big old hole in the sky, you know?" he said, with another humorless laugh. He sounded beside himself, as if the request was ridiculous. "I ain't know the first thing about fixin' no sky hole. Ain't never seen one in my life. But I promised them they's be fine. I promised them I knew just who to ask about it. And that's where you twos come in." Taking the blade that sat in his lap, Garth pointed it menacingly toward the two of them. The heavy metal was hard on the old man's arms, but he got his point across. With a small cough, he continued. "You's gonna tell me how to fix the problem, or I'm gonna gut ya up like a fish, and your kids is gonna grow up without no ma or pa," Garth proposed. "You'll go missing. And then, who knows? Maybe your kids will join you." "I swear," Nora fumed. Her fist clenched firmly. Mark noticed how the restraints hardly restrained her at all when her hand was balled. Testing it himself, Mark saw that the same was true for him. If he could just buy them some time. "We'll talk," Mark told Garth, without missing a beat. Nora gave him an incredulous look. A look of almost betrayal. Neither of them knew how to fix the hole. Luckily, Mark had a PhD in bullshit. "Wise choice," Garth hummed, pleased. Relaxing, the boss replaced the heavy sword on his lap. "Get on with it, and I might let you keep your fingers." "Fixing it's real easy," Mark began. His right hand clenched into a fist and tugged against the restraints. No good, his fingers were too much to squeeze through. "You've got to build a beam." "A beam?" Garth asked, confused. "What's a beam gonna do?" We's building a house up to there? No, not that kind of beam, Mark said, shaking his head. Tirelessly working, Mark kept perfect eye contact to take attention off of his fingering. As gently as he could, he tried to dislocate his thumb to escape the confines of the chair he was trapped within. A laser beam. Right, Nora jumped in, picking up on the bullshit Mark was throwing down. She hadn't a clue where he was going with this, nor did she know what his plan was, but she was willing to throw her father off his trail. A big beam. About time you decide to be useful, Garth quipped at Nora. The only thing he got in return was a disgusted look. I'd never help you if you weren't holding a blade to my throat, Nora spat. And even then, having my throat slit might be a better alternative. Maybe I ought to make it a reality, then, Princess, Garth returned. Maybe you should. Maybe. Suddenly, a potted plant was hurled across the room, only barely missing its mark of Garth's forehead by mere inches. Shocked, Garth's attention shifted to Mark, who, with 2 dislocated thumbs, had managed to escape his confinement. Nora whistled. There's the crazy bastard I married. Mark frowned deeply at Garth. Want to dance, old man? Mark asked. Garth gave a small, mischievous grin. His blackened teeth reflected in the blue sheen of the blade. You ain't the only sumbitch round here who knows how to use Elder God weapons, hoss. A scream was heard, as a guard was hurled at a support beam, crashing into it. Hard. A major battle was underway. A regular prison riot with the recently escaped chain gang was being thrown in an attempt to overpower and escape from the enemy guards. Mario, ducking left to avoid a stunning blow from one of the guards, counterattacked with a well-placed uppercut to the jaw, causing the young man to fly backward. Wahoo! Mario eagerly shouted as the guard tumbled to the ground. Fixing Cappy's position on his head, the mustachioed plumber prepared for yet another brawl, his fists coming up in a fighting stance. Don't worry, Luigi. We're a-comin'. Kicking a stun stick up from the ground and into his hand, Mario beamed the guard in the stomach. Shouting out in pain at the sudden electric current racing through him, he crumpled over quite easily when the backside of the stick met the bottom side of his chin. Throwing a glance over his shoulder, Mario spied the rest of his fellow prisoners hard at work. Peach herself was not much of a fighter. Usually she let the dirty work be done by someone of less royal standing than she had. But in a situation like this, the usually passive princess really had no option. With a pipe in tow, Peach swung for the fences, terrifying any guard that dared step at her. Clocking a woman in the face, Bowser was able to finish the job of disposal by tossing the opponent into a group of fellow guards. They felt like bowling pins as their friend met them at 30 miles an hour. You know, Princess, Bowser started. You and I make a pretty good team. Don't push your luck, Peach huffed, clocking another guard in the knee before raising it upward to meet his jaw. This isn't permanent. I feel like we've been in this situation before, Bowser lamented, before hurling a fireball at a handful of backup forces. A howl of pain rose through the guards as Mario and the gang fought deeper and deeper into the complex. The place was absolutely crawling with guards, and each and every one of them wanted Smasher Stick. A nervous guard held tightly to his shotgun, hearing the commotion swiftly making its way toward him. The narrow hallways opened up into a wide-open empty lobby, which then narrowed once again into a row of cells. If those smashers got any closer, they might be able to spring the prisoner. There was a tap on the guard's shoulder. Freaking out, he swung around wildly to fight off the boogeyman who had snuck his way behind him. Don't make me hurt you. The guard shouted, terrified. You heard me, and you's gonna have a lot to answer for. The guard's eyes flew open, only to see the mean and grizzled mug of Cooper Slick Lindbergh standing there. His usual, dark scowl stretched his ruggedly ugly features. The cowboy thrust a pointer finger into the merc's chest. And you'll have even more to answer for if you let them freaks spring their buddies. Ya hear me? Why yes sir. The guard hastily responded. Good, Slick sternly huffed, before pushing past the shaky other. Pressing his fingers on his holsters, the cruel man fingered his pistols. Tell your friends to stop getting their ass handed to him while you're at it. Why you got it. The lone guard promised. But Slick had already taken his leave. If Connie said she needed help, he'd be there in an instant. And things didn't sound promising for the Lindbergh clan. The guard let out a small sigh, before scraping his boot on the ground. I don't get paid enough for this shit, he muttered to himself. First the giant hole in the sky, then this. A prison raid? Sure, there had been raids before, but never to this magnitude. Maybe. Suddenly, there was a rope on his foot. Before he could recognize what was going on, he was yanked forward. Yelling out in surprise, the lone guard was toppled, his gun skirting across the floor. It landed under a certain teenager's foot. Rents due, taking the gun into his own hands and examining. Sure, it wasn't the handguns he was used to, but he supposed being armed was much better than being unarmed. His eyes turned to the downed guard. He didn't seem to be too much of a threat now. Pressing his fingers to his mouth, the phantom thief whistled.
Too slow!
No sooner had the words exited his mouth when a group of assistants make themselves known to the, now lone, raider. On the balcony above, 4 guards with weapons themselves stepped forward, flanked by a smaller-looking woman who still held a commanding presence. She clicked her tongue. "Well, would ya looky here," Connie hummed, her weapon drawn and pointed at the teen on the ground floor. "Ain't this a rare treat? Little far forward, don't you think?" Ren said nothing, his hands holding the weapon he had just procured. His eyes rose to meet his addresser. There was a distinct hatred in her voice that he couldn't quite place. "Like a hillbilly with a trespasser on their property. This'll be like shooting fish in a barrel. I almost feel bad for ya, kid," Connie taunted. Flicking her curly, brunette hair out of her face, she spat her spit onto the floor once again. "Boys." The guards raised their weapons. "On your mark. Get set."
Get higher!
Ness shot fire from his finger, as the young boy entered the room. Atop Yoshi, the element of surprise was on his side. A square hit. Not on Connie but on the guard to her left. Screaming in pain, the distraction served just long enough to let Ren dodge the incoming hailstorm of bullets. Ducking off to his right, the teenage boy was able to find some cover behind a support beam. The rest of the team was soon to follow Ness and Yoshi's mounted assault. The Wii Fit trainers first, with their impeccable cardio, jogged into the room. Each held a makeshift weapon in their hands that they had scrounged off of a fallen guard. Next came Sonic, wearing a cowboy hat he'd wrangled. Then, the others trickled in. "What are you waiting for? Shoot, you idiots!" Connie commanded, before groaning loudly. She was growing annoyed at how easily her guards went down. If you wanted something done right, she had to do it herself. Aiming her engraved shotgun, Connie took a shot. And landed a hit. "Bowser!" Diddy shouted, as the Koopa King shrugged off a gunshot to the shell. "I am gonna kill her," Bowser growled. He had just about reached his limit with how much annoying shit he could take from these bastards. "Sonic, do you think you can get up there?" Peach asked the blue hedgehog, who peeked out from under his hat. "If we can just take out the leader." "I don't see any stairs," Sonic muttered, with a shrug. "Maybe if someone threw me on it," Bowser responded, before Sonic was able to respond. Scooping the blue blur up into one of his burly hands, and trying not to drip any blood on him from his newly created wound, Bowser hurled Sonic through the air and onto the balcony. "What in the—" a guard began, but before he was able to respond properly to the gloved hand flying at his face, he and the rest of his squad had been pushed over the edge. The hedgehog was like a kindergartner hyped up on caffeine and with a lust for righteousness. Connie muttered, before her gun was swatted out of her hand and was promptly taken to the ground. She hardly protested before another speedy punch knocked her lights out. "Wahoo! Good one, Sonic!" Mario beamed, jumping for joy. Behind him, something or rather, someone lurked in the shadows. Creeping out slowly, Mario was oblivious to the threat lurking behind him. "We've gotta keep you RK. Mario!" Paco exclaimed. "Look out!" Nana finished. An arm wrapped tightly around Mario's neck, hoisting the shorter man up and off the ground. The distinct sound of a knife being drawn from a side holster was heard, as the ambusher stepped fully out of the shadows. A distinct, vertical scar dressed his face. "Nobody move, or lip hair gets it," Slick hoarsely croaked out. All of the smashers fell hush, as the scary-looking brute held the hero of the Mushroom Kingdom in the hold that might be the last way he was ever held. The golden glint of a knife flickered off of what little light managed to come in through the window to the outside world. The cool steel brushed itself against Mario's dangerously exposed throat. "Listen up, unlisten good, and he might make it out alive." "Let him go," Peach exclaimed, in near hysterics. If it wasn't for the ice climbers holding her back, she would have rushed forward. "Gee, a compelling argument," Slick dryly responded, with a roll of his eyes. Mario kicked his feet, as he struggled against his captor. "Drop all your weapons." Everyone complied. Peach's pipe hit the floor. The Wii Fit stomped their makeshift clubs. Joker dropped his gun. Good. Ain't no funny business between yous lot, eh?" Slick hummed. Gently, he pressed a sharp knife against Mario. "Now, yous giving up on whatever plan you had. Hands up, and find yourself a cell. Anyone so much as steps out of line, the floor is gonna be." The smashers would have completely followed Slick's orders. If, suddenly, a motorized battering ram hadn't slammed its way through the wall adjacent to the one Slick was holding Mario. The sudden explosion of debris and noise caused the scary outlaw to drop his hostage. Wario's here to save the day. Wario exclaimed, armed to the teeth with all kinds of weapons. The grin of a madman stretched his face, as he waved his swords and guns around like he just did not care. Mario, free of the other's grip, kicked his weapon away. With no knife, Slick drew for one of his two handy sidearms, only for those to be disposed of as well. A swift kick to the jaw from Mario's boots was enough to kick his lights out. Not a moment too soon. Mario mused, rubbing his neck. Mamma mia, talk about cutthroat business. Where were you? And how did you find where we were? Guess in check. Pit admitted. It's a miracle the A building is still standing, while Luigi laughed. Mario was suddenly tackled in a hug, as Sonic wrapped his arms around the plumber. He might have been the fastest one to embrace Mario, but he wasn't the only. Peach, too, was at his side in what felt like an instant, making sure to drag her heels across the unconscious cowboy as she made her way to her beloved. Oh Mario, don't ever scare me like that again, Peach said, her voice shaky with fear and adrenaline. She sounded on the verge of tears. I don't know what I'd do with you. I''M.M.A. Okay, princess. Mario told her, patting her and Sonic on the back. I''M.M.A. Okay. That was close. But we aren't done yet, Sonic muttered. He pulled away from the hug for a moment, taking the lapse to breathe. Mario and Peach stayed embraced for just a moment longer, before breaking, a slight pink in their features. We've still got to find Daisy and Luigi, remember? We can't spend too much time twiddling our fingers. I'm starting to worry about Mark. Papa expressed, nervously looked towards where they had just come. Usually he'd have found us by now, or something. I was thinking the same thing, Ren told the Blue Eskimo. Maybe a couple of us should head back and look for him. Not a bad idea. Pit piped up, before cooling himself back a bit. I mean, if he's not with you guys, he's gotta be in some trouble, right? And we got all this new weaponry. While Luigi gestured to the piles of treasures they had borrowed from the antique store. Everything from swords to guns to manuscripts and statues. They had really taken everything but the kitchen sink. But, remember what happened last time we split up? Sonic asked, worried. We're already split without Mark, Ren told him, reloading the gun he had taken from the downed guard. He'd do the same for us. Nina wasn't so sure. But where Papa went, she would go, too. It's settled, then, Mario said, clapping his hands. A few of you will go and find Mark. The rest of us will go find Luigi and Daisy. Okay? With a nod, the teams were split. The Wii Fits, Nana, Paco, Pit, and Joker would go find Mark. The rest had an entirely different rescue mission at hand. Long, dark hallways. Cell after cell of nothing. Nothing seemed to catch their eyes, as Kakir and Luigi wandered about in search to his better half. The two of them had been split since the beginning and a large part of him feared what had happened to her, but he held out hope that they could find her. They would find her. You sure she's here? Kakir asked. Luigi could walk on his own, but it was slow and labored. She felt for him. What she felt, however, was a different story. Her emotions were so all over the place that she wasn't quite sure what she felt about him. The distant sound of combat met their ears. Kakir jumped and fidgeted at every loud shot or shout of pain. It sounded as if it was growing closer. And if she was given the choice to fight or flight, she would choose the later. If there was one art she wasn't skilled in, it was the art of war. Sure, Luigi responded. His voice was weak and hungry. We were taken around the same time. She's gotta be. A door opened at the end of the hallway, and the two of them both jumped. The last thing they wanted to be right now was spotted outside their cells. Who knows what boundless torture they would be subjected to. Kakir went clear. The perfect disguise. If her clothing didn't retain its color. Voices. Drawing closer. Luigi laboriously made himself as small as possible, hiding from whatever oncoming threat was coming his way. He's gotta be around here, these cells. Dirty, what a wedding night that must have been. He knew those voices. Mario? Luigi called out. Suddenly, the other voices stopped. And then there was a response. Luigi? Luigi. Kakir slowly relaxed, after nearly hyperventilating. Those must be friends. What a concept in this crazy world. The sheen of blue metal missed Mark's face by but inches, as Garth made his assault. The senile old man wasn't lying when he was trained in using the weapons of the gods. For as old and fragile was, the last thing one could equate him to was weak. And, unfortunately, the battle was heavily strewn in the boss's favor. What's the matter, us? Garth taunted, preparing Mark's sword for another deadly swing. The blessed blade would definitely cut an arm off if Garth landed a lucky strike. So far, Mark had been lucky enough to keep all of his limbs. Don't got a plan, eh? You're completely unarmed. Give up. Mark didn't respond. Instead, he ducked as Garth aimed directly for his head. The sound of air slashing above him was enough to make the hairs on the backside of his neck stand at full attention. Learn that one from your fancy creator? You're rusty. Garth caught. You hurt him, and I'll make you look worse than the pigs. Nora shouted, still confined to her chair. Don't you worry, sweetie. Garth hummed. This was hardly anything new to him. I ain't gonna hurt him. I just want a little chat. With a forward thrust, Garth struck solidly. Mark let out a cry of pain as his own blade punctured his right shoulder, causing him to recoil backwards. Nora cried out, too, as the freshly opened wound began to bleed onto his button-up. You're going to die if you keep dancing around like an idiot, he thought to himself. But really, he hadn't a plan. If he went in, Garth would take his head off. If he went back, he risked a swing hitting Nora as Garth advanced. Gritting his teeth, Mark tried to do what he did best in situations like this. Think. After eons and eons of life, the oldest Lindbergh finally meets his match, Garth continued to taunt. He reveled in the blood streaking across his velvet-covered portal room. A sneer was strewn on his face. I ain't nothing but an old man. Watch it now. It was just what Mark needed. With Garth monologuing, Mark was able to land a square kick to the other's chest. Startled by the other's show of force, Garth was hardly able to stay on his feet as he skid backward. And was unable to as his back smacked against the portals outside. Groaning as he hit the ground, Garth sprawled completely out. Mark's sword lay by his side, blueness glinting in the red of the room. His gun spilled from the holster, landing squarely by Nora's feet. Mark! Nora shouted, catching her husband's attention. Kicking her foot upward, a pistol flew through the air and landed directly in Mark's outstretched hand. Now! Ain't that cute? Garth coughed, forcing himself back to his knees. He was old, and it showed in how hard it was for him to continue fighting. My own doubter. It's over, Garth, Mark said, approaching, gun drawn. I don't want to have to do this. Show us where the hostages are and we'll be on our way. I ain't got nothing to lose, Garth mused. He seemed awfully okay with having his life threatened. Suddenly, a spark of pure hatred shone across his grizzled features, but you do. Quickly, he thrust upward. Daisy was worse for wear when Mario and the gang found her. To be fair, anyone locked away from food and water for as long as she was would have been much the same. It took some digging, but eventually, the flowerful princess was found. Half alive and hardly breathing. A ton's worth of keys later, Luigi was reunited with his bride. Devastated about the shape the other was in, the two doted over their other half as if they themselves were not about to die themselves. I knew I should have hit him when I saw him come to our carriage. Daisy lamented. She had been placed atop Yoshi, as she was, by far, the worst for wear of the group. Should have hit him with a fireball, Luigi told her. His hand, as burnt and tortured as it was, hadn't left her since they'd been reunited. Can't they wait to get you back to the hotel? Get you a good meal. I'd like that, Daisy muttered. Mario gave Peach a worried look. They needed to get out of here. The sword the gods had crafted for him to brandish stuck out of his chest, a new, more fatal wound being opened by the blue of the godly metal. The pain made his head swim. In a desperate attempt to apply pressure to the gaping hole in his chest, Mark grabbed the handle of the blade and held it. A pool of blood was forming around him. He felt like vomiting, as he stooped from standing to sitting, using the step that led up to the portal as a support. Nora was in absolute hysterics, unable to do anything to help the man she had fallen in love with. The father of her children was mere feet in front of her, but she could do nothing to comfort him in what were going to be the final moments of his life. It was every married woman's nightmare. And it was the one she was living right now. Her fists pumped against the restraints, unable to find a way to free herself. Garth, having been shot in the chest himself, did not hold a triumphant grin. Instead, he held the place he had been mortally shot. Breathing heavily and laboriously, he, too, stooped to a seated position against the stairs, right beside the man who had effectively ended his life. Incredulously, the man who thought he was invincible looked over to the other, whose face was contorted with agony. You've got kids, right, Mark? Mark managed to turn his gaze to Garth, who looked him directly in the face. The world was growing quiet. Nora's panicked, saddened shouts and teary denials fell on deaf ears, as the world began to lose its color. Gently, Mark nodded his head. Even the small act of moving his head up and down caused intense pain. His eyes turned upward, as he pictured his two little boys in his eyes. Yeah, I do. Two little boys. Garth nodded. His breathing was even harder. Coughing, blood pulled from the dying man's lips. You'd do anything for them. Them little ones. MMH? Again, Mark nodded his head. He really would do anything for them. Letting out a small gasp of pain, Mark held his sword. Anything, he confirmed. Anything at all. Then maybe you can see why I did this. Garth muttered out. His eyes turned towards the floor. He was losing blood at an increasing rate. And losing feeling in his hands. Them kids. This whole town's my son. And only now can I see how much of a fool I've been. I do beg for you to remember me. Wherever you head after here. Yeah. Mark groaned. We do some stupid things. Out of love. The lights were starting to go down on display. Images flashed in Mark's head. Nora's loving face when they had first met. Pancake batter on her nose. Nora passing Carl over to him after the kid was born. Mark swallowed a hard breath. He forced his strength to look up at his wife, who was still strapped to the chair. The lights were quickly fading. But even as the color drained, he saw her lips mouth "I love you." "I love you, too," Mark mouthed back. He wasn't sure if any sound came out, for no sound had made itself known to him. Once more, Mark sucked in a breath. The one that would be his last. Something wasn't right. The void felt less lonesome than usual. Max awoke to the same nothingness that he'd experienced for nearly every moment of his existence. There was another force in here. An unseen something or someone in the ending nothingness that surrounded him. And the worst thing was that he knew who it was. "Mark?" Max called out, unsure if any breath had left him. It was a strange experience. One that one had to get used to. When looking into the void, one lost grip on just what they were capable of in the moment. "Mark, can you hear me?" Yeah. A voice returned. Max wasn't sure where it had come from, as it seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at the same time. The voice was familiar, and yet unrecognizable at the same time. Mark's voice. The voice of the recently deceased. Question after question flowed into Max's head at the speed of a river going down a hill. However, one question was above all others. "Why are you here?" There was no response for an antagonizing moment. The time period it took for Mark to respond, it was hard to tell how long it was, as the strange properties of the void made time passing obsolete, felt like an eternity. It made Max wonder if his brother had passed on and the small interaction was the last he would have with him. "Where is here?" Max didn't have an answer. He was never sure what this place was. The words on the page referred to it as the void, but he personally thought of it as a backstage area. A place he was whisked to when he wasn't important to whatever thin line of plot was going on in the day. The void was something he couldn't comprehend. And he didn't expect his brother to understand either. "You're dead." "Yeah. Your soul must have gotten lost on its way to wherever it was headed to. And you ended up here. Where I am. This is the place you'd tell me about?" There was silence in the two nothingnesses. It was, and Max had complained about it more times than he could count. It was a strange limbo, really. Those memories of complaining about it were fresh in his head, but they must have happened while he was backstage. Peaceful, isn't it? That's definitely Max, alright. Max stifled a laugh at his brother's sarcastic comment. Even in death, Mark was ever the comedian. Death. Reading that word again made any inkling of lightheartedness disappear, as the ramifications fully hit Max. "You can't die, Mark. You can't. You've got to keep fighting. I think it's too late for me, Max. I thought it just wasn't good enough. I chose to live in this hellscape because of you. You've still got so much more to do. You can't. Emotion was boiling over that Max didn't know he possessed. A creeping sadness joined in on a persistent numbness. Hopelessness poured into his soul as if spilled from a pitcher. Death. Maybe it's my time, Max. Are you fucking crazy? What are you talking about? You've got a wife, Mark. Kids. Good kids who need their dad. What do you mean it's your time? I've lived a long life, Max. A really long life. And I don't even remember most of it. Maybe it's for the best that I leave. There was age in the disembodied voice. Pained age. As if the eons Mark had been trapped in the temple had hit him all at once. Mark's usual dialect was that of a broken, beaten, and old man who had just gotten stabbed in the chest by his father-in-law. Max swallowed his emotion hard. The lump that hit his throat, did he even have a throat in this place? Was agonizing. The last thing he needed to be now, as he argued with his rapidly passing brother, was to be weak. "That's bullshit," Max proclaimed, a fire to his voice. "You've not lived that long. You've hardly lived at all. You've only made it 316 chapters. People love you, Mark. Outside people. Seeing you go hurts more than any sword to the chest or gunshot ever could." There was a pause in Max's fiery words. He breathed, before reaching out a hand into the nothingness. It touched something fleshy, but cold as ice. He saw it not, but knew exactly what it was. "I love you, Mark. Nora loves you. Can't you live for that? Bullshit to that living too long thing. Bullshit. You've got everything I ever wanted out of this grating existence, and you're willing to throw it all away. Since when have you been a coward?" The Mark I knew would fight past his last breath for that. There was no response in the dead man. Silence. Contemplation. "I don't think it's up to me. If you were right, it's up to whatever higher power controls this place. Controls you, and me, and everyone else." Bullshit to that too. Max exploded, trying to grip harder onto the flesh he was touching. However, he could feel it slipping away. There's gotta be a way. There's always a way to salvage situations like this. What about a reset? You know that wouldn't work. The multiverse is already too unstable as is. A reset would kill us all. "You bastard," Max growled, but not at Mark. All the bases seemed to be covered. Max could feel the light in the void beginning to fade back to black as the backstage area was moving back towards the backstage. A newfound panic began to settle into the Lord of Knowledge, for he did not know. There had to be a way. "Keep fighting, Mark. Keep fighting. I can't lose you too. The darkness in death is worse than the darkness in life. Keep fighting. I don't know how much fight I have left." The panic continued, as the light continued to fade. Muffled noises of the incoming foreground made themselves known. Max's eyes darted everywhere and nowhere at once, as he tried to think his way out of this one. Nothing. He gripped nothing. But he had an idea. There is a way. There is. Chapter 290. This really has been one hell of a day, hasn't it? With Luigi and Daisy secured and rescued, the rest of the group was free to leisurely wander the halls of the expansive Lindbergh mansion. Of course, they walked with purpose and prose, headed toward the main entrance. Even though they had what they came for, the group was far from relaxed. The guards had been disposed of. The Lindbergh gang had been dealt with. But if one thing was for certain, it was that they were uncertain. What if there were more? I''M.M.A. So sorry that it came to this. Luigi muttered somberly. In his ungloved and beaten hands, the younger brother held a protein bar that King Dedede had on his person. More had been issued to Daisy from his personal collection, because her condition seemed worse than Luigi's own, if that was even possible. "Don't be," Mario told his brother, a cautious, caring hand patting him on the shoulder. "I'm just happy we found you, and none of us were seriously injured." "It came close," Peach mumbled. Obviously, she was still shaken by the fate their own mustachioed hero had almost incurred. "You really ought to be more careful, Mario. I don't think I could live with myself if anything happened to you." "Something almost happened to Mario?" Luigi asked. Luigi walked alongside his father, offering Luigi comfort and a walking post as the group continued to wander the hallway. Hesitantly, Luigi turned his gaze towards his Yoshi-mounted bride, who was currently stuffing her face with any bit of food she could take from King Dedede. What happened?" "Mario." He almost met the wrong end of a sharp object, Sonic informed, awkwardly adjusting his cowboy hat. It was obvious by his body language that he was uncomfortable with how close he'd come to seeing another friend go under, again. What? "Yeah. But it's no biggie, Luigi. I promise," Mario reassured, a small, apologetic smile at his lips. "I've died so many times at the hand of Bowser that it doesn't matter." "Yes, it does," Bowser snapped. His shell dripped blood from the gunshot he'd received from one of those bastards. It wasn't deep nor was it serious, but it sure as hell was painful. All those times before, you had some sort of bullshit mushroom to bring you back. If you die in this world, you die for real. "Yeah." Wario piped in. His arms and pockets were stuffed with all kinds of treasures he'd taken. While Luigi strode beside him doing just the same. "You would have been mincemeat if we didn't smash through the wall." "Maybe." Mario muttered, rubbing at the backside of his head. "Maybe. He did get a little out of line there. He'd been ambushed, sure, and it could have led to the downfall of the entire mission. What if he had died, for real that time? His eyes briefly glanced over toward Peach's baby blues, who were on him intently. He'd never get to see those beauties again. There was a solid moment of Mario and Peach connecting eyes. The rest of the party was silent. Then, after what must have been an intense conversation heard only between the plumber and the princess, both sets of eyes turned away. Oh, come on. All eyes turned toward Luigi, who had just let out his loudest outburst since being rescued. The tired, worn, and weary ex-hostage placed a hand to his face and rubbed, mumbling under his breath in what must have been his own version of Italian. Luigi? What King Dedede had started, amid it hand reaching to console his friend. Ness looked on in silent concern. Did you see that? Luigi asked, before coughing. After a momentary fit, he gestured wildly at his brother and the princess. Well, yeah. Dedede said. Well, I saw them look at each other, if that's what you mean. We all got quiet for it and it was real awkward and everything. Careful, Luigi, you're not feeling well, Mario advised. No, I''M.M.A. Not, the lanky loser coughed. I''M.M.A. Not at all. But I ain't dead, and I ain't stupid, either. You came this close to being dead, Mario. This close. Luigi held his pointer and thumb but inches apart. You would've gone to the grave scared and violently. And with a big ol' secret that's got no right being secret. Not now, anyway. What do you mean? Mario asked, taken aback by Luigi's sudden outburst of words. All eyes were on Luigi. Oh, Mamma Mia. Luigi huffed, before gesturing to the two of them. That thing you just did, making eye contact? Peach asked. Yeah. Luigi exclaimed. And the caring about each other. And the heralding rescues Mario does. And the cake making. Was it just me? Or did that staring contest have a lot of tension behind it? It did, Daisy managed to choke out. Exhausted, she rested against Yoshi, who gave a concerned look at the normally unshaken woman. Both of you have told me. Luigi said, significantly winding down. The outburst had taken a lot out of the man who, frankly, didn't have a whole lot more to give. Why can't you tell each other? Silence followed, as Luigi leaned against his gooey compatriot for support. Gooey, gently, rubbed a booger Y hand against Luigi's exposed, dirty neck. No one had any response to him for quite some time. However, eventually, Mario did. Ah. Princess, Mario muttered, turning his attention back toward the one who had taken his heart. As if humbled to even be within her presence, Mario astutely plucked his cap off of his head. Cappy did not fight back, but looked mildly displeased. Luigi. He's got a point. If I had died back there, I would have never got to tell you something that's been on my mind for a long time. Me either, Princess Peach responded, a hand moving to tenderly scoop a handful of golden blonde hair behind her ear. I did confide in Luigi a while back, but found myself unable to tell you. Mario started, before his mouth fell closed again. He wasn't a man who often felt fear as he plunged headfirst into danger. But this was new. He looked back toward his younger brother, who, in return, held up a thumbs up. Keep going, bro, it said. So he did. I think I''M.M.A. In love with you, princess. Those words. Peach thought she would never hear them. Tenderly, Peach placed a kiss on Mario's forehead. The plumber's face instantly shot as red as the shirt he wore and the hat he held in his hands. Shocked, his eyes turned towards hers. Good, Peach responded. Because I know I love you, Mario. About friggin' time, Luigi mused. Forgive me for being confused. Kakure piped up for the first time. The little chameleon had decided that roughing it with these delinquents was her best chance at surviving this place. Where she went after this, however, was up in the air. Coyly, she scratched at the backside of her head. I thought those two were already together. Most everyone, save Bowser, shared a laugh at the Lord's expense. To be completely fair, they really ought to have been already. After a light-hearted moment, and Mario slipping his hand into Peach's as the group continued to walk, the same tenseness fell over the group once again. Does anyone know where we're going? Ness asked, suddenly. Of course, Mario responded. Back to the main entrance. To that big room we passed on the way here. We've gotta pick up Mark and Aenora, and then we're going home. That idea was music to everyone's ears. They'd had enough of Alpha's mound to last a lifetime. He had been too late. When Ren opened the door to the portal room, he had expected to see his boss's father figure standing over a defeated enemy. He'd see the smile on his face, and tell the other that he had expected nothing less from the sword wielder. He didn't expect to see 2 dead bodies and a weeping woman.
It can't be.
Nor had managed to free herself from Garth's shoddy restraints. In a fit of nearly hysterical grief, she'd broken through the ropes to be by her husband's unbreathing corpse. She didn't care that his blood was trickling onto her knees as she knelt by his side. Didn't care that her hand was full of the same as she laid it on his chest where the sword stuck out. Her head rested against his shoulder as she wept. She didn't even notice the 6 who had come to her aid. Too late. Nana and Papa were next to lay witness to what the room had become. Standing stunned on either side of Joker, the 2 children laid their eyes on what was a grim scene. The man hated by one and loved by the other evoked the same reaction out of both of them. This wasn't what Nana wanted. Not at all. The revenge she had ultimately gotten was not the kind she wanted to live with. She'd fantasized about Mark meeting an end many times in her life. But seeing it on full display was sickening. Hollow. Ren felt hollow, as he forced himself to move forward. His shoes echoed against the wood of the floor as he approached. Nora, still beside herself with grief, paid no mind to the young man who approached. Nor did she see the 2 fitness trainers that were at her side to console her. Chad gently laid his hands upon her shoulders, while Chelsea somberly helped the hysterical woman to her feet. Burying her face into Chelsea's soft shoulder, Nora continued to sob. No words were spoken as Pit entered. He wanted to say something, anything to console the grieving Ren. He hated seeing him like this. The Phantom Thief was usually so sure of himself, confident. But right now he was anything but. Stooping, Ren, too, did not care about the blood that was dirtying his black jeans. As if trying to lie to himself, a pair of fingers met Mark's neck to check for a pulse. There was none. Exhaling softly, Ren collapsed against the body of the man he had looked up to. As if all strength he had in him had suddenly disappeared, he embraced the still warm body of the stabbed man.
Sorry.
Too late. As he willed himself not to weep as Nora was, Ren felt something fall from his breast pocket. As if pulled from him by divine intervention, a circular disc rolled out of his pocket and onto the floor. With a the container rolled along the wooden floor before abruptly stopping as it bumped against Pit's sandal. Stooping, the angel boy picked up what Ren had dropped, only to inspect it briefly. A glowing, singular drop of liquid shimmered in the dark room. Pit's brain clicked. This is Lady Palutena's blood, Pit spoke quietly. The room was tense. It felt as if speaking would shatter the air around them. A shot of hope hit Pit, as he confirmed it again by Ren's scribbly writing, Palutena's blood. Ren looked up from where he was, only to see Pit making his way to Mark's side with an escalated rush of urgency. Carefully, as if he was handling the only drop of goddess blood on this side of the deep dark forest, Pit opened the container. Still fresh and undried, Pit trickled the blood into the gaping stab wound that was Mark's chest cavity. It shimmered as it made its way into the hole. But Mark did not spring to life. Pit looked at the vial, and then back to Mark's corpse. He didn't get it. This was supposed to work. Dejected and with a shot of anger, Pit threw the vial to the ground, shattering it. Silence fell over the room again, as well as hopelessness. 2 dead bodies and 7 emotional people shared a moment of silence, or, in Nora's case, rather loud, grief. But the silence was enough. For when something broke the silence, it was noted right away. Do you hear that? Pit's eyes turned toward Ren again, who was staring intently at Mark. The Phantom Thief must have been hearing something, because... No, Pit heard it too. Softly, as if a candle in a vacuum about to be snuffed out, there was a sound. A sound of breathing. Wasting no time, Ren placed his fingers against Mark's throat once more. Weakly, there was a pulse. Nearly unfelt, there was a gentle rise and fall of blood flow to the neck. The goddess blood. It had saved Mark's life. But for how long? From the feel of it, he should be a dead man already. He was a dead man already. But he was a dead man with a chance at life. He's alive. Ren couldn't believe himself. With a sword in his chest and goddess blood coursing through his veins, Mark was alive and dead at the same time. If they hurried, they could get him somewhere to help him recover. But if they didn't... We need to get going, quick, Pit said, gesturing towards the ice climbers and the Wii Fits. Nodding, the duo of duos rushed forward. He's in bad shape, but he's alive. We gotta help him out. Hurry. W. Arms wrapped around Pit's middle. Surprised, Pit was nearly tackled to the floor by Ren, who, in his overjoyed relief, hugged the angel who had saved Mark. This action nearly killed Pit. Flushing hot pink, Pit didn't know what to do with himself as Ren embraced him. He sputtered incoherently and flushed, without finishing a full sentence even once. Luckily, Ren was able to say something to fill Pit's babbling heart.
Thank you.
Aye. Pit started, trying to push himself free of the hug. Eventually, as embarrassed, and, frankly, guilty, as he was, Pit allowed the hug. Why yeah, whatever. It was your blood, anyway. I just... Looking over Ren's shoulder, Pit saw someone looking back at himself. Decorating the walls of the portal room were stolen goods and objects the Lindberghs had taken over the years. Of these objects, a tall, standing mirror reflected the scene. Did he always look that much like Dark Pit when he was flustered? And then, it hit him. The Ivan was a mixture of strong emotions as it made its way out of the gated community of Alpha's Mound. No one truly knew what to feel about the events that had been experienced by the lot of them. A thick silence seemed to fall over the group, as many chose to reflect on the adventure they had just experienced in silence. Nora was shaken. The poor woman had seen her greatest nightmare transpire directly in front of her eyes, and then she had seen it undone just the same. Or, well, partially undone. As the ice climbers and Wii Fit trainers held the, still breathing and still bleeding, body of Mark steady in the front seat, Nora, in the driver's seat, dared to take a glance at him. His face was pale, sickly looking, like a breathing corpse, only half animated by the blood of the goddess. His sword, sheening blue, still protruded from his chest. It broke her heart all over again to see the man she'd fallen in love with stricken down such as this. Garth should have suffered more for the stunt he had pulled. And Nora didn't see herself as much of a vengeful woman. Nana was much like Nora in a handful of ways. Despite holding the body, she could hardly bring herself to look at the bloodied, defeated body of the man she thought only the worst of only a few hours before. It was the revenge she thought she wanted. But now she wasn't so sure. Papa reached a hand to try and comfort his sister, before retracting it. He wasn't so sure himself what he would say or if words were even necessary in this situation. Instead, he returned to his post, and somberly looked out the window. Mark was going to be okay, wasn't he? Papa wasn't so sure. But he hoped on the best for him. The young boy had only respect for him, despite their rocky past. The back of the Ivan wasn't that talkative, either. Every now and then, Bowser or Daisy would make a sound of pain from the injuries that they had incurred during the rescue mission gone violent, while the others remained eerily quiet. Some chose to stare out the windows. Others chose to look around the cabin and count the heads of those present. He decided to look into his soul. The mirror. It all makes sense, the angel thought to himself, idly thumbing the hemming of his tunic. The reason I feel so strange around Ren is because of Dark Pit. What about Leaf? Had Dark been longing for Ren the whole time and I just didn't notice? Pit stole a glance at Ren, and his heart murmured. Hopefully, he wouldn't end up in the hospital for said murmur. But he wasn't so sure anymore. He really wasn't too sure about anything anymore. The van hit a bump, and Kakira let out a frightened squeak, before clasping her hands up to her mouth once more. The silence was suffocating. And for a newcomer, it wasn't all that inviting. She knew she could never return to the museum after what those brutes had done to it. But now she no longer knew where she belonged in the world. Back then, everything made sense despite its lack of fulfillment. Her tail curled closer to her body, still stuck in that spiral from all those years past. Why she kept it curled, she hadn't a clue. But she knew she could never uncurl it unless... No, the memory was too fuzzy to even understand what the unless part was. A gentle, gloved hand touched Nora's shoulder, and she nearly let out a howl. Glancing back, Nora spied the hand of King Dedede. The king looked awfully concerned for her. And, given her condition, it made sense, so. Dedede spoke, breaking the tense silence that the rest of the van conjugated around. All eyes from Luigi and Daisy to Mario and Peach were directly on the large penguin. We're coming up on Marins. Are you? No. Leaving? Now? After everything that happened? Nora asked. The brunette shook her head. A firm no. Not until my husband is back on his feet, eating and talking again. Not until he gets better. Yeah, I figured, Dedede continued. He scratched at the backside of his head. The awkward tension of the entire situation was really starting to strangle him, too. And usually, no one could find a neck on him to strangle. I was just thinking. What? What about Max? You's you gonna leave him with your kids back home? Nora had no response to King Deddede's inquiry. Her fingers gripped the wheel of the Ivan firmly, and then released. Pulsed, and released. Breathing out a sigh, she shook her head. No. I don't think that's really fair to him. I'm sure he'd want to be back in monitoring Mark's recovery process just like me. I thought you the same, Deddede muttered. But then. What about your kids? They ain't old enough to be home alone, is they? I mean, mentally, anyways. I'll get another sitter, Nora proposed. But who? Morin's point was becoming clearer and clearer by the passing minute. Yellow? You's reached the Sherman household. What's the 411, Miss Nora? Oh my. Is he gonna be alright? Absolutely, Pumpkin. You's got my best well wishes. Is there anything I can do to make it easier on you? You got it. I'll you let the station know, alright? Them kiddos will be in good hands, promise you that. You take care now. The halls of Lindbergh Manor seemed colder than usual. It was felt by all who lived within the walls, and the cold was especially bitter for the 4 remaining with Lindbergh blood running through their veins. Paul. Oh, Paul. Annie was in tears, as she lay beside the corpse of her father. The man who only ever wanted to provide for them and the people of Alpha's Mound lay dead and defeated in a pool of his own blood, a nasty gunshot shredding most of the old man's, already feeble, chest and right shoulder. Cooper, Carson, and Connie watched on from afar, numb from what they saw before them. I can't. Cooper Slick Lindbergh began. He felt as if he was about to vomit. Just a few hours ago he was holding a cartoonishly proportioned human at knife point, and now he was having to come to grips with the violent death of his father. He felt rage. He felt anguish. He felt nothingness. First Ma, then Johnny. Now Paul. Connie mused, her thoughts hardly heard over her sister's wails. Seems wherever Daddy's little princess shows her ugly mug, death of her own clan is sure to follow. I'm gonna kill her, Cooper grunted through grit teeth. The hot-tempered hooligan clanked his 2 pistols together. I'm gonna go out there and shoot her like the dog she is. I swear, she's gonna be dead if I ever see her again. Wait till Wayne hears. Oh, that poor feller's gonna have his whole heart broken, Connie sighed, a hand headed to her heart. I don't think I can have the heart to tell that old coot. Oh, shit. Who's gonna keep the town alive? Who's gonna provide for them folks who ain't got nobody to provide for 'em anymore? Slick exposited, a hand running to his greasy hair. Without a leader, we's no better than them savages who run them woods. Them bandits who rob and kill and fight anyone who comes near. Nora was next in line, Connie reminded. She spat at the ground, and stomped the Lugian with her heel. Stupid bitch had the audacity to kill her own paw and leave us clueless. Then it's anarchy. Cooper retorted. No leader, no structure. We's gonna burn this place to the ground by morning, then. No. Both Connie and Cooper turned to Carson, who had finally spoken up for the first time. The larger, older brother shook his head. Hell you mean, no? Slick asked, prodding his brother with his finger. What, you think you's gonna lead us? Yes, Carson responded, nodding his head. His eyes were fixed squarely on the dead body of his father and the sobbing heap that was his youngest sister. I will. You like Paul woulda wanted. You's dumber than shit. How's you gonna lead us? Connie scoffed, flicking dirt at her eldest brother. Shit, if you's leading, I think I prefer anarchy. Anarchy. Slick repeated, with gusto. I'll provide. Paul was teaching me how's to keep a place like this up and going in case he passed, Carson explained. Slowly, he moved to approach the bloody scene before him. Brick had never been gore-shy before. In the business that his family was in, being shy to blood was a surefire way to get yourself a whooping. His own father's blood, however, was a different story. That's it, then? You's just gonna be the new Paul? Connie interjected. No election? No town vote? He's got him a point, though. Paul always was one for succession instead of election. Slick countered. Connie gave him a dirty look. Gently, Carson took the hat off of Garth's head, and let the long locks of silver drape down his lifeless figure. His face was placid as he inspected the old hat. The hat his father had worn when he taught a young Carson how to shoot a gun. The hat he wore when he went portal hopping. The hat he wore at he and Ma's wedding day. Respectfully, Carson moved to remove his own hat, and place Garth's upon his head. The symbolism was powerful, and his siblings offered no objection. Heavy was the head that wore the crown.